Before we begin tonight's story, if you're enjoying this content, using hype points on this video helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It truly makes a difference in ways that go beyond what most people realize. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and we genuinely appreciate every single one. Also, if you want to, comment what time it is for you and where in the world you're listening from. We love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It's amazing to know this community spans the globe. And of course, if you enjoy these stories, subscribing really helps us continue creating this content. Now, let's begin. There's a kind of courage that doesn't announce itself. It doesn't gather crowds or make speeches in the public square. It doesn't wear armor or carry banners. This courage appears in a moment, quiet, deliberate, and often unnoticed by history until much later, if at all. It's the courage of the person who sees something wrong and decides, against every instinct of self-preservation, to act. Tonight's story takes place in Jerusalem during one of the darkest periods in its history. The city is collapsing under the weight of its own corruption, divided leadership, and the looming threat of Babylon. Fear governs every decision. Silence is survival. And in the middle of this chaos, a man most people would never remember made a choice that saved a life. His name was Abed-Melek. He was a servant, a foreigner, a man with no power, no influence, and every reason to stay quiet. But he didn't. This is his story. Chapter 1. A City Under Judgment. Jerusalem in the late 7th century before the Common Era was a city living on borrowed time. The kingdom of Judah, once a powerful nation under kings like David and Solomon, had been reduced to a small territory surrounded by empires. To the north, the Assyrians had already obliterated the kingdom of Israel decades earlier. Now a new power had risen, Babylon, and it had set its sights on Jerusalem. The transformation had been gradual but devastating. Where once the kingdom stretched from the Mediterranean to the Jordan River, from Dan to Beersheba, now it was compressed into a fraction of that territory. The great cities of the north were gone, absorbed into the Assyrian Empire and then inherited by Babylon. The northern tribes had been scattered, their people assimilated into foreign lands, their identity dissolved. Only Judah remained, clinging to its capital, its temple, and its illusions of independence. King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon had already besieged the city once, years earlier. That siege had ended not with destruction, but with submission. Jerusalem had opened its gates. The king at that time, Jehoiakim, had been taken captive along with thousands of the city's elite, craftsmen, warriors, nobles, and priests. The temple treasury had been looted. Sacred vessels that had been used in worship for generations were carried off to Babylon as trophies. In Jehoiakim's place, Nebuchadnezzar installed his uncle, a man named Mattaniah, and renamed him Zedekiah. It was a symbolic gesture of ownership. The king of Judah no longer even controlled his own name. He ruled at Babylon's pleasure, a puppet whose strings could be cut at any moment. Zedekiah was weak, not cruel necessarily, but weak. He lacked the resolve to make hard decisions and the courage to stand by them once made. His court was full of advisors who each pulled him in different directions, and he lacked the strength to choose a path and commit to it. Some of his officials urged rebellion. They pointed to Egypt, the ancient rival of Babylon, and insisted that Pharaoh would come to their aid if they rose up. These were the hawks, the ones who saw submission as cowardice and believed that honor demanded resistance. They spoke of the glory days of David and Solomon, when Jerusalem was the center of a powerful kingdom, and they convinced themselves that those days could return if only they had faith and courage. Others counseled surrender. They argued that Babylon was too powerful, that Egypt was unreliable, and that continued resistance would only bring total destruction. These were the pragmatists, the ones who cared more about survival than pride. They remembered what had happened to the northern kingdom, how Assyria had wiped entire cities off the map, and they didn't want that fate for Jerusalem. Zedekiah wavered between both camps, paralyzed by indecision. He would nod along with the hawks one day and agree with the pragmatists the next. He made promises he didn't keep and changed his mind with every shift in political wind. His weakness created a vacuum of leadership, and into that vacuum rushed fear, corruption, and self-interest. The royal court became a snake pit. Officials schemed against each other, formed alliances that dissolved as quickly as they formed, and prioritized their own survival above everything else. No one trusted anyone. Every word was calculated. Every action was weighed against personal risk. Meanwhile, outside the palace walls, the people of Jerusalem went about their daily lives with a kind of desperate normalcy. The markets still opened each morning. Merchants spread their wares on blankets and wooden tables, selling grain and oil, pottery and cloth. The smell of fresh bread mixed with the dust of the streets. Children played in the narrow alleyways between stone houses. Women gathered at the wells to draw water and exchange news. Men worked their trades, carpenters and blacksmiths, weavers and leather workers, trying to maintain some sense of routine. But beneath the surface, everyone knew something terrible was coming. You could see it in the way people hoarded food, buying extra when they could afford it, storing it away in hidden places. You could hear it in the conversations that stopped abruptly when a stranger approached. You could feel it in the tension that hung over the city like a storm cloud that never broke. Mothers looked at their children and wondered if there would be enough food next month. Fathers repaired the walls of their homes and reinforced their doors, knowing it wouldn't be enough if Babylon came again. Elderly men and women who remembered better times spoke of the past with a mixture of nostalgia and grief, wondering if they would live to see the city destroyed. The temple still stood on its hill, dominating the skyline, but even that sacred place had become tainted by politics and corruption. The priests who served there were divided along the same lines as the officials in the king's court. Some supported rebellion, others urged surrender. Worship continued, but the rituals felt hollow, mechanical, like going through the motions of devotion without any real faith behind them. Into this environment of fear, division, and moral paralysis came a voice no one wanted to hear. His name was Jeremiah. He was from a small town called Anathoth, just a few miles north of Jerusalem. The son of a priest, Jeremiah had been called by God at a young age to be a prophet. It wasn't a calling he had wanted. In fact, when God first spoke to him, Jeremiah had protested, saying he was too young, too inexperienced, too uncertain of his own abilities. But God had insisted. And for decades now, Jeremiah had walked the streets of Jerusalem, delivering a message that grew more urgent with each passing year. Judah's rebellion was not just political, it was spiritual. The nation had turned away from God, embraced idolatry, exploited the poor and corrupted justice. And because of that, judgment was coming. Jerusalem would fall, the temple would be destroyed, the people would be taken into exile. It was a message no one wanted to accept. The officials dismissed him as a doomsayer. The priests accused him of blasphemy. How dare he suggest that God would allow his temple to be destroyed? The people mocked him, called him a traitor, accused him of being in league with Babylon. Jeremiah's message was especially hated by the hawks, the officials who were pushing for rebellion. To them, his calls for surrender to Babylon felt like treason. They argued that his prophecies weakened morale, undermined the soldiers' will to fight, and gave comfort to the enemy. In a city preparing for war, Jeremiah's words felt like sabotage. But Jeremiah wasn't pro-Babylon. He wasn't a defeatist or a coward. He was simply trying to tell the truth as God had revealed it to him. He knew that resistance was pointless, not because Babylon was militarily superior, though it was, but because Judah had already lost the only battle that mattered. They had abandoned God, and now they were facing the consequences. For years, Jeremiah had been tolerated, barely. He was an annoyance, a strange figure who wandered the streets wearing a yoke around his neck to symbolize the coming captivity, who sometimes smashed pottery in the temple courts to illustrate God's judgment, who spoke in metaphors and poetry that made people uncomfortable. But he had always been allowed to speak. The kings before Zedekiah had imprisoned him briefly, threatened him, even beat him. But they had never silenced him completely. That was about to change. The officials in Zedekiah's court had grown tired of Jeremiah's voice. They were planning a rebellion against Babylon, stockpiling weapons, negotiating with Egypt, preparing the city's defences. The last thing they needed was a prophet walking around telling everyone that resistance was futile and surrender was the only option. So they decided to get rid of him. Not publicly, not with a trial or an execution that would draw attention and possibly provoke unrest among the people who still respected Jeremiah as a prophet. Quietly, permanently, and in a way that would allow them to pretend they had nothing to do with it. Chapter 2. Jeremiah Silenced. The decision to get rid of Jeremiah wasn't made in a public trial or through any formal process. It was quieter than that, more insidious. A group of officials had been meeting privately, away from the king's chambers, in spaces where their conversations couldn't be overheard. These men had names: Shephatiah son of Matan, Gedaliah son of Pasha, Jukal son of Shelemiah, and Pasha son of Malchijah. But their names mattered less than what they represented. They were the establishment, the ones who had convinced themselves that they knew what was best for the kingdom, even if it meant silencing dissenting voices. They came from families that had held power for generations. Their fathers and grandfathers had served in the royal court. They owned land, controlled trade routes, had influence with the temple priesthood. They were educated, wealthy, and certain of their own righteousness. And they saw Jeremiah as a threat that needed to be eliminated. The problem from their perspective was simple. Jeremiah's prophecies were undermining their plans. They had been working for months to prepare for a rebellion against Babylon. They had sent secret envoys to Egypt, negotiating promises of military support. They had been stockpiling weapons, fortifying the city walls, training soldiers. Everything was in place for one final attempt to break free from Babylonian control. But Jeremiah kept telling anyone who would listen that rebellion was doomed, that Babylon would crush them, that the only way to survive was to surrender. From a purely military standpoint, the officials might have dismissed him as an old fool, out of touch with reality. But the problem was that some people still listened to Jeremiah. Not the majority, perhaps, but enough. Soldiers heard his words and began to doubt whether the fight was worth it. Citizens who might have supported the rebellion started to waver. In the minds of these officials, Jeremiah wasn't just wrong. He was dangerous. His words were weakening morale. His prophecies were giving aid and comfort to the enemy. In a time of war, or preparations for war, that was treason, so they decided to act. They went to King Zedekiah as a united group, presenting a formal complaint. Their argument was carefully constructed, designed to appeal to the king's fears while giving him political cover for whatever happened next. This man should be put to death, they said, standing before the king in his chamber. He is discouraging the soldiers who are left in this city, as well as all the people, by the things he is saying to them. This man is not seeking the good of these people, but their ruin. It was a clever accusation. They weren't attacking Jeremiah's message directly. They weren't engaging with his prophecies or trying to prove him wrong. Instead, they were framing the issue in terms of public safety and national security. Jeremiah's words, regardless of whether they were true or false, were having a negative effect on the city's ability to defend itself. Therefore, he needed to be stopped. Zedekiah listened to their argument. He had heard it all before, of course. This wasn't the first time officials had complained about Jeremiah. Over the years, the prophet had been arrested, beaten, put in stocks, imprisoned in dungeons. But he had always been released eventually. Previous kings had been reluctant to actually kill a prophet, even one as inconvenient as Jeremiah. But Zedekiah was not a strong king. He didn't have the moral courage to stand up to his advisors when they presented a united front. He didn't have the political capital to protect an unpopular prophet against the will of his own officials, and so, in a moment of weakness that would haunt him for the rest of his life, he made a choice. "He is in your hands," Zedekiah said. His voice was flat, emotionless. "The king can do nothing to oppose you." It was a coward's response. Zedekiah was granting permission for injustice while pretending he had no power to prevent it. He was washing his hands of the matter, making himself complicit in Jeremiah's death, while maintaining the fiction that he had no control over what happened next. The officials didn't waste time. They had the permission they needed, and they moved quickly before the king could change his mind, or before anyone could raise an objection. They went to the courtyard of the guard, where Jeremiah was being held under a kind of loose house arrest. He wasn't in chains, but he wasn't free to leave either. The courtyard was part of the palace complex, a walled area where prisoners of a certain status were kept, people who weren't common criminals but who needed to be controlled. When the officials arrived, Jeremiah was sitting in the shade of a wall, his face weathered and tired. He had been a prophet for more than 40 years by this point. He had spent decades delivering messages no one wanted to hear, enduring mockery and persecution and imprisonment. He was exhausted, physically and emotionally, but he had never stopped speaking the truth as God had given it to him. The officials didn't explain what they were doing. They simply grabbed him, pulled him to his feet, and dragged him toward a cistern in the corner of the courtyard. Cisterns were common in Jerusalem. The city was built on a hill, and water supply was always a concern, especially during a siege. So people dug deep pits into the limestone bedrock, lining them with plaster to make them watertight, and used them to collect rainwater during the wet season. This particular cistern, however, had no water in it, only mud. Thick, heavy mud that had accumulated at the bottom over months or years. It was the kind of mud that clung to everything, that made it impossible to move, that could suffocate someone slowly if they sank deep enough into it. It was, in other words, the perfect place to make someone disappear without technically executing them. The officials tied ropes around Jeremiah's body and lowered him into the cistern. He didn't fight them. What would have been the point? He was an old man, unarmed, surrounded by guards and officials who had the authority of the king, or at least the king's permission, behind them. As he was lowered down, the darkness of the pit swallowed him. The opening above grew smaller, a circle of light that receded as he descended. The air was damp and foul. The walls were slick with moisture and moss, and then his feet touched the mud. It wasn't solid. It gave way beneath his weight and he began to sink. Slowly at first, then faster. The mud came up to his ankles, then his knees, then his thighs. He tried to move, but every movement only made him sink deeper. The mud was cold and heavy, pressing against his body, making it hard to breathe. Above him, the officials untied the ropes and pulled them back up. The last thing Jeremiah saw before the darkness became complete was their faces looking down at him from the mouth of the cistern, expressionless, businesslike, already moving on to their next task. Then they walked away. They didn't post a guard. They didn't seal the cistern. They simply left him there. Because they knew that the mud would do the work for them. Jeremiah would sink deeper over time. He would exhaust himself trying to move. He would suffocate slowly as the mud pressed against his chest, making it harder and harder to draw breath. And when he finally died, it would be from natural causes: starvation, exhaustion, exposure. The officials could claim they had simply imprisoned him, not executed him. Their hands would be clean, or so they thought. Jeremiah, alone in the darkness, pressed into the cold mud of the pit, didn't call out. He didn't curse his captors or cry out to God in anger. He had been in situations like this before, though never quite this desperate. He had survived beatings, stocks, dungeons. He had learned, over 40 years of prophetic ministry, that his survival was not up to him. God had called him to speak. God had sustained him this long. If God wanted him to die in this pit, then that was God's choice. But if God wanted him to live, then someone, somehow, would come. And so Jeremiah waited in the darkness, sinking slowly into the mud, and prayed for deliverance, or for the strength to endure whatever came next. Above ground, the city continued on as if nothing had happened. The officials returned to their meetings, discussing strategies for rebellion and negotiating with foreign powers. The soldiers drilled in the courtyards, preparing for a siege that might never be winnable. The priests carried on with their rituals in the temple, offering sacrifices and reciting prayers that had become empty of meaning. King Zedekiah sat on his throne, troubled by what he had allowed to happen, but too weak to do anything about it. And the people of Jerusalem, merchants and farmers, craftsmen and servants, mothers and children, went about their daily lives, unaware that a prophet was dying slowly in a pit just yards away from where they walked. Life in Jerusalem went on, but one man had heard what had been done, and he couldn't let it stand. Chapter 3. Abed-Melek, the Outsider. Abed-Melek was not someone you would expect to be a hero. His name in Hebrew literally means servant of the king, a title more than a personal name, which tells you something about his status. He was a eunuch, a court official who served in the royal household. More importantly, he was a Cushite, a foreigner from the region south of Egypt, in what is now Sudan or Ethiopia. In other words, Abed-Melek was an outsider in every sense that mattered. He wasn't Jewish. He didn't worship in the temple. He wasn't part of the priestly class or the noble families that had run Jerusalem for generations. He had no inheritance in the land, no family connections to leverage, no tribal affiliation to protect him. He was, by birth and by position, someone who existed on the margins of society. Eunuchs in the ancient world occupied a strange social space. They served in royal courts precisely because their condition made them no threat to the king's dynasty. They could have no sons to compete for the throne, no family ambitions to pursue. This made them trustworthy in the eyes of rulers, valuable as administrators and confidants. But it also meant they were fundamentally alone. They had no lineage behind them and none ahead, no brothers to stand with them in conflict, no sons to carry on their name. They existed in service to others, their entire identity bound up in their role rather than their personhood. And as a Cushite, Abed-Melek carried the additional burden of being racially and culturally distinct from everyone around him. His skin was darker, his accent was different. The way he dressed, the food he ate, the languages he spoke, all marked him as foreign. In a city where identity was tied to covenant, to ancestry, to belonging to the people of Israel, Abed-Melek was always and forever an outsider. He had likely come to Jerusalem years earlier, possibly as part of a diplomatic exchange, or as a gift from a Cushite kingdom to the court of Judah. How he had ended up as a servant in the royal household we don't know. But somehow he had carved out a place for himself in a world that had no obligation to accept him. He would have learned to be careful, to watch and listen, to understand the shifting dynamics of court politics without getting caught up in them, to serve faithfully without drawing too much attention to himself. Survival, for someone in his position, meant staying invisible most of the time. But there was something in Abed-Melek that couldn't stay silent when he heard what had been done to Jeremiah. Maybe it was because he had heard the prophet speak before. Jeremiah's messages were public, delivered in the temple courts and the city gates, places where anyone could listen. And Abed-Melek, working in the palace, would have had reason to be in those areas regularly. He would have heard Jeremiah's warnings about corruption, about exploiting the vulnerable, about turning away from justice and truth. Perhaps those words had resonated with him in a way they hadn't resonated with the officials and priests who considered themselves the rightful inheritors of God's promises. Perhaps, as someone who had experienced marginalization himself, Abed-Melek recognized the truth in Jeremiah's accusations, that power corrupts, that privilege blinds, that those who should be protecting the weak often become their oppressors instead. Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe Abed-Melek had just lived long enough as an outsider to have developed a sharper moral compass than those who had always held power. When you've spent your life on the margins, when you've seen how systems protect the powerful and abandon the vulnerable, you develop an instinct for injustice. You recognize it when you see it, even when everyone else is pretending it's justified. Whatever the reason, when Abed-Melek heard that Jeremiah had been thrown into a cistern and left to die, he knew it was wrong. Not just politically unwise, not just strategically foolish, wrong. An evil act wrapped in the language of necessity. Murder disguised as imprisonment, and he couldn't let it stand. Now think about what that decision meant for him. Abed-Melek had no power. He wasn't one of the king's advisors. He wasn't a military commander or a wealthy landowner or a respected priest. He was a servant. His job was to do what he was told, to serve the royal household without question, to stay out of the way when important matters were being decided. Challenging the officials who had imprisoned Jeremiah would be dangerous. These were men who had just demonstrated their willingness to eliminate someone they saw as a threat. If they could do that to a prophet, someone who theoretically had God's protection, what would stop them from doing it to a foreign servant who had no one to defend him? Abed-Melek could have told himself that it wasn't his place to get involved, that he was just a servant, with no authority to question the decisions of his superiors, that speaking up would only put his own life at risk without actually changing anything. He could have convinced himself that Jeremiah's fate was God's problem to solve, not his, that if God wanted the prophet saved, God would save him without needing help from a Cushite eunuch who barely belonged in Jerusalem in the first place. He could have stayed silent, kept his head down, focused on his own survival. No one would have blamed him. No one would have even known he had a choice. But Abed-Melek chose differently. He chose to act. Chapter 4. A dangerous decision. Going to the king was not a simple matter. In the hierarchical structure of ancient royal courts, access to the king was carefully controlled. You didn't just walk up to the monarch and start talking. There were protocols, gatekeepers, layers of bureaucracy designed to protect the king from being bothered by every servant or citizen who had a complaint or petition. Abed-Melek would have had to navigate all of that. He would have had to find the right moment, approach the right people, make it clear that what he had to say was urgent enough to warrant the king's attention, and he would have known every step of the way that he was putting himself in danger. The officials who had imprisoned Jeremiah were powerful men. They had the king's ear, or at least they had convinced the king to give them permission to do what they wanted. They had already demonstrated their willingness to eliminate anyone they saw as a threat to their plans. If Abed-Melek challenged them publicly, if he accused them of wrongdoing in front of the king, he could easily become their next target. After all, what was the life of a foreign servant compared to the strategic calculations of the kingdom's leadership? If they could justify killing a prophet in the name of national security, they could certainly justify silencing a eunuch who was causing trouble. But Abed-Melek didn't let fear stop him. He learned that King Zedekiah was sitting at the Benjamin Gate, one of the main entrances to the city, a place where the king would sometimes hold court and hear petitions from the people. It was a public space, which meant that whatever Abed-Melek said would be heard by others. There would be witnesses. There would be no taking it back, no pretending the conversation never happened. This was both good and bad. Good because it meant the king couldn't simply ignore him or have him quietly arrested without anyone knowing. Bad because it meant that the officials who had imprisoned Jeremiah would hear about this confrontation almost immediately, and they would not be pleased. Abed-Melek approached the gate. Guards were posted there, watching the comings and goings of people entering and leaving the city. Officials and petitioners milled about, waiting for their chance to speak to the king or conducting their own business. Zedekiah sat in a chair under a canopy that provided shade from the sun. He looked tired. The weight of his impossible position, puppet king of a vassal state, torn between competing factions, knowing that no matter what he did, someone would be angry, showed in the lines of his face and the slump of his shoulders. Abed-Melek waited for the right moment. He watched the flow of people approaching the king, gauged when there might be a break in the proceedings. He couldn't afford to be dismissed as just another servant with a minor complaint. He needed the king to actually listen. Finally, his moment came. He stepped forward, moving through the crowd with a confidence he probably didn't feel. The guards let him pass. He was a court official, after all, recognized as someone who worked in the royal household. He approached the king's seat and bowed, showing the proper respect. Zedekiah looked up, mildly curious. This wasn't a scheduled appointment. Abed-Melek wasn't on the list of people who were supposed to speak to him that day, but the king had learned, over years of political maneuvering, that sometimes the most important information came from unexpected sources. "My lord the king," Abed-Melek began, his voice steady despite the hammering of his heart. He didn't shout, he didn't accuse, he didn't make a grand speech about justice and righteousness. Instead, he spoke plainly, directly, and with the kind of moral clarity that cuts through political maneuvering like a knife through cloth. These men have acted wickedly in all they have done to Jeremiah the prophet. They have thrown him into a cistern where he will starve to death when there is no longer any bread in the city." It was a simple statement of fact, but it was also an indictment. Abed-Melek wasn't just pointing out that Jeremiah had been imprisoned. He was making it absolutely clear that this was murder, that the officials had taken it upon themselves to execute a man without trial, without due process, without the king's explicit order. The phrase "starve to death" was particularly pointed. By the time Jeremiah actually died of starvation, assuming he didn't suffocate in the mud first, the city would be under siege, supplies would be running low, everyone would be hungry, and they could all pretend that Jeremiah had simply died of the same famine that was afflicting everyone else, rather than being deliberately murdered by being thrown into a pit. It was a clever way to kill someone while maintaining plausible deniability, and Abed-Melek was calling it out for what it was. More than that, he was putting the responsibility for what happened next squarely on Zedekiah's shoulders. The king could not claim ignorance now. He could not say he didn't know what the officials had done. A member of his own household had just told him, in public in front of witnesses, that a prophet was dying in a cistern and that the men responsible had acted wickedly. If Zedekiah did nothing, he would be complicit in Jeremiah's murder. The blood would be on his hands. For a moment, no one spoke. The people who had been milling around the gate grew quiet, sensing that something significant was happening. The guards shifted uncomfortably, unsure if they should intervene but not yet seeing any clear reason to do so. The officials who were present, not the ones who had imprisoned Jeremiah, but others who had been waiting to speak to the king, watched with a mixture of curiosity and calculation, already thinking about how this development might affect their own positions. Zedekiah looked at Abed-Melek, really looked at him perhaps for the first time, saw a foreign servant who had no obligation to care about the fate of a Jewish prophet, saw a man with no power, no protection, no reason to risk his own life by speaking up. And yet here he was, speaking up anyway. The king's expression shifted. Maybe it was shame. Maybe it was respect. Maybe it was just the sudden realization that he had allowed something terrible to happen because he was too weak to stand up to his advisors. Whatever it was, something inside Zedekiah responded to Abed-Melek's courage. And in a moment that no one could have predicted, the king made a different choice than the one he had made just hours or days earlier when he had given the officials permission to imprison Jeremiah. He decided to do the right thing. Chapter 5. Permission granted. Zedekiah surprised everyone. "Take 30 men from here with you," he told Abed-Melek, his voice firmer than it had been in a long time, "and lift Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies." 30 men. That was significant. Abed-Melek had only asked for permission to rescue Jeremiah. He hadn't specified how many people he would need, but Zedekiah, perhaps in a rare moment of political shrewdness, was giving him enough manpower to make a statement. 30 men meant this wasn't a secret operation. It wasn't something that could be undone or covered up later. With 30 witnesses, word would spread throughout the palace and the city. The officials who had imprisoned Jeremiah would have to accept that their decision had been overruled. They might still be angry, but they would be less likely to retaliate against Abed-Melek if the rescue was carried out with the king's full authority and in front of dozens of witnesses. It was, in its own way, a form of protection. Zedekiah was weak, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that by giving Abed-Melek 30 men, he was making it harder for the officials to punish the servant for doing what the king had authorized. Abed-Melek bowed and accepted the order. He didn't waste time celebrating or thanking the king profusely. Every moment that passed was another moment that Jeremiah was sinking deeper into the mud, losing strength, possibly dying. He gathered the men quickly. Some were guards, others were servants like himself. A few were workers from the palace grounds. The important thing was that they were there, ready to help and operating under the direct authority of the king. But here's where something remarkable happens, something that reveals the kind of person Abed-Melek truly was. He didn't just rush to the cistern and start pulling Jeremiah out. He didn't let urgency override thoughtfulness. Instead, he took the time to prepare properly. He went to the palace storeroom first. This was a space where old materials were kept, things that were no longer useful for their original purpose, but hadn't been thrown away yet. Worn-out clothing, torn fabric, rags that had been used for cleaning and then set aside. Abed-Melek gathered armfuls of these materials, old rags, worn-out clothes, anything that was soft and could provide padding. Then he took ropes, strong ones, the kind used for hauling water or lifting heavy loads, and brought everything to the cistern. By this time, word had spread. People were starting to gather. Servants and guards who had heard about the confrontation at the Benjamin Gate. Citizens who had seen the group of 30 men moving through the palace complex with purpose. Even some of the officials who had been in Zedekiah's court, curious about what was happening. The cistern was in the courtyard of the guard, a space that had suddenly become very public. Abed-Melek ignored the onlookers. He focused on the task at hand. When he reached the edge of the cistern and looked down, he could barely see Jeremiah in the darkness below. The prophet was still alive, but barely. He had sunk deep into the mud, which was now up to his chest. His face was pale, covered in grime. His breathing was laboured. "Jeremiah," Abed-Melek called down, "we're going to get you out, but I need you to do exactly as I say." His voice was calm, authoritative. This was a rescue operation, and it needed to be done carefully. If they just threw a rope down and tried to pull Jeremiah up by his arms or around his torso, they could injure him. The rope could cut into his skin. His joints could be wrenched. He was already weakened by exposure and lack of food. A careless rescue could cause as much harm as the imprisonment itself. So Abed-Melek explained what he wanted Jeremiah to do. "I'm going to lower rags and old clothes down to you," he said. "Put them under your arms, around your torso, anywhere the rope will touch your body. Pad yourself as much as you can. Then I'll lower the ropes and we'll pull you up slowly." It was a brilliant solution. The cloth would act as cushioning, protecting Jeremiah's body from the ropes and distributing the pressure more evenly. It would make the process safer and less painful. Abed-Melek lowered the bundle of cloth first. Jeremiah, exhausted and barely able to move in the thick mud, did his best to follow the instructions. He stuffed the rags under his arms, wrapped pieces of cloth around his torso, created as much padding as he could manage. Then Abed-Melek lowered the ropes. The men positioned themselves around the cistern, taking hold of the ropes, ready to pull in a coordinated effort. They couldn't just yank on the ropes. They needed to pull steadily, evenly, giving Jeremiah time to be lifted out of the sucking mud without being injured in the process. "Ready?" Abed-Melek asked the men. They nodded. "Pull slowly." Chapter 6. The Rescue. They pulled. The ropes went taut. There was resistance at first. The mud didn't want to let go of its victim. It clung to Jeremiah's body, sucking at his legs, his torso, trying to pull him back down. But the men were strong, and there were 30 of them. Slowly, inch by inch, Jeremiah began to rise. The mud released him gradually, reluctantly. First his legs became visible, covered in thick, dark sludge. Then his torso, wrapped in the rags and old clothes that Abed-Melek had so carefully provided. Then his arms. The men pulled steadily, pacing themselves. This wasn't a race. This was a careful extraction of a man who had been through an ordeal, and whose body was fragile after days in a pit. Abed-Melek supervised the whole operation, watching the ropes, watching Jeremiah, making sure nothing went wrong. He called out instructions when necessary. Steady now, keep it even, not too fast, coordinating the effort like a conductor leading an orchestra. And finally, after what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes, Jeremiah emerged from the cistern. They laid him on the ground gently. He was covered in mud, exhausted, barely able to speak. But he was alive. For a moment everyone just stood there, everyone just looking at the prophet they had pulled from what should have been his grave. Some of the onlookers were silent, perhaps ashamed that they had allowed this to happen in the first place. Others murmured prayers of thanks. A few of the men who had helped with the rescue clapped each other on the back, relieved that they had succeeded. Abed-Melek knelt beside Jeremiah. He didn't make a speech. He didn't announce to everyone present that he had saved the prophet's life. He simply helped Jeremiah sit up, made sure he could breathe properly, and asked if he was injured. Jeremiah shook his head weakly. He was battered, exhausted, traumatized by the experience, but he had no major injuries. The padding had worked. The careful, methodical rescue had prevented additional harm. Water was brought. Someone found a clean cloth to wipe the mud from Jeremiah's face. The prophet drank slowly, his throat raw from thirst and from breathing the damp, foul air of the cistern. When he could finally speak, Jeremiah looked at Abed-Melek. Their eyes met. The prophet's gaze was full of gratitude, but also something else. Recognition, perhaps. An acknowledgement that this foreign servant had done what no one else in Jerusalem had been willing to do. "Thank you," Jeremiah said. His voice was barely a whisper, but it carried more weight than any of the speeches he had delivered in the temple courts. Abed-Melek just nodded. He didn't need thanks. He had done what needed to be done. By the king's order, Jeremiah was taken to the courtyard of the guard, the same place he had been held before, but now with explicit instructions that he was to be protected and cared for. He was still technically a prisoner, still not free to leave or continue his public prophecies. But he was alive, he had food, he had water, he was safe from the officials who had tried to kill him. It was a compromise, typical of Zedekiah's weak leadership. The king had saved Jeremiah's life to ease his conscience, and to respond to Abed-Melek's moral courage, but he hadn't released the prophet or punished the officials who had tried to murder him. He had found a middle ground that satisfied no one and solved nothing. But for Abed-Melek it was enough. He hadn't set out to reform the entire political system of Judah. He hadn't been trying to change the king's character or force the officials to face justice for their corruption. He had simply been trying to save one man's life, and he had succeeded. The crowd dispersed gradually. The guards returned to their posts. The servants went back to their duties. Life in the palace complex returned to normal, or as normal as anything could be in a city waiting for destruction. Abed-Melek, the Cushite servant who had risked everything to speak truth to power, returned to his own duties as well. He didn't receive a promotion. He wasn't honoured or celebrated. His name didn't become famous throughout Jerusalem. He had acted not for recognition or reward, but because it was the right thing to do. And in a city where everyone else had chosen silence or self-interest or political calculation, that made him extraordinary. But the story wasn't over, because consequences were still coming. For Jerusalem, for Judah, for everyone who lived in that city, whether they were powerful officials or foreign servants or prophets who spoke uncomfortable truths, judgment was still approaching, and nothing, not even one man's courage, could stop it. Chapter 7. Consequences still come. Jeremiah's rescue didn't change the course of history. Babylon still came. King Zedekiah, unable to make a firm decision, eventually did try to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar. It was a disastrous choice. The Babylonian army laid siege to Jerusalem, cutting off food and supplies. The city starved. When the walls were finally breached, Zedekiah tried to flee under cover of darkness. He was captured near Jericho and brought before Nebuchadnezzar. The Babylonian king forced Zedekiah to watch as his sons were executed. Then they gouged out his eyes, chained him, and took him to Babylon, where he would die in captivity. Jerusalem was destroyed. The temple, the center of Jewish worship, the symbol of God's presence among his people, was burned to the ground. The city walls were torn down. Most of the population was either killed or taken into exile. Everything Jeremiah had warned about came to pass. Faith does not prevent suffering. It does not guarantee safety or comfort or earthly reward. But it does shape how we respond to suffering, and it does matter, even when the consequences seem inevitable. Abed-Melek had saved one life in a city that was about to lose thousands. In the scope of history, it might seem like a small thing. But it wasn't small to Jeremiah, and it wasn't small to God. Chapter 8. A promise remembered. Before the fall of Jerusalem, God spoke to Abed-Melek through Jeremiah. It's recorded in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 39. After the city had fallen and chaos reigned, Jeremiah was given a message specifically for the Cushite servant who had saved his life. "Go and tell Abed-Melek the Cushite," God said, This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I am about to fulfill my words against this city, words concerning disaster, not prosperity. At that time they will be fulfilled before your eyes. But I will rescue you on that day, declares the Lord. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. I will save you. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life, because you trust in me, declares the Lord. Read that again. God didn't promise Abed-Melek wealth. He didn't promise him power or recognition or a place in history. He promised him survival, safety, life. And he said it was because Abed-Melek trusted in him. Think about what that means. Abed-Melek's act of courage, approaching the king, speaking up for a prophet, risking his own safety, was an act of faith. He trusted that doing the right thing mattered, even when it was dangerous, even when it seemed futile, even when no one else was willing to act. And God saw it. In a city full of officials who were corrupt, a king who was weak, and a population that had turned away from justice, one man stood out. A foreigner, a servant, a man with no power except the power to choose, and his choice was remembered. Epilogue. The faith that intervened. Abed-Melek's name appears only briefly in the Bible, a few verses in Jeremiah chapter 38 and 39. If you weren't paying attention, you might miss him entirely. He wasn't a prophet like Jeremiah. He didn't perform miracles. He didn't lead armies or write scriptures or found movements. He was just a man who saw injustice and couldn't stay silent. And yet, his faith saved a life. More than that, it preserved the voice of a prophet who would go on to speak some of the most important words in Scripture. Jeremiah's writings would survive the fall of Jerusalem. His prophecies would be read for thousands of years. His call to repentance, justice, and faithfulness would echo through history. And none of that would have happened if Abed-Melek had stayed quiet. That's the thing about courage. We don't always know what our actions will lead to. We don't always see the full consequences of our choices. Sometimes all we can do is take the next right step, trusting that it matters even if we never see the results. Abed-Melek didn't save Jerusalem. He didn't stop the Babylonian invasion. He didn't prevent the exile, but he saved one man. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's everything. There are moments in life when the world seems to be crumbling, when corruption and fear and apathy dominate every system, when speaking up feels pointless because you're just one person with no power, no influence, and no guarantee that anything you do will make a difference. Those are the moments when faith becomes most important. Not faith that everything will turn out fine. Not faith that your courage will be rewarded with success or safety or recognition. But faith that doing the right thing matters. That justice is worth pursuing even when it's costly. That one voice, speaking in the right moment, can change everything for at least one person. Abed-Melek didn't know that his name would be remembered in Scripture. He didn't know that thousands of years later people would still be talking about what he did. He just knew that a man was dying in a pit, and he couldn't let that stand. And so he spoke, and God saw, and a life was saved. That's the kind of faith that intervenes, the kind that doesn't wait for perfect conditions or guaranteed outcomes, the kind that acts because silence is not an option, the kind that trusts, even in the darkest moments, that courage matters, because sometimes the most important thing we can do is simply refuse to be silent when everyone else has chosen fear. Abed-Melek was a servant, a foreigner, a man with no power. But when it mattered most, he was the one person in all of Jerusalem who had the courage to speak. And because of that, a prophet lived, a voice was preserved, and a story of faith, quiet, humble, and unshakable, was written into history. Closing reflection. Not every act of faith changes the world, but every act of faith changes something. Abed-Melek didn't stop a war. He didn't prevent a tragedy. He didn't save a city. He saved one man. And in doing so, he demonstrated a truth that echoes through every generation. That courage doesn't always look like power. That faith doesn't always look like victory. And that sometimes the most important thing we can do is simply act. when everyone else has chosen to look away. God sees the faith that intervenes. He remembers the ones who speak when silence would be safer. And he keeps his promises to those who trust him, even when the world is falling apart around them. Abed-Melek is proof of that, a forgotten servant who became an unforgettable example of what it means to act in faith, to speak when no one else will, to intervene when injustice demands it, to trust that doing the right thing matters, even when the outcome is uncertain. Because in the end, that's what courage is, not the absence of fear. But the refusal to let fear have the final word. Abed-Melek refused to be silent, and because of that, the voice of a prophet survived. The faith that intervenes doesn't need to be loud. It just needs to be willing to act. That's the lesson of Abed-Melek. That's the story worth remembering. And perhaps if we're paying attention, it's the kind of faith we're all called to embody. One act of courage at a time. Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whether it was filled with joy or challenges, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling down for the evening, or perhaps finding a quiet moment in the middle of your day? Wherever you are listening from, know that you are part of our global community of souls, seeking peace and spiritual connection. If this is your first time joining us, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. We're here to bring you stories that nourish the spirit and calm the mind. Tonight, we journey to ancient Judah, to a time when God called a young man named Jeremiah to carry a message of both warning and hope. This is a story about divine calling, about being reshaped by loving hands, and about finding purpose even in the midst of struggle. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let us begin. In the 13th year of King Josiah's reign over the kingdom of Judah, when the morning mist still clung to the hills of Anathoth, a young man named Jeremiah sat beneath the shade of an ancient olive tree. The leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze, and somewhere in that whisper something stirred within his heart. Something he couldn't yet name, but could feel as surely as the warm earth beneath his feet. Jeremiah was not like the other young men of his village. While they spoke boldly of their plans and dreams, he preferred the quiet company of his thoughts. While they gathered in the marketplace to debate and jest, he found himself drawn to solitary places where he could listen to the deeper rhythms of life. His father, Hilkiah, was a priest, and perhaps that was why Jeremiah felt such a natural pull toward the sacred, toward the spaces where heaven seemed to touch earth. On this particular morning, as the sun climbed higher and cast dancing shadows through the olive branches, Jeremiah felt that familiar stirring grow stronger. It was as if someone were calling his name from a great distance, though he heard no voice with his ears. The sensation was both thrilling and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a vast ocean, knowing you were meant to step in but uncertain of your ability to swim. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken directly into his ear, came the words that would change everything. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Jeremiah's heart raced. He looked around, half expecting to see someone standing nearby, but he was alone with only the olive tree and the endless blue sky as witnesses. The voice came again, gentle yet unmistakable. Jeremiah, I have called you to be my messenger. The young man's immediate response was one of panic. Sovereign Lord, he whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself. I don't know how to speak. I am too young. Who would listen to me? I am nobody special, just a priest's son from a small village. Surely you have made a mistake. But the presence that surrounded him was filled with such love and certainty that his fears began to quiet. Do not say you are too young, came the gentle correction. You must go to everyone I send you to and say whatever I command you. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you and will rescue you. In that moment, Jeremiah felt something touch his lips. Not a physical touch, but something deeper, more real than anything he had ever experienced. I have put my words in your mouth, the voice continued. See, Today I appoint you over nations and kingdoms to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant." As the presence gradually faded, leaving only the normal sounds of morning, birds singing, leaves rustling, the distant lowing of cattle, Jeremiah remained sitting beneath the olive tree, stunned by what had just occurred. His life had been ordinary just moments before, and now he was being called to something extraordinary. The weight of it should have crushed him, but instead he felt a strange peace settling over his spirit. He didn't yet understand what lay ahead, couldn't foresee the years of rejection and persecution that awaited him, or the deep wells of sorrow he would have to draw from. He only knew that the God of his fathers had spoken to him, had chosen him for a purpose that was both terrible and wonderful. And though he trembled at the thought of it, something deep within him whispered back, "Yes, Lord, I will go." Months passed after Jeremiah's calling, and he found himself struggling with the enormity of his task. The messages that came to him were not easy ones. Words of warning about the spiritual condition of Judah, prophecies of coming judgment if the people didn't turn back to their God. How could he, a young man with no credentials or authority, stand before the elders and priests and kings with such heavy words? One morning, as Jeremiah prayed in the quiet of his chamber, seeking guidance for this impossible mission, he heard the familiar voice of the Lord speaking to him once again. "Go down to the potter's house, and there I will give you my message." Jeremiah had passed by the potter's house countless times in his life, but had never paid it much attention. It was a humble building on the outskirts of the village, marked by the constant sound of the spinning wheel and the earthy smell of wet clay. As he approached that day, however, he felt a sense of anticipation, as if he were about to witness something profound. The potter was an elderly man named Malachi, whose hands bore the calluses and clay stains of decades spent at his craft. His hair was white as wool, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of someone who had spent his life creating beauty from formless earth. When Jeremiah arrived, Malachi looked up from his wheel and smiled, as if he'd been expecting him. "Shalom, young prophet," Malachi said, his voice warm with genuine kindness. "Please sit and watch. I have work to do." Jeremiah settled himself on a wooden stool in the corner of the workshop, fascinated despite himself. He had never really watched a potter at work before, had never paid attention to the intricate process of creation that happened in this simple space. The wheel began to turn, and Malachi placed a lump of clay in the centre, his hands moving with practiced precision. At first the clay seemed to resist, wobbling and threatening to collapse. But Malachi's hands were steady and sure, applying just the right amount of pressure, guiding the clay upward into the beginning of what would become a vessel. Jeremiah watched in wonder as the formless lump slowly took shape, a wide base, curving sides, the promise of something beautiful and functional. But then something went wrong. Perhaps there was a stone in the clay, or a dry patch that wouldn't bend. The emerging vessel began to collapse, its sides caving in despite the potter's careful ministrations. Jeremiah expected to see frustration on Malachi's face, perhaps anger at the ruined work. Instead, the old man simply smiled and pressed the clay back into a lump ready to begin again. "The clay has its own nature," Malachi explained, his hands already starting to reshape the material. "Sometimes it has hard spots, or air bubbles, or impurities that make it difficult to work with. But clay is forgiving. It can always be reformed, reshaped, made into something new." As Jeremiah watched, the potter began again, this time working the clay more thoroughly, removing the impurities that had caused the first attempt to fail. Slowly, patiently, lovingly, a new vessel began to emerge, different from the first but no less beautiful. In fact, this second creation seemed to have a character all its own, shaped by the very challenges that had destroyed its predecessor. It was then that Jeremiah heard the voice of the Lord speaking to him, as clear as if someone were standing beside him. "Can I not do with you, Israel, as this potter does? Like clay in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand." The words hit Jeremiah like a revelation. He understood now why he had been sent to this place, why he needed to witness this simple yet profound act of creation. The people of Judah were like clay in God's hands, sometimes stubborn, sometimes marred by the impurities of sin and rebellion. But God was not a harsh taskmaster who would discard them when they failed to take shape properly. He was like Malachi, patient and loving, willing to reshape them again and again until they became the vessels he had always intended them to be. "The message I want you to carry," the Lord continued, "is not just one of judgment, but of hope. Yes, I must sometimes tear down what is corrupt and broken, but I tear down in order to build up again, in order to create something better and more beautiful than before." Jeremiah felt tears welling up in his eyes as he watched the potter's hands continue their gentle work. Here was a picture of God's character that he had never fully grasped before. Not the angry judge he had sometimes imagined, but the patient artist who sees potential in every lump of clay, who never gives up on his creation, who can bring beauty from the most unlikely materials. "Thank you," he whispered to Malachi as he prepared to leave. The old potter looked up from his work and smiled. "The clay thanks the potter by yielding to his hands," Malachi replied. "Perhaps that is all any of us can do, yield to the hands that know how to shape us into something beautiful." As Jeremiah walked home through the narrow streets of his village, he felt a new understanding of his calling beginning to take root in his heart. He was not just a bearer of bad news, but a messenger of hope. The God who had called him was not a destroyer but a creator, not a tyrant but a loving craftsman who would never abandon his work. The words came to him then, the message he would carry to the people of Judah. "If at any time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be uprooted, torn down and destroyed, and if that nation I warned repents of its evil, then I will relent and not inflict on it the disaster I had planned. And if at another time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be built up and planted, and if it does evil in my sight and does not obey me, then I will reconsider the good I had intended to do for it." It was a message of both warning and promise, of judgment and mercy intertwined. Like the potter's hands, God's discipline was always aimed at restoration, always working toward the creation of something more beautiful than before. Armed with this new understanding, Jeremiah began his prophetic ministry in earnest. But if he had hoped that his message of God's love and patience would be readily received, he was quickly disillusioned. The people of Judah, from the poorest peasant to the most powerful priest, seemed determined to resist the very hands that were trying to reshape them. His first major public appearance came during the reign of King Jehoiakim, Josiah's son, who had turned away from his father's reforms and allowed idolatry to flourish once again throughout the land. Jeremiah stood in the temple courts, his voice carrying across the stone courtyard as he delivered the message God had given him. "This is what the Lord says," he proclaimed, his young voice growing stronger with each word. "Reform your ways and your actions, and I will let you live in this place. Do not trust in deceptive words and say, 'This is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord.' If you really change your ways and your actions and deal with each other justly, if you do not oppress the foreigner, the fatherless or the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, and if you do not follow other gods to your own harm, then I will let you live in this place in the land I gave your ancestors for ever and ever." The reaction was immediate and hostile. The priests, who had grown comfortable with their compromises and political alliances, saw Jeremiah's words as a direct threat to their authority. The wealthy merchants and nobles who had prospered by exploiting the poor and forming partnerships with pagan nations heard his call for justice as an attack on their way of life. "Who does this young man think he is?" they muttered among themselves. "He speaks of judgment and destruction like some kind of doomsday prophet. Where is his authority? Where are his credentials?" But Jeremiah continued, his heart breaking even as he spoke the words God had given him. He could see the spiritual adultery that had infected his beloved nation, the way they had turned from the God who had delivered them from Egypt and given them this promised land. They had made alliances with foreign powers, adopted their gods, and forgotten the covenant that had made them a people set apart. "My people have committed 2 sins," he declared, his voice now thick with emotion. "They have forsaken me, the spring of living water, and have dug their own cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water." The imagery was powerful and heartbreaking. Jeremiah could see it so clearly. A nation that had access to the purest, most life-giving water imaginable, yet had chosen instead to dig broken wells that left them thirsty and desperate. They had exchanged their glory for worthless idols, their security for political alliances that would ultimately fail them. As the weeks and months passed, Jeremiah's message remained consistent, but the opposition grew fiercer. He was mocked in the streets, his words dismissed as the ravings of a madman. Children threw stones at him, and adults crossed to the other side of the road to avoid his presence. The loneliness was crushing, but what hurt most was seeing the people he loved rushing toward destruction, their ears closed to the voice of the one who wanted to save them. One particularly dark day, after being physically threatened by a group of priests who wanted to silence him permanently, Jeremiah found himself wondering if he had misunderstood his calling. Perhaps God hadn't really spoken to him at all. Perhaps he was just a deluded young man with an overactive imagination and a tendency toward melancholy. But then he remembered the potter's house, the gentle hands shaping and reshaping the clay, and he understood something profound about the nature of love. True love doesn't just tell people what they want to hear, it tells them what they need to hear, even when that truth is painful. The potter sometimes had to apply pressure to the clay, had to work out the impurities and air bubbles, and this process wasn't always comfortable for the clay, but it was necessary for the clay to become what it was meant to be. "I am not their enemy," Jeremiah whispered to himself as he walked through the quiet streets late one evening. "I am their friend. I am speaking these hard words because I love them, because God loves them, because we can't bear to see them destroy themselves." The revelation gave him strength to continue, even as the opposition intensified. He began to write down his prophecies, creating a record of God's words that could be preserved even if his voice was silenced. He wrote of the coming judgment, but also of the hope that lay beyond it, the promise of a new covenant, a time when God would write his law on their hearts rather than on tablets of stone. "The days are coming," he wrote, his hand moving quickly across the parchment, "when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and with the people of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to lead them out of Egypt, because they broke my covenant, though I was a husband to them. This is the covenant I will make with the people of Israel after that time. I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. I will be their God, and they will be my people." Even in the midst of his loneliness and rejection, Jeremiah held on to this vision of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The process might be painful, but the end result would be worth it all. There came a time when the weight of his calling became almost too much for Jeremiah to bear. The constant rejection, the threats, the loneliness of being God's messenger to a people who didn't want to hear from God. It all pressed down on him like a physical burden. He had been faithful to his calling for years now, and what did he have to show for it? A nation that seemed more rebellious than ever, leaders who actively opposed him, and a heart that felt like it might break from the strain. The breaking point came when Pashur, the priest who was chief officer in the temple, had Jeremiah beaten and put in stocks overnight for prophesying that Jerusalem would be destroyed. The humiliation was complete, displayed like a common criminal in front of the very people he was trying to save. When he was released the next morning, bruised and aching, Jeremiah's first instinct was to flee. He made his way to his favourite spot of solitude, a small grove of trees outside the city where he often went to pray. There, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of nature, he poured out his heart to God in words that were both complaint and lament. "You deceived me, Lord, and I was deceived," he cried out, his voice raw with emotion. "You overpowered me and prevailed. I am ridiculed all day long, everyone mocks me. Whenever I speak, I cry out proclaiming violence and destruction. So the word of the Lord has brought me insult and reproach all day long." The words felt almost blasphemous as they left his lips, but they were honest words, torn from the depths of his soul. He'd given everything to this calling: his youth, his dreams of a normal life, his relationships with family and friends. And for what? To be treated as a pariah, a madman, a troublemaker. In that moment of deepest despair, Jeremiah made a decision that felt like the only sane choice left to him. He would be silent. No more prophecies, no more warnings, no more attempts to turn the hearts of a stubborn people back to their God. He would find a quiet corner of the world and live out his days in peace, letting others worry about the spiritual condition of the nation. The resolve felt good at first, like setting down a burden that had been crushing him. For several days, he said nothing about the visions that continued to come to him, ignored the urgings in his spirit to speak out against the injustices he witnessed. He tried to live like a normal person, to find satisfaction in simple pleasures and everyday concerns. But something strange began to happen. The more he tried to suppress the words God had given him, the more they seemed to burn within him. It was as if a fire had been kindled in his bones, a flame that grew hotter the more he tried to smother it. The visions wouldn't stop coming. The burden for his people wouldn't lift, and the words of God seemed to be blazing inside him like a furnace. "But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name," he found himself whispering, "his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." The realization came to him gradually, like dawn breaking over the mountains. He couldn't stop being a prophet any more than he could stop being human. This wasn't just something he did. It was who he was. God had formed him in the womb for this purpose, had written this calling into the very fabric of his being. To deny it would be to deny himself, to attempt to live as someone he was never meant to be. But more than that, he began to understand that his struggles and sufferings were not signs that he had failed in his calling, but evidence that he was fulfilling it exactly as God intended. The potter sometimes had to apply intense heat to the clay to make it strong and durable. The fire in his bones wasn't a punishment. It was the very thing that qualified him to speak for God. "The Lord is with me like a mighty warrior," he declared, his voice growing stronger with each word. "So my persecutors will stumble and not prevail. They will fail and be thoroughly disgraced. Their dishonor will never be forgotten." The change in perspective was revolutionary. Instead of seeing his sufferings as evidence of God's abandonment, Jeremiah began to understand them as proof of God's presence. The fire in his bones wasn't consuming him. It was refining him, purifying him, making him into the kind of vessel that could carry God's words to a broken world. He thought again of the potter's house, of the way Malachi had worked the clay with such patience and skill. Sometimes the potter had to put the vessel into the fire to make it strong, to burn away the impurities and set the shape permanently. The heat wasn't cruelty, it was love, the kind of love that was willing to do whatever it took to create something beautiful and lasting. "I will speak," Jeremiah said aloud, his voice carrying across the quiet grove. "I will speak because I must, because the words are like fire in my bones, because God has made me a prophet to the nations. I will speak not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. I will speak not because people want to hear, but because they need to hear. I will speak because the potter is still at work and I am his instrument." The fire in his bones had become not a burden, but a gift, not a curse, but a blessing. It was the very thing that enabled him to continue when everything else told him to quit, the divine energy that sustained him through rejection and persecution. He was not just a messenger, he was a burning message, a living embodiment of God's passionate love for his people. The years passed, and Jeremiah's prophecies began to unfold with heartbreaking accuracy. The Babylonian army, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, laid siege to Jerusalem just as God had warned through his prophet. The city that had been called the joy of the whole earth was now surrounded by enemy forces, its people trapped within walls that had once seemed impregnable. During the siege, Jeremiah found himself in an impossible position. His prophecies of judgment were being fulfilled before everyone's eyes, but instead of vindicating him, this only increased the hostility toward him. The leaders of Jerusalem accused him of being a traitor, of collaborating with the enemy by undermining morale with his gloomy predictions. "You're deserting to the Babylonians," they shouted when he tried to leave the city on a simple errand. They arrested him, beat him, and threw him into a dungeon where he remained for many days, forgotten and alone. But even in that dark place, the word of the Lord continued to come to him, and strangely it was not a word of judgment, but of hope. "Call to me and I will answer you," came the familiar voice in the darkness. "I will tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." The message that came to him there in the dungeon was one of the most beautiful and hopeful prophecies he had ever received. It spoke of a time when the city would be rebuilt, when the people would return from exile, when joy and celebration would once again fill the streets of Jerusalem. It was a promise of restoration so complete and wonderful that it seemed almost too good to be true. "I will bring health and healing to it," God promised. "I will heal my people and will let them enjoy abundant peace and security. I will bring Judah and Israel back from captivity, and will rebuild them as they were before. I will cleanse them from all the sin they have committed against me, and will forgive all their sins of rebellion against me. Then this city will bring me renown, joy, praise and honour before all nations on earth that hear of all the good things I do for it." Even as the sounds of warfare grew louder outside his prison walls, Jeremiah held on to these words of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the broken clay of human hearts and human history. When the city finally fell, it was as devastating as Jeremiah had predicted. The temple was destroyed, the walls torn down, the leaders killed or carried away into exile. The sight of Jerusalem in ruins was almost more than the prophet could bear. This was the city where God had chosen to dwell, the place where his people had worshipped for centuries. Now it lay in smoking rubble, its streets filled with the debris of a civilization that had forgotten its God. In the aftermath of the destruction, Jeremiah sat among the ruins and wept. The tears came not from a heart that said, "I told you so," but from one that was genuinely broken for the suffering of his people. He had warned them, yes, but he had never wanted to see them destroyed. He had hoped until the very end that they would turn back to God and avoid this terrible fate. It was then that he began to write what would become known as the Book of Lamentations, a collection of funeral songs for a dead city, poems of grief and mourning that captured the full depth of the tragedy that had befallen Jerusalem. But even in the midst of this profound sorrow, hope refused to be extinguished. "Because of the Lord's great love we are not consumed," he wrote, his hand trembling as he formed the words, "for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness." The words seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his own understanding, as if the Spirit of God was using his human grief to express a divine truth that transcended the immediate circumstances. Yes, Jerusalem had fallen. Yes, the people were scattered and the temple destroyed. But God's love had not failed. His faithfulness had not ended. His compassions were indeed new every morning, even in the darkest of times. "The Lord is good to those whose hope is in him," he continued. "To the one who seeks him, it is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord." As he wrote these words, Jeremiah began to understand something profound about the nature of hope. It wasn't based on circumstances or on the absence of suffering. True hope was rooted in the character of God himself, in his unchanging love and faithfulness. The potter might allow the clay to be broken, but he would never abandon it. He might permit the vessel to be shattered, but only so that he could create something even more beautiful from the pieces. "For no one is cast off by the Lord forever," he wrote, his voice growing stronger with each word. "Though he brings grief, he will show compassion. So great is his unfailing love, for he does not willingly bring affliction or grief to anyone. The ruins of Jerusalem became, in a strange way, a place of worship for Jeremiah. There among the broken stones and scattered debris, he found a closeness to God that he had never experienced before. The external symbols of faith were gone, but faith itself remained. The building had been destroyed, but the builder continued his work. People would come to him there, survivors of the siege who were struggling to make sense of what had happened. They would ask him why God had allowed such suffering, why the innocent had to pay for the sins of the guilty, why the city of God had been given over to pagan armies. "I cannot answer all your questions," Jeremiah would tell them gently, "but I can tell you what I've learned in my years of walking with the Lord. He is like a potter who shapes clay, and sometimes the shaping process is painful. But he never works without purpose, and he never abandons what he has begun. The vessel may be broken, but the potter's hands are still at work creating something new from the pieces." In the final years of his life, Jeremiah found himself in Egypt, carried there against his will by a group of Jewish refugees who feared remaining in the land of Judah. It was not where he had expected to end his days, far from the city he had loved and served for so many years. But even in this foreign land, he continued to speak the words God gave him, continued to comfort and challenge the people who had been scattered by the winds of history. As he sat one evening by the banks of the Nile watching the sunset over the ancient land of the Pharaohs, Jeremiah reflected on the long journey that had brought him to this place. He was no longer the young man who had trembled beneath the olive tree at his first calling. His hair was now white, his hands marked by years of writing and rewriting God's words, his heart scarred by decades of rejection and persecution. But he was not bitter. Somehow, through all the pain and struggle, he had learned to see his life as part of a larger tapestry that God was weaving through history. He was just one thread in that tapestry, but he had been woven in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, for exactly the right purpose. A young Jewish woman approached him as he sat by the water, her eyes reflecting the same uncertainty and pain he had seen in so many faces over the years. "Prophet," she said softly, "my heart is broken. I have lost everything. My home, my family, my future. How can I believe that God still cares about me?" Jeremiah smiled and gestured for her to sit beside him. "Let me tell you a story," he said, his voice warm with the wisdom of long experience. "Once God sent me to a potter's house to watch him work. The potter was shaping a vessel on his wheel, but something went wrong. The clay became marred, misshapen, useless for its intended purpose." The young woman leaned forward, intrigued despite her sorrow. "I expected the potter to throw the clay away," Jeremiah continued. "After all, it was ruined, wasn't it? But instead, he gathered it up and began again. He worked the clay, removed the impurities, and slowly shaped it into something new. The second vessel was different from the first, but it was beautiful in its own way. Perhaps even more beautiful because it bore the marks of the potter's patient love." "But what does this mean for me?" the woman asked. "How does this help me with my broken heart?" Jeremiah reached down and picked up a small piece of clay from the riverbank. "This is what God showed me that day," he said, working the clay gently in his hands. "You are not ruined. You are not beyond hope. You are clay in the potter's hands, and he is still shaping you. The breaking you've experienced is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of a new chapter." As he spoke, the clay in his hands began to take shape, becoming a small but perfectly formed vessel. "God's love is like this potter's skill," he continued. "It can take the most broken, damaged clay and create something beautiful from it. Your pain is not wasted. Your tears are not meaningless. They are part of the process by which God is making you into the person he always intended you to be." The woman began to weep, but they were not tears of despair. They were tears of hope, of recognition, of a heart that was beginning to heal. "How do you know this?" she whispered. "How can you be so sure?" Jeremiah smiled, and in that smile was the peace of a man who had wrestled with God and found him faithful. "Because I have been clay in the potter's hands for 40 years, he said simply. "I have been broken and reshaped more times than I can count. I have questioned, doubted, even tried to run away from his calling. But through it all, I have learned one thing. The potter never gives up on his clay. He never throws it away. He keeps working, keeps shaping, keeps creating until the vessel is exactly what he envisioned it to be." As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Jeremiah continued to speak with the young woman and others who had gathered around them. He told them of the promises God had made, of a time when the exiles would return, when the city would be rebuilt, when God would make a new covenant with his people. He reminded them that their current suffering was not the end of the story, but part of a larger narrative of redemption and restoration. "The potter is still at work," he said as the evening drew to a close. "In your lives, in the life of our nation, in the great sweep of history itself, he's shaping something beautiful from the clay of human hearts and human history. Trust his hands, yield to his touch, and know that whatever he is creating in you and through you, it will be more wonderful than you can imagine." That night, as Jeremiah lay down to sleep, he thought once more of the potter's house and the lesson that had shaped his entire ministry. He had been privileged to be God's messenger, to speak his words to a generation that desperately needed to hear them. He had endured rejection, persecution, and exile, but he had also experienced the incredible intimacy of walking with God through every trial. His life had not been easy, but it had been meaningful. He had been clay in the potter's hands, shaped and reshaped according to God's perfect will. And though he would not live to see the full fulfillment of the promises he had proclaimed, he knew with absolute certainty that the potter's work would continue. The hands that had shaped him would continue to shape others, generation after generation, until the final masterpiece was complete. The last words he wrote in his journal that night were these: "The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul, therefore I will hope in him." And in the quiet darkness of a foreign land, far from the ruins of Jerusalem but close to the heart of God, Jeremiah slept peacefully, knowing that the potter's hands were still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The message he had carried for 4 decades would outlive him, would speak to countless generations of broken people who needed to know that they were not beyond hope, that the potter never gives up on his clay, and that his love truly is new every morning. The story of Jeremiah reminds us that even in our darkest moments, even when our lives seem shattered beyond repair, we are never beyond the reach of the potter's hands. Like clay on the wheel, we may be broken, but we are never discarded. We are loved, shaped, and reshaped by hands that know exactly what we can become. And in the end, that is enough. That is everything. In the quietness of this story's end, may you find the peace that comes from knowing you too are clay in the potter's hands, being shaped with infinite love and patience into something beautiful beyond your wildest dreams. The potter is still at work, still shaping, still creating, and his love for you is new every morning. Before we begin tonight's journey, I want to ask something of you. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel grow in ways you possibly cannot imagine, and it means the world to us. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly makes a massive difference in helping others discover these stories. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. It connects us all in this shared experience of exploration and reflection. And of course, if you're enjoying the content, subscribing helps us continue bringing you these stories night after night. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when the divine crashes into the ordinary, when the sacred interrupts the mundane rhythm of daily life. Most of us imagine such encounters arriving with thunder, with angels descending on pillars of light with voices that shake mountains and part seas. But sometimes the presence of God arrives quietly, carrying with it not spectacle but a test of character. Sometimes holiness doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It simply waits at your doorstep asking a single question. Will you make room? This is the story of a man whose name appears only briefly in the ancient texts. No miracles are attributed to him. No prophecies emerge from his lips. He delivers no sermons, leads no armies, builds no temples. Yet his quiet obedience became the hinge upon which an entire nation's relationship with the divine would turn. His name was Obed-Edom, and for 3 months his home became the dwelling place of God's presence on earth. What happened within those walls would reveal something profound about faith, reverence, and the nature of blessing itself. Chapter 1. A Nation and its Sacred Object. To understand Obed-Edom's story, we must first understand what arrived at his door. The Ark of the Covenant was not merely a religious artifact. It was not simply a box of sacred relics or a symbol used in ceremonies. According to the ancient Israelites, the Ark was the throne of God himself, the meeting place between heaven and earth, the physical manifestation of divine presence among mortal people. Crafted according to precise specifications given to Moses on Mount Sinai, it was overlaid with pure gold, crowned with cherubim whose wings touched above its mercy seat. Inside rested the stone tablets bearing the 10 Commandments, a jar of manna from the wilderness, and the staff of Aaron that had miraculously budded with life. For generations the ark had travelled with Israel. It had crossed the Jordan River on dry ground when the priest carrying it stepped into the water. It had circled the walls of Jericho before they fell. It had dwelt in the tabernacle, hidden behind thick curtains in the Holy of Holies, where only the high priest could approach once a year, and even then with trembling reverence. The ark represented everything Israel was meant to be, a people set apart, chosen, dwelling in the presence of the living God. But the ark's history was also marked by moments of profound terror. When the Philistines had once captured it in battle, plagues broke out in every city where they housed it. Tumours appeared on the bodies of the people, rats infested their lands, their gods toppled in the temples where the ark was placed. The Philistines had learned what it meant to treat the presence of God with casual disrespect, and they had returned the ark to Israel with desperate haste, sending it back on a cart pulled by cows, accompanied by gold offerings meant to appease the God whose power they had witnessed. Now, decades later, a new king sat on Israel's throne. His name was David, a shepherd boy turned warrior turned monarch, a man described in Scripture as one after God's own heart. David had united the tribes, conquered Jerusalem, and established it as his capital. But something weighed on his conscience. While he lived in a palace of cedar, the Ark of God remained in a tent relegated to the edges of the nation's consciousness. This seemed wrong to David, improper. How could the symbol of God's presence dwell in something temporary while the king enjoyed permanent luxury? So David made a decision. He would bring the Ark to Jerusalem. He would establish it in the centre of the nation's life, create a dwelling place worthy of the divine presence. It would be a moment of national celebration, a homecoming for the very symbol of Israel's identity. Word spread throughout the kingdom. The people gathered. Musicians assembled with harps and lyres, with tambourines and cymbals. 30,000 chosen men of Israel came together for the procession. This would not be a quiet, sombre march. This would be a festival, a declaration that God was returning to his rightful place among his people. The ark was placed on a new cart, pulled by oxen. Leading the procession were Uzzah and Ahio, sons of Abinadab, in whose house the ark had been kept. The cart began to move, and with it the celebration erupted. Music filled the air. People danced. Voices raised in songs of praise. David himself celebrated before the Lord with all his might, lost in the joy of the moment. Everything seemed perfect. The sun shone. The crowds cheered. The journey to Jerusalem had begun, and with it, a new chapter in Israel's story. Finally, after years of wandering and warfare, after seasons of distance and silence, God's presence was coming home. No one suspected that within minutes, everything would change. Chapter 2. The Sudden Tragedy. The road to Jerusalem was not smooth. Ancient paths rarely were. The cart carrying the ark jolted and swayed as the oxen pulled it forward, navigating ruts and stones embedded in the dirt. At a place called the threshing floor of Narkon, the oxen stumbled. In that instant, the ark lurched dangerously to one side. Uzzah, walking beside the cart, saw what was happening. Instinct took over. He reached out his hand to steady the ark to prevent it from falling. It seemed like the right thing to do, the natural thing, the responsible thing. His hand touched the gold surface, fingers closing around the edge to stabilize what appeared to be falling. He died instantly. The music stopped. The dancing ceased. The celebration died in a single heartbeat as Uzzah collapsed beside the cart, his life extinguished as quickly as a candle in a sudden wind. One moment he had been walking, breathing, serving. The next, he was gone. Terror spread through the crowd like wildfire. People backed away from the ark, from the cart, from the very spot where Uzzah had fallen. The object they had been celebrating, the symbol they had been honouring with joy and music, had just killed a man for trying to keep it from falling. The presence of God, it seemed, was not safe. It was not something to be approached, casually, not something that tolerated even well-meaning familiarity. David's anger flared, then quickly transformed into fear. He had been dancing moments before, lost in worship and joy. Now he stood frozen, staring at the body of a man who had done nothing more than reach out to steady something sacred. The name he gave that place reflected his emotional turmoil. Perez Uzzah, meaning the outbreak against Uzzah. This was supposed to be a day of triumph. Instead, it had become a day of death. Questions must have flooded David's mind. Had he made a mistake? Was this journey itself an error? How could bringing the ark to Jerusalem, a seemingly righteous act, result in such tragedy? And if Uzzah died for touching the ark, what might happen if they continued? How many more might fall before the ark reached its destination? David made a decision born of fear and uncertainty. The procession would stop. The ark would not continue to Jerusalem, not yet. Perhaps not ever, if this was the cost of bringing God's presence close. The question now became urgent and practical. Where could they leave the ark? Who would be willing to house this dangerous holy object? Who would risk having in their home something that had just demonstrated its capacity to kill? The answer came in the form of a man whose name suggests he was not even originally from Israel, Obed-Edom the Gittite, a man from Gath, the Philistine city that had once been home to Goliath, the giant David had famously defeated. Whether Obed-Edom was a convert to Israel's faith or simply a resident living among the Israelites, the text does not specify. What matters is what happened next. The ark was brought to Obed-Edom's house, and Obed-Edom said yes. Chapter 3. The ark finds a temporary home. Imagine being Obed-Edom in that moment. Imagine standing in your doorway as the most powerful men in the kingdom approach you, carrying with them the object that has just killed someone for touching it improperly. Imagine being told that this ark, this throne of God, this thing of terrible holiness and dangerous power, needs a place to stay, and that place is your home. Obed-Edom was not a priest. He was not from the tribe of Levi, the family line designated to handle sacred objects. He was not a prophet or a king or a judge. He was, by all accounts, an ordinary man with a household to maintain, a family to feed, responsibilities and routines that made up the rhythm of daily life. Yet when the ark needed a home, his door opened. The text gives us no record of hesitation. We hear no bargaining, no requests for reassurance, no demands for protection or compensation. Obed-Edom simply received what was brought to him. Perhaps he understood something others had missed. Perhaps he recognized that what had happened to Uzzah was not about God's arbitrary wrath, but about the proper reverence required when approaching holiness. Perhaps he simply trusted that if he honored the ark correctly, treated it with the respect it demanded, cared for it according to God's instructions, then blessing rather than curse would result. Or perhaps he simply believed that sometimes, when God's presence arrives at your door, you don't ask questions, you make room. The ark was placed in Obed-Edom's house, not in a separate building, not in a specially constructed shrine. In his house, where his family lived, where they ate and slept and went about the ordinary business of being human. The throne of God became part of the daily landscape of an ordinary household. 3 months passed. During those months, Obed-Edom's life continued. He woke each morning in a home that housed the ark. He worked his land, cared for his animals, provided for his family, all while the presence of God dwelt under his roof. Whatever routines had defined his life before, they now unfolded in proximity to something holy. Whatever conversations had filled his evenings, they now occurred in a space that had become, in effect, a temple. We can only speculate about what those months were like. Did Obed-Edom wake with a sense of awe each morning, remembering what rested in his home? Did his family move quietly, carefully, aware that they lived in the presence of something far greater than themselves? Did they pray differently, speak differently, treat each other differently because holiness had taken up residence among them? What we know for certain is what happened next, and what happened would change everything, not just for Obed-Edom but for all of Israel. Chapter 4. The blessing of Obed-Edom's household. The ancient text is remarkably specific about what occurred during those 3 months. It states, without elaboration or explanation, that the Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. Everything he owned prospered. The blessing was not subtle or gradual. It was evident, observable, impossible to ignore. What does blessing look like in practical terms? The text does not give us detailed inventory, but we can imagine based on the culture and economy of the time. Perhaps Obed-Edom's fields yielded harvests beyond expectation, grain growing thick and full where previous seasons had been modest. Perhaps his flocks multiplied, lambs and kids born healthy and strong, animals that would normally succumb to disease thriving instead. Perhaps his household experienced peace, relationships strengthening, conflicts resolving, the ordinary tensions of family life smoothed by some intangible grace. There would have been material prosperity, certainly. In an agricultural society, blessing manifested in tangible ways: full storehouses, healthy livestock, tools that didn't break, wells that didn't run dry. But the blessing mentioned in Scripture seems deeper than mere material wealth. It encompassed everything Obed-Edom owned, yes, but also his household itself, his family, the people under his roof, the texture and quality of their daily existence. Where there had been fear throughout Israel about the ark's presence, Obed-Edom's household experienced the opposite. The very thing that had caused David to halt in terror became, in the proper context of reverence and obedience, a source of life rather than death. The presence that could kill with a single improper touch became the fountain from which blessing flowed continuously. This was not magic. This was not about Obed-Edom possessing some special power or earning God's favour through extraordinary deeds. The text suggests something simpler and more profound. When the presence of God is honoured appropriately, when holiness is treated with the reverence it requires, when fear transforms into worship rather than avoidance, then blessing becomes the natural result. Think about what this means. The ark had not changed. God's holiness had not diminished or become less dangerous. What had killed Uzzah remained capable of killing. But in Obed-Edom's household, proper relationship to that holiness produced not death, but abundant life. The difference was not in the object, but in the approach, not in God's nature, but in human response. We might imagine the neighbours noticing first. Obed-Edom's crops growing taller than theirs, his animals healthier, his children thriving. Questions would have been asked. How are you doing so well? What has changed? And the answer, when it came, must have seemed both simple and impossible. The ark of God is in my house. For 3 months, Obed-Edom's home became a living demonstration of what it meant to dwell in God's presence. Not in fear, though surely reverence was present. Not in careless familiarity, though daily life continued. But in that balanced place where holiness is honoured, where the divine is neither treated as tame nor fled from in terror, where respect and relationship coexist. News of this blessing could not remain contained within the walls of a single household. Word spread, travellers carried stories, market conversations buzzed with reports, and eventually, inevitably, those reports reached the palace in Jerusalem, where a king still wrestled with the question of what to do about the ark he had been too afraid to bring home. Chapter 5. News reaches the king. David had not forgotten about the ark. How could he? The memory of that day, of Uzzah falling dead beside the cart, of the celebration transforming into tragedy in a single heartbeat, must have haunted him during the month that followed. The ark sat in someone else's home while David's original vision remained unfulfilled. Jerusalem was still without the symbol of God's presence. The thing David had most wanted to accomplish remained undone, stalled by fear and uncertainty. Then came the reports about Obed-Edom. At first, perhaps David dismissed them as exaggeration. People loved to gossip, to embellish, to transform modest success into miraculous blessing. But the reports kept coming, consistent in their details, insistent in their testimony. Obed-Edom's household was thriving, not just surviving, not just getting by, thriving in ways that defied normal explanation. The blessing was real, undeniable, observable. For David, this news must have been both encouraging and convicting. It proved that the ark itself was not the problem. God's presence did not inherently bring destruction. The tragedy that had occurred was not about divine caprice or arbitrary wrath. It was about approach, about reverence, about understanding the proper way to honor holiness. The realization likely came gradually, piecing together what had gone wrong during that initial attempt. The ark had been placed on a cart like common cargo. It had been pulled by oxen, as if it were a farmer's load being transported to market. While the celebration had been joyous and well-intentioned, the method had violated specific instructions given generations earlier about how the ark was to be moved. It was supposed to be carried by Levites, using poles that slid through rings on its sides. No hands were meant to touch the ark itself. The transportation method mattered because it reflected understanding, respect, recognition of what was being moved. Uzzah had died not because he was wicked, but because the entire procession had approached holiness incorrectly. His steadying touch was merely the culminating moment of a journey undertaken without proper reverence from the start. The form mattered. The method mattered. How you approached God's presence mattered as much as the intention behind the approach. And Obed-Edom understood this, perhaps instinctively, or perhaps he had simply been more careful, more attentive to what was required when housing something holy. Whatever the reason, his household had experienced what David had hoped for all of Israel, blessing flowing from proximity to God's presence. David made a decision. They would try again, but this time, everything would be different. This time, they would do it right. Preparations began, but these preparations were not about gathering crowds or planning celebrations. They were about ensuring proper reverence. David consulted the ancient texts, reviewing the specific instructions for how the ark was to be handled. He gathered the Levites, the ones designated for this sacred duty. He ensured that every detail would honor the holiness of what they were transporting. Word was sent to Obed-Edom's house. The ark would be moving again. But this time, its journey would be completed. This time, Jerusalem would become its home. Chapter 6. A changed procession. When the day came to move the ark from Obed-Edom's house to Jerusalem, everything about the procession reflected lessons learned through tragedy and blessing. The ark was no longer placed on a cart. Levites carried it on poles, just as the ancient instructions specified. Every 6 steps the procession stopped for sacrifices, acknowledging the holiness of their burden, maintaining continual reverence throughout the journey. David himself led the celebration, but his joy was now tempered with understanding. He danced before the Lord with all his might, wearing a linen ephod like a priest, humbling himself before God's presence. His celebration was exuberant but not careless, joyful but not casual. He had learned the difference between honoring God and presuming upon God's presence. The sound of trumpets filled the air. The people shouted. This was still a celebration, still a moment of national importance. But underlying the joy was something deeper: reverence, recognition. the understanding that what they were bringing into their capital city was not merely a religious artifact, but the throne of the living God. The ark entered Jerusalem safely. No one died. No tragedy interrupted the procession. What fear had prevented, proper reverence accomplished. The journey that had been halted in terror was completed in worship. David placed the ark in a tent he had prepared for it, and sacrifices were offered. The presence of God had finally arrived at the place David had envisioned for it from the beginning. But the story does not end with the ark's arrival in Jerusalem, because in the midst of all the celebration and national significance, one detail stands out. Obed-Edom and his family were honoured for their faithfulness. They had done what a king had been too afraid to do. They had welcomed God's presence when others backed away. They had demonstrated that blessing, not curse, was the fruit of proper reverence. Some traditions suggest that Obed-Edom accompanied the ark to Jerusalem, that his role in Israel's worship life was just beginning rather than ending. Whether this happened immediately or gradually, what follows in the biblical record is remarkable for its quiet significance. Chapter 7. Obed-Edom's quiet legacy. The Book of Chronicles, written generations after these events, contains lists of temple servants, of those who ministered in worship, of gatekeepers and musicians and caretakers of sacred space. Among these names appears Obed-Edom and his sons. The man who had once housed the ark in his home became a gatekeeper in the temple, where the ark found its permanent dwelling. This detail is easy to miss among the genealogies and administrative lists, but it reveals something profound about Obed-Edom's character and God's response to it. He did not leverage his experience with the ark into political power. He did not demand a position of prominence or use his story to elevate himself above others. Instead, he continued serving, faithfully and quietly, in a role that was essential but rarely celebrated. Gatekeepers in the temple were not glamorous positions. They were not the high priests who entered the Holy of Holies. They were not the prophets who delivered messages from God. They were not the kings who made decisions affecting the nation. They were the ones who opened doors and closed them, who ensured that only those properly prepared entered sacred space, who maintained order and reverence in the house of God. It was work that required faithfulness, attention, consistency. It was work that mattered but rarely received recognition. That Obed-Edom took this role tells us something important. His 3 months with the ark had not made him proud or presumptuous. The blessing he had experienced had not convinced him that he deserved special status. Instead, it seemed to have deepened his understanding of what mattered: proximity to God's presence, serving faithfully, making room for holiness in everyday life. His sons followed in this pattern. Multiple generations of Obed-Edom's family served as gatekeepers and musicians in temple worship. The blessing that had marked his household during those 3 months became a legacy that extended far beyond material prosperity. His family became known not for wealth or power, but for faithful service in God's house. There is something beautiful in this trajectory. The man who had welcomed the ark into his ordinary home continued making room for God's presence in practical, unglamorous ways for the rest of his life. The blessing he experienced was not primarily about material reward, though material blessing came. It was about the privilege of proximity, about living in ongoing relationship with holiness, about understanding that the greatest wealth was not what you accumulated, but what you made room for in your life. Generations later, when people read the lists of temple servants, they would see Obed-Edom's name and remember, not a king, not a prophet, not a warrior or judge, just a man who said yes when God's presence needed a home, just a family that understood that blessing came through faithful service rather than self-promotion. This is how legacies are truly built, not through single moments of glory, but through consistent faithfulness across years and generations, not through seeking recognition, but through quiet obedience. Not through grasping for status, but through making room for what matters most. Epilogue. The meaning of the story. On the surface, Obed-Edom's story seems simple, almost incidental to the larger narrative of David's reign and the ark's journey to Jerusalem. 3 months, 1 household, a detail easily overlooked among the grand sweep of Israel's history. But within this small story lives a truth that resonates across centuries, across cultures, across the diverse experiences of human encounter with the divine. God's presence is not meant to be feared in the sense of terror and avoidance. The reaction to Uzzah's death, while understandable, was incomplete. Yes, holiness demands reverence. Yes, approaching God carelessly or presumptuously carries consequences. But the proper response to these truths is not to flee from God's presence, but to learn how to approach it rightly. Fear should lead not to distance, but to deeper understanding of what reverence requires. Obed-Edom understood this, whether through wisdom or intuition or simply trusting. Obedience. When others backed away, he made room. When fear paralyzed the nation, he opened his door. And in doing so, he discovered what many before and after him would learn, that God's presence, when honored properly, becomes the source of abundant blessing rather than danger. Consider what blessing meant in Obed-Edom's story. It was not merely about material increase, though that was part of it. The blessing encompassed his entire household, affecting relationships, peace, the quality of daily existence. This suggests that proximity to God's presence, when approached with reverence, transforms more than circumstances. It transforms atmosphere. It changes the texture of life itself. This has implications for how we understand blessing in general. We often think of blessing as something external, good fortune, favorable circumstances, obstacles removed from our path. But Obed-Edom's story suggests blessing is also about what happens internally when we make room for holiness in our lives. The ark did not change, God's nature did not shift, but Obed-Edom's household was transformed by living in constant awareness of sacred presence. His faith was quiet. There are no recorded prayers of Obed-Edom, no prophecies or teachings or dramatic declarations. His faith expressed itself through action, receiving what was brought to him, caring for it properly, continuing his daily life while honoring the sacred presence in his home. This is faith as obedience rather than emotion, as sustained practice rather than single moment, as way of life rather than isolated event. In our modern context, far removed from ancient Israel and its specific religious practices, Obed-Edom's story still speaks. It reminds us that sometimes the greatest acts of faith are not dramatic or public, but quiet and consistent. That blessing often comes not through seeking it directly, but through making room for what matters most. That proximity to the divine is less about extraordinary experiences and more about daily reverence. The contrast with David is instructive. David, the king, the man after God's own heart, initially approached the ark with enthusiasm, but insufficient reverence. Obed-Edom, the ordinary man from Gath, approached it with proper respect and consistent care. Status and reputation did not determine who could safely host God's presence. What mattered was reverence, understanding, willingness to honor holiness appropriately. This democratizes divine encounter in a way that should encourage us. You do not need to be a king or priest or prophet to welcome God's presence into your life. You do not need special status or extraordinary gifts. What you need is willingness, reverence, and understanding that making room for holiness requires both courage and humility. Courage to say yes when others back away. Humility to honor properly what you have welcomed. Obed-Edom's 3 months with the ark became a turning point not just for his own household but for the entire nation. His experience proved that God's presence could be safely approached, that blessing rather than curse was possible, that fear could transform into worship. David learned from Obed-Edom's example, and the ark's journey could be completed. Sometimes the faith of ordinary people teaches kings what they need to know. The legacy Obed-Edom left was not built on that 3-month period alone. It was built on what came after. Years of faithful service as a gatekeeper, generations of his family continuing in temple worship. The blessing he experienced was not a momentary windfall, but the beginning of a life oriented around proximity to God's presence. He had tasted what it meant to live with holiness under his roof, and he chose to continue that life in whatever form it could take. This is perhaps the deepest lesson of Obed-Edom's story, that encountering God's presence is not meant to be a single event we return to in memory, but a pattern we establish for life. The 3 months were significant, but more significant was what Obed-Edom did with the rest of his years. He did not rest on the reputation of having housed the ark. He did not use that experience as a credential to elevate himself. He simply continued making room for God's presence day after day, year after year, in whatever form that took. We live in an age that often seeks extraordinary experiences, dramatic moments of divine encounter, spectacular demonstrations of God's presence. Obed-Edom's story suggests something different, that the most profound blessing may come through consistent, quiet, daily faithfulness, through opening our doors when others close theirs, through caring properly for what is sacred, through understanding that reverence is not about fear, but about right relationship. Sometimes God's presence arrives not in thunder, but in a question. Will you make room? Obed-Edom's answer was yes, and in that simple affirmation, his life became a testament to what happens when ordinary people respond to divine invitation with reverence and trust. The greatest blessings often come when we simply make room for God, not through striving or self-promotion, not through seeking recognition or demanding status, but through quiet obedience, through consistent faithfulness, through opening our doors and our lives to sacred presence, and through honouring properly what we have welcomed. Obed-Edom's name means servant of Edom, or perhaps worshipper of Edom. But his life redefined what those words could mean. He became a servant not of a place but of presence, a worshipper not seeking glory but making room for glory to dwell. His story, brief as it appears in Scripture, echoes with the truth that transcends time and place, that blessing comes to those who welcome what others fear, who honour what others neglect, who make space in their ordinary lives for the extraordinary presence of the divine. May we all have the courage to say yes when that presence arrives at our door. May we have the wisdom to honour it properly. May we have the faithfulness to continue making room for it, day after day, in whatever form it comes. This is the legacy of Obed-Edom. This is the lesson of blessing through reverence. This is the promise that still stands, that God's presence, when welcomed with proper respect, transforms everything it touches into a source of abundant life.
Hello friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. I hope your day has been filled with blessings, no matter what time you're joining us or where you are in this beautiful world. Before we begin tonight's journey into the remarkable story of Gideon, I want to invite you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber so you never miss these powerful biblical narratives that can transform your heart and strengthen your faith. Now let's settle in as we explore one of the most extraordinary accounts of courage, faith, and divine intervention in all of Scripture. The sun hung low over the hills of Israel, casting long shadows across a land that had once flowed with milk and honey. But those days seemed like distant memories now. The once prosperous nation had fallen into chaos, its people scattered and hiding like frightened animals. For 7 long years, the Midianites had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. Picture, if you will, the terror that gripped every village and farmstead. Families would wake each morning, not knowing if this would be the day the raiders would come. Fathers would venture out to check their crops, only to find them trampled and stolen. Children would be hushed to silence at the first sound of hoofbeats on the horizon. The very air seemed thick with fear and desperation. The Midianites, along with their allies, the Amalekites, and other eastern peoples, had turned the conquest of Israel into an annual ritual. Like a plague of locusts, they would arrive at harvest time, their camels beyond counting, stretching across the landscape as far as the eye could see. They would strip the land bare, taking not only the grain and livestock, but also crushing the spirits of God's chosen people. Farmers had abandoned their fields, choosing instead to hide in mountain caves and underground chambers. The marketplaces that once bustled with commerce now stood empty and silent. What should have been a time of celebration and thanksgiving for the harvest had become a season of dread and starvation. Israel's cities, once proud and strong, had crumbled into mere shadows of their former glory. The walls that should have protected the people lay in ruins, and the gates that once welcomed travellers now hung broken on their hinges. It was as if the very blessing of God had departed from the land, leaving behind only sorrow and defeat. In this atmosphere of despair, mothers would gather their children close and whisper the old stories of how God had delivered their ancestors from Egypt, how he had parted the Red Sea and given them victory over mighty enemies. But those stories seemed like fairy tales now, beautiful but impossible dreams from a time when God still cared about his people. The elders of Israel shook their heads in bewilderment. Where was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Where was the mighty deliverer who had once fought for them? Had he forgotten his covenant? Had he abandoned them to their enemies forever? It was into this world of darkness and desperation that our story begins, in the small town of Ophrah, where a young man named Gideon was about to discover that God had not forgotten his people, after all. But Gideon, like so many others, had lost hope. He had watched his family's livelihood disappear year after year, and he had grown tired of empty promises and unanswered prayers. On this particular day, as storm clouds gathered on the horizon, both literally and figuratively, Gideon was engaged in the dangerous work of threshing wheat. But he wasn't doing it in the traditional threshing floor, where the grain could be properly separated from the chaff by the wind. Instead, he was hidden away in a wine press, a place where grapes were normally crushed to make wine. It was cramped, inefficient, and poorly ventilated, but it offered something more valuable than convenience. It offered concealment from enemy eyes. As Gideon worked in his makeshift hiding place, sweat dripping from his brow in the confined space, he embodied the broken spirit of his entire nation. Here was a man reduced to secret, fearful labour just to provide basic sustenance for his family. The very act of threshing wheat, once a joyful community celebration, had become a furtive, isolated struggle for survival. Little did Gideon know that this moment of apparent defeat would become the launching pad for one of the most remarkable displays of God's power in human history. The God who seemed absent was actually watching, waiting, and preparing to use this unlikely hero in ways that would astound both friend and foe alike. The rhythm of Gideon's work was steady but tense. Each strike of his flail against the wheat stalks echoed softly in the confined space of the wine press. His eyes darted frequently toward the opening above, watching for any sign of danger. The precious grain he was salvaging represented not just food for today, but hope for tomorrow, assuming the Midianites didn't discover his hiding place. The silence of the afternoon was broken by an unexpected voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's heart nearly stopped. He spun around, flail raised defensively, expecting to see a Midianite scout who had somehow discovered his secret location. Instead, he found himself face to face with a figure unlike any he had ever encountered. The stranger sat calmly beneath the great oak tree that overlooked the wine press, his presence somehow both commanding and peaceful. The greeting struck Gideon as almost mockingly ironic. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who was reduced to threshing wheat in secret, constantly looking over his shoulder in fear. And the Lord is with you? If that were true, then why was Israel suffering under such devastating oppression? "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon replied, his voice heavy with skepticism and pain. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian." The words poured out of Gideon like water from a broken dam. Years of frustration, disappointment, and unanswered questions came tumbling forth. He had grown up hearing the magnificent stories of God's mighty deeds. of pillars of fire and cloud, of armies defeated and nations subdued. But where was that God now? Where were those miracles when his people needed them most? The stranger listened patiently to Gideon's outburst, showing no offence at the young man's boldness or apparent lack of faith. There was something in his eyes that spoke of ancient wisdom and unlimited compassion. When Gideon finished speaking, the visitor's response was both simple and earth-shattering. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" The audacity of the command took Gideon's breath away. Save Israel? Him? The implications were staggering. This wasn't a request for him to join an army or support a cause. This was a divine commission to personally lead the deliverance of an entire nation from a seemingly impossible situation. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon stammered, his mind reeling, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." Gideon's response revealed the depth of his feelings of inadequacy. In a culture where tribal strength and family position determined social standing and influence, he saw himself as doubly disqualified. His clan held no political power, commanded no great armies, and possessed no significant wealth. Within that already weak clan, he was the youngest, the most inexperienced, the least likely to be chosen for any position of leadership. But the stranger's next words would echo through the ages as one of the most profound promises ever given to a human being. "I will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise was comprehensive and absolute. Not some of the Midianites, not most of them, but all of them. The victory would be complete and decisive. But more importantly, it would not depend on Gideon's strength, wisdom, or experience. It would depend entirely on the presence and power of God himself. Still struggling to believe what he was hearing, Gideon made a request that would reveal both his desire for faith and his need for certainty. "If now I have found favour in your eyes, give me a sign that it is really you talking to me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you." The stranger agreed to wait, and Gideon hurried to his house to prepare an offering. His heart raced as he worked, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared a young goat and made bread from an ephah of flour. This was not a small offering by the standards of his time, especially for a family struggling under the oppression of constant raids. Yet something within him compelled him to give generously, to honour this mysterious visitor properly. When Gideon returned with the prepared food, the stranger instructed him to place the meat and unleavened bread on a rock and pour out the broth. Gideon obeyed, though he couldn't understand the purpose of these strange instructions. What happened next would leave no doubt about the supernatural nature of his visitor. The stranger touched the meat and bread with the tip of the staff he carried, and immediately fire flared from the rock, consuming the entire offering in an instant. The flames burned with an intensity and heat that no ordinary fire could match, leaving nothing behind but the memory of their brilliance. In that same moment, the stranger vanished from sight, disappearing as suddenly and mysteriously as he had appeared. Terror gripped Gideon's heart as the full realization of what had just occurred crashed over him like a mighty wave. This had been no ordinary man, no mere messenger or prophet. This had been the angel of the Lord, a manifestation of God himself. In that moment of understanding, Gideon was overwhelmed not with joy, but with mortal fear. "Alas, sovereign Lord," he cried out in anguish, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." In the ancient world, it was believed that no human could see God and live. The very encounter that should have filled him with confidence instead filled him with terror. Had his boldness in questioning and testing the Lord sealed his doom? Would he die for having stood in the presence of the Almighty? But even in his moment of greatest fear, God's grace reached out to comfort him. The voice of the Lord came to him again, gentle and reassuring. Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die. With his own hands, Gideon built an altar on that spot and called it, "The Lord is Peace." The place where he had threshed wheat in fear and desperation had become holy ground, the site of a divine encounter that would change not only his life, but the destiny of an entire nation. As night fell over Ophrah, Gideon stood beside his new altar, his mind swirling with the magnitude of what had occurred. The God of his ancestors had not abandoned Israel after all. He had been working, planning, preparing for this very moment. And somehow, incredibly, he had chosen Gideon to be his instrument of deliverance. Yet even as faith began to bloom in his heart, doubt lingered like shadows at the edges of his mind. The task before him seemed impossible, the odds insurmountable. How could he, one man from the weakest clan in Manasseh, possibly hope to defeat the countless multitudes of Midian and their allies? It was a question that would lead him to make one of the most famous requests for divine confirmation in all of Scripture. The days following Gideon's encounter with the angel of the Lord were filled with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. The divine commissioning had been clear and unmistakable, yet the human heart, prone to doubt and fear, struggled to fully embrace what seemed impossible. Gideon found himself caught between the supernatural certainty of his calling and the natural uncertainties of his circumstances. As he went about his daily tasks, Gideon's mind constantly returned to that moment when fire had consumed his offering and the angel had vanished from sight. Had it really happened? In the bright light of day, with the familiar sounds and sights of ordinary life surrounding him, the encounter almost seemed like a dream. Yet the altar he had built stood as a permanent reminder, its stones bearing witness to the reality of what had occurred. Word began to spread quietly through the region about Gideon's calling. Some believed and were filled with hope for the first time in years. Others were skeptical, wondering how this young man could possibly succeed where so many others had failed. Still others were fearful, worried that any attempt at resistance would only bring more severe retaliation from their oppressors. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Gideon's shoulders. He was being asked not just to risk his own life, but potentially to lead others to their deaths. What if he had misunderstood? What if his faith had somehow led him astray? The consequences of a mistake would be catastrophic, not just for him, but for all who would follow him. It was in this state of mind that Gideon made his famous request for divine confirmation. The fleece test, as it would come to be known, represented not a lack of faith, but rather a deep desire for certainty in the face of overwhelming responsibility. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," Gideon prayed earnestly, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece, and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." The request was specific and measurable. In the normal course of nature, dew would form on all surfaces exposed to the night air. If God could reverse this natural process, causing moisture to collect only on the fleece, while leaving the surrounding ground completely dry, it would serve as an unmistakable sign of divine intervention. Gideon placed the fleece carefully on the threshing floor as evening approached. All through the night, he must have awakened periodically, wondering what he would find in the morning. As dawn broke, he hurried to the spot where he had placed his test. What he discovered filled him with wonder and awe. The fleece was thoroughly saturated with dew, so much so that when he wrung it out, he was able to fill an entire bowl with water. Yet all around it, the ground was completely dry, as if an invisible barrier had prevented any moisture from settling anywhere but on the wool. The sign was clear and unmistakable, yet Gideon's human nature craved even greater certainty. The magnitude of what he was being called to do seemed to justify asking for additional confirmation. With remarkable humility and boldness, he approached God with yet another request. "Do not be angry with me," Gideon prayed, acknowledging that his repeated testing might seem to indicate a lack of trust. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." This second test was even more remarkable than the first. It would be one thing for God to cause dew to collect on a single object, while keeping the surrounding area dry, but it would be quite another to keep one small piece of wool completely dry while saturating everything around it. This second sign would demonstrate not just God's power over nature, but his precise control over the smallest details. Again, Gideon placed the fleece on the threshing floor and waited through the night. When morning came, he found exactly what he had requested. The fleece was bone dry without a trace of moisture, while the ground all around it sparkled with heavy dew. The grass, the stones, the nearby trees, everything was wet with the night's moisture, except for that one small piece of wool. God had patiently granted both requests, demonstrating not anger at Gideon's need for reassurance, but understanding and compassion for human weakness. The fleece tests revealed important truths about the nature of faith and the character of God. Faith is not the absence of questions or doubts. Rather, it is the willingness to act in obedience despite those questions and doubts. Moreover, God's response to Gideon's requests showed his patience with those who seek him earnestly. He did not rebuke Gideon for his need for confirmation, nor did he withdraw his calling because of the young man's hesitation. Instead, he graciously provided the assurance that Gideon needed to step forward in faith. The fleece tests also demonstrated the balance between seeking divine guidance and taking action. There comes a point when further testing can become an excuse for inaction, when the desire for certainty becomes a barrier to obedience. Gideon wisely limited his requests to 2 clear signs, then proceeded to act on what he had received. As news of these miraculous signs spread throughout the tribes of Israel, hope began to stir in hearts that had been dormant for years. Perhaps God had not forgotten them after all. Perhaps deliverance was indeed coming through this unlikely young man from Ophrah. But before Gideon could lead Israel into battle against their oppressors, he would need to assemble an army. The call went out throughout the territories of Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali. Men who had been hiding in caves and mountain strongholds began to emerge, drawn by the promise of freedom and the reports of God's miraculous confirmations. The response was overwhelming. 32,000 men answered the call, a substantial army by any measure. These were not professional soldiers, but farmers and craftsmen, fathers and sons, united by their hatred of oppression and their desperate hope for liberation. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find: swords that had been hidden from enemy raids, spears hastily fashioned from farming tools, bows that had been used for hunting game in the wilderness. As Gideon looked out over this vast assembly of volunteers, he might have felt a surge of confidence. Surely with 32,000 men, even amateur fighters, he could mount a credible challenge to the Midianite forces. The odds were still daunting, given that the enemy could field armies many times larger, but at least now they had a fighting chance. Yet God had other plans. The fleece tests had been preparation not just for Gideon's faith, but for an even greater demonstration of divine power. The true test was not whether Gideon could trust God with impossible signs, but whether he could trust God with an impossible strategy. What happened next would shock both Gideon and his army, challenging every human assumption about warfare and victory. God was about to demonstrate that his ways are not our ways, and that his power is made perfect, not in human strength, but in human weakness. The morning sun cast long shadows across the camp as 32,000 men prepared for what they believed would be their march to war. Weapons were sharpened, provisions were packed, and final prayers were offered. The air buzzed with nervous energy as farmers turned warriors contemplated the battle that lay ahead. Gideon moved among his troops, offering words of encouragement and trying to project the confidence that a leader must display. Yet privately, he was still awed by the magnitude of what was happening. Just weeks earlier, he had been hiding in a wine press, and now he stood at the head of the largest volunteer army Israel had assembled in generations. But as the army prepared to march toward the enemy encampment, God spoke to Gideon with words that must have sent shockwaves through his entire being. "You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. Our own strength has saved us." Too many men? The statement seemed to defy all military logic. The Midianites and their allies numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Their camels alone described as being like locusts for multitude. How could 32,000 possibly be considered too many? Yet God's reasoning revealed a profound truth about the nature of divine deliverance. If Israel won the coming battle through conventional military means, they would inevitably credit their victory to their own strength, strategy, and courage. The victory needed to be so obviously supernatural that no one could mistake its source. God's glory was at stake, and that glory could not be shared with human pride. Following God's instructions, Gideon stood before his assembled army and made an announcement that must have stunned many of the volunteers. "Anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead." The offer was based on an ancient law found in Deuteronomy, which recognized that fearful soldiers could spread panic through the ranks and actually weaken an army's effectiveness. But in this case, the dismissal served a different purpose entirely. God was beginning the process of reducing the army to a size that would make his intervention unmistakable. The response to Gideon's announcement was immediate and devastating. 22,000 men took advantage of the opportunity to withdraw from what many probably saw as a suicide mission anyway. These were not cowards in the traditional sense. They were ordinary people facing an extraordinary situation, and they chose the safety of their families over the uncertainties of battle. As Gideon watched more than 2/3 of his army walk away, his heart must have sunk. 10,000 men remained, still a respectable force, but far fewer than what seemed necessary for the task ahead. Surely now they could proceed with God's blessing. But God was not finished with his reductions. "There are still too many men," came the divine word. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there. If I say, 'This one shall go with you,' he shall go. But if I say, 'This one shall not go with you,' he shall not go." The instruction was puzzling and specific. Gideon was to observe how the men drank water and select his final army based on their drinking method. Of all the criteria that might be used to choose warriors, how they consumed water seemed among the least relevant to military prowess. At the water's edge, the 10,000 men revealed their character through their approach to drinking. The vast majority knelt down and put their faces directly to the water, drinking deeply and focusing entirely on satisfying their thirst. But a small group, only 300 men, demonstrated a different approach. They brought water to their mouths with their hands, lapping it like dogs while maintaining their vigilance and readiness. God's instruction was clear. With the 300 men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands. Let all the others go home." The reduction was complete and shocking. From 32,000 to 300 represented a decrease of more than 99%. What had begun as a substantial army was now reduced to little more than a large company. The odds, already daunting, had become mathematically absurd. Yet the selection criteria revealed profound spiritual truths. The 300 men who were chosen had demonstrated alertness, self-discipline, and readiness, even in a moment of personal need. While drinking, they had maintained their awareness of their surroundings, prepared for action at a moment's notice. These qualities, while admirable in soldiers, were really symbols of spiritual preparedness and faithfulness. As the dismissed soldiers departed, taking most of the weapons and supplies with them, Gideon was left with 300 men who looked more like a ceremonial guard than a fighting force. The enemy they faced was described in terms that emphasized their overwhelming numbers. All the Midianites, the Amalekites, and the other eastern peoples had settled in the valley, thick as locusts. Their camels could no more be counted than the sand on the seashore. The disparity was so extreme that it moved beyond the realm of military strategy into the realm of the miraculous. No human commander would voluntarily reduce his forces to such a level when facing such overwhelming odds. Yet this was precisely God's point. The victory that was coming would be so clearly divine in origin that no one could attribute it to human planning or prowess. For Gideon, this final reduction must have been the ultimate test of faith. Everything in his military thinking, everything in his natural instincts, everything in conventional wisdom screamed against such a strategy. Yet his experiences with the fleece had prepared him for this moment. He had learned to trust God's ways even when they contradicted human logic. The 300 men who remained showed remarkable faith as well. They could see the enemy forces spread across the valley below them. They knew the odds better than anyone, yet they chose to stay, to trust in the God who had called them through his servant Gideon. As night fell over the Israelite camp, the 300 men prepared for what would be the most unconventional battle in military history. They had no idea that they were about to participate in a victory that would be remembered and celebrated for thousands of years, a victory that would demonstrate God's power to use the weak to confound the mighty. The stage was set for a night that would change everything. The Midianites slept in their countless tents, confident in their overwhelming superiority. The 300 Israelites made their final preparations, trusting in a God who specialized in impossible victories. The hours before dawn are often the darkest, both literally and figuratively. As Gideon and his 300 men crouched in the hills overlooking the vast enemy encampment, the weight of their impossible mission pressed down upon them like a physical burden. The valley below was filled with the tents of their enemies, stretching as far as the eye could see in the starlight, a sea of canvas that housed an army larger than any they had ever faced. Despite the miraculous signs he'd witnessed and the divine assurances he had received, Gideon still struggled with doubt. God, in his infinite understanding of human nature, provided one more confirmation before the battle commenced. "Get up, go down against the camp," the Lord instructed, "because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The offer revealed God's compassionate understanding of Gideon's anxiety. Rather than rebuking him for his continued fears, the Lord provided an opportunity for reassurance. Taking his servant Purah with him, Gideon crept down toward the perimeter of the enemy camp, under cover of darkness. The Midianite camp was massive beyond imagination. Thousands upon thousands of tents housed warriors from multiple nations united in their conquest of Israel. The sounds of the sleeping army filled the night air, snoring soldiers, restless camels, the occasional challenge of sentries. The very scale of the enemy forces should have been overwhelming to any reasonable observer. As Gideon and Purah approached the outer edge of the camp, they overheard a conversation between two Midianite soldiers. One was telling his companion about a disturbing dream he had experienced. "I had a dream. A round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." The interpretation offered by his fellow soldier was even more remarkable. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." The irony was profound. Here, in the heart of the enemy camp, God was providing confirmation through the mouths of Israel's oppressors themselves. The barley bread in the dream was significant. Barley was considered the food of the poor, inferior to wheat. Yet in the dream, this humble loaf had the power to destroy the entire enemy position. The symbolism was clear. God would use the humble and despised to bring down the mighty and proud. That Gideon's name was already known to the enemy indicated that word of the gathering Israelite resistance had reached their ears. Rather than being encouraged by their overwhelming numerical superiority, some among the Midianites were apparently experiencing anxiety about this upstart Hebrew leader. God was already working in the hearts and minds of the enemy, preparing them for defeat. Gideon and Purah retreated to their own lines, hearts pounding with excitement and renewed confidence. The doubt that had plagued Gideon was finally dispelled by this remarkable confirmation. When they reached the Israelite position, Gideon called his men together for final instructions. "Get up," he announced with newfound authority and confidence. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." What followed was perhaps the most unusual battle plan in military history. Instead of swords and spears, Gideon distributed trumpets, empty clay jars, and torches to each of his 300 men. The weapons of conventional warfare were set aside in favour of items that seemed more suited to a religious ceremony than a military campaign. Gideon divided his small force into 3 companies of 100 men each. The strategy was simple, yet audacious. They would surround the enemy camp and, at Gideon's signal, create as much noise and confusion as possible while giving the appearance of a much larger force. "Watch me," Gideon instructed his men. "Follow my lead. When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan required perfect timing and coordination. Each man would conceal his torch inside a clay jar, maintaining complete darkness and silence until the moment of attack. Then at Gideon's signal, they would simultaneously break their jars, revealing blazing torches, blow their trumpets with all their might, and shout their battle cry. The psychological impact was designed to be devastating. The enemy would suddenly find themselves surrounded by lights and noise, creating the impression of a massive attacking force. In the confusion of a night assault, with limited visibility and the disorientation of being awakened from sleep, even experienced soldiers could panic and lose their sense of direction. As the 3 companies moved into position around the vast perimeter of the enemy camp, each man must have felt the weight of the moment. They were not professional soldiers, but ordinary citizens who had answered the call to fight for their freedom. Now they found themselves in the most critical moment of their lives, armed with the most unconventional weapons imaginable, trusting in a God who had promised victory through seemingly impossible means. The middle watch around midnight was traditionally the time when sentries were changed, and vigilance was often at its lowest point. It was at this precise moment that Gideon and his 100 men reached their assigned position on the edge of the camp. Across the valley, 200 other men waited in similar positions, every eye fixed on their leader for the signal that would begin the battle. Gideon raised his torch-filled jar high above his head, then brought it down sharply, smashing it against a rock. The clay shattered with a sound that seemed to echo across the silent valley, and immediately his torch blazed forth in the darkness. At the same instant, he lifted his trumpet to his lips and blew a long, piercing blast. "For the Lord and for Gideon!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. The signal rippled around the camp as 300 jars smashed simultaneously. 300 torches burst into flame, and 300 trumpet heights sounded their defiant call. The battle cry of "For the Lord and for Gideon" echoed from every direction, creating the impression that the Midianite camp was completely surrounded by a massive army. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Thousands of sleeping soldiers were jolted awake to find their camp surrounded by blazing lights and deafening noise. In the confusion and darkness, panic spread like wildfire through the ranks. Soldiers stumbled from their tents, grabbing whatever weapons they could find, unable to determine the size or direction of the attacking force. In their panic and confusion, the Midianites and their allies began attacking each other. Unable to distinguish friend from foe in the darkness, and hearing battle cries in their own languages from every direction, they assumed they had been betrayed by their allies. The coalition that had seemed so formidable began to tear itself apart. The 300 Israelites maintained their positions around the perimeter, continuing to blow their trumpets and hold their torches high, creating the illusion of a massive army that had the enemy completely surrounded. They watched in amazement as God fulfilled his promise in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. The panic spread throughout the entire camp like a plague. What had begun as confusion quickly escalated into a full-scale rout as the enemy forces fled in every direction, abandoning their weapons, supplies, and even their camels in their desperate attempt to escape what they perceived as certain destruction. The victory was complete and overwhelming, achieved not through superior numbers or military might, but through divine intervention, working through the obedience of 300 faithful men. The God who had called Gideon from his hiding place in the winepress had once again demonstrated that his power is made perfect in human weakness. As dawn broke over the valley, an astonishing sight greeted the 300 Israelites. Where the night before had stood the mighty encampment of Israel's oppressors, now lay only scattered debris and abandoned supplies. Tents stood empty, their guy ropes cut by fleeing soldiers. Weapons lay discarded where they had fallen from panicked hands. The camels that had been described as innumerable as locusts wandered aimlessly, their owners having fled into the wilderness. The ground itself told the story of the night's chaos. Bloodstains marked the spots where confused allies had struck down one another in the darkness. Personal belongings were strewn across the landscape as the fleeing army had abandoned everything that might slow their escape. The scene looked less like the aftermath of a battle and more like the remnants of a catastrophic natural disaster. Gideon and his men moved through the abandoned camp in wonder, scarcely believing what their eyes were witnessing. The victory was so complete, so overwhelming, that it seemed almost too good to be true, yet the evidence was undeniable. The army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years had been routed by 300 men armed with trumpets and torches. But God's deliverance was not yet complete. Even as the 300 marveled at what had occurred in the valley, word of the miraculous victory was spreading throughout the hill country of Israel. Men who had dismissed Gideon's call to arms, who had remained hidden in their caves and strongholds, now emerged with renewed courage and determination. The tribes of Naphtali, Asher, and Manasseh rallied to pursue the fleeing Midianites. What had begun with 300 faithful men now swelled into a national movement of liberation. The psychological impact of the victory was as important as the military result. The myth of Midianite invincibility had been shattered in a single night, and the spirit of resistance that had been dormant for so long now burst forth like a river breaking through a dam. Gideon sent messengers throughout the hill country of Ephraim with urgent instructions. Come down against the Midianites and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah. This strategic move would cut off the enemy's escape routes and ensure that the victory would be complete. The Ephraimites responded with enthusiasm, capturing the fords of the Jordan and trapping many of the fleeing Midianites. In the pursuit that followed, they captured two of the Midianite leaders, Oreb and Zeb, whose names meant raven and wolf. These princes, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for years, were now defeated and killed at the places that would forever bear their names: the rock of Oreb and the winepress of Zeb. The pursuit continued beyond the Jordan as Gideon and his original 300, though exhausted, pressed on to capture the remaining Midianite kings, Zaba and Zalmunna. The victory was total and decisive. An empire that had dominated the region for 7 years was completely destroyed in a matter of days. The land of Israel enjoyed peace for 40 years during Gideon's lifetime. The oppression that had driven families into hiding was replaced by prosperity and security. Fields that had been abandoned were cultivated again. Markets that had stood empty bustled with commerce. Children who had grown up knowing only fear could now play freely in their villages. But perhaps the greatest victory was not military but spiritual. Israel had rediscovered that their God was still the same mighty deliverer who had brought their ancestors out of Egypt. The impossible victory served as a permanent reminder that with God all things are possible. The story of Gideon and the 300 speaks across the centuries, with timeless truths that challenge and encourage us today. First, we see that God uses the unlikely. Gideon was not a seasoned warrior or a natural leader. He was a fearful farmer, hiding from his enemies. Yet God saw potential that others missed. This reminds us that God's calling is not based on our qualifications, but on his purposes. Second, the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300 demonstrates that faith matters more than numbers. In a world obsessed with statistics and metrics, God's economy operates differently. He delights in using small faithful remnants to accomplish great things, ensuring that his power, not human strength, receives the glory. Third, Gideon's requests for signs teach us about the balance between faith and doubt. God was patient with Gideon's need for confirmation, showing us that honest questions and requests for reassurance are not signs of weak faith but of a heart that desires to walk in God's will. Finally, the story shows us that obedience in the face of fear is the essence of courage. Gideon was afraid, his army was outnumbered, and the strategy seemed foolish. Yet they obeyed, and God honoured their faithfulness with victory. When we feel unqualified for the tasks before us, when the odds seem insurmountable, when we need reassurance before taking steps of faith, the story of Gideon reminds us that our God specialises in impossible victories. He is still calling ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, still using the weak to confound the mighty, still turning fearful hearts into faithful warriors. The God who met Gideon at the winepress is the same God who meets us in our hiding places today, calling us to step out in faith and watch him work miracles through surrendered lives. Just as the 300 trumpets and torches became instruments of divine victory, our simple obedience can become the means through which God accomplishes his purposes in our generation. May we have the courage to answer when he calls, the faith to trust when he leads, and the persistence to follow when he sends us into battles that seem impossible to win. For with God, the 300 can defeat the multitudes, and faith can move mountains that seem immovable. The story of Gideon reminds us that our greatest victories come not when we feel strong and capable, but when we acknowledge our weakness and depend completely on God's strength. In those moments of surrender, we discover that we serve a God who delights in doing the impossible through the most unlikely people. And so the story ends where it began, with an invitation to faith, a call to courage, and a promise that the God who delivered Israel through Gideon and the 300 is still delivering his people today, one impossible victory at a time.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Sacred Slumber. Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to ask you something that would genuinely help us out. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps the channel more than you possibly know. Seriously, it makes a massive difference in getting these stories out to more people who love this kind of content. Also, if you want to, drop a comment telling us what time it is for you right now and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. No pressure though, only if you feel like it. And of course, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. It keeps us going. All right, let's get into it. A whisper in the darkness. Imagine a night so quiet you can hear the oil lamps flickering. Picture a massive stone sanctuary in the ancient city of Shiloh, where shadows dance across walls that have witnessed centuries of worship. The air is thick with the scent of incense and burning oil, that peculiar combination of cedar smoke and olive essence that clings to sacred spaces. Outside, the wind moves through the hills of Israel like a whispered prayer, carrying with it the distant bleating of sheep settling for the night and the occasional call of a desert owl. Inside, in the sacred chambers near the Ark of the Covenant, a young boy lies sleeping on a simple mat. The stones beneath him still hold the warmth of the day's sun, though the night air has begun to cool. His breathing is steady, deep, the kind of sleep that comes from honest physical labour and a clear conscience. His name is Samuel. This is not a story about miracles that shake mountains or angels descending in blinding light. This is a story about something quieter, something more intimate, something that happens in the space between waking and dreaming where the boundaries of reality become permeable. It is about a voice in the darkness, a child who learned to listen when the entire world had gone deaf, and a moment that would alter the spiritual trajectory of an entire nation. Because sometimes the most profound truths do not arrive with thunder and earthquake. Sometimes they do not announce themselves with burning bushes or pillars of fire. Sometimes they arrive in whispers, in the stillness between breaths, in the gentle calling of a name spoken 3 times before it is finally understood. What you're about to hear is one of the most mysterious and beautiful moments in ancient scripture. A moment when heaven reached down to touch earth, not through spectacular signs, but through the simple act of calling a child's name in the night. But it is also a story about silence broken, about the end of a spiritual drought, about what happens when the divine decides to speak again after generations of absence. This is the story of Samuel, the boy who heard God speak when the rest of the world had forgotten how to listen, and perhaps, hidden within this ancient narrative, there are questions we have forgotten to ask. Questions about why heaven goes silent. Questions about who gets chosen to break that silence. Questions about whether the voice that called to Samuel in that darkened sanctuary is still calling, still speaking, still searching for those rare individuals who know how to say, "I am listening." Chapter 1. Hannah's Promise. To understand Samuel's calling, we must first understand how he came to be sleeping in that sanctuary. His story begins not with him, but with his mother, a woman named Hannah, who knew the bitter taste of desperation and the hollow ache of prayers that seemed to vanish into an empty sky. In the hill country of Ephraim, in a small village whose name has been lost to history, there lived a man named Elkanah who had 2 wives, as was common in that era. His first wife, Peninnah, had given him several children, sons to carry his name, daughters to arrange in marriage, a legacy written in flesh and blood. His second wife, Hannah, had given him only heartache and unanswered prayers. Year after year, Hannah remained childless, and in a culture where a woman's worth was often measured by her ability to bear children, this was not just a personal grief. It was a social death sentence, a daily humiliation, a question mark hanging over her entire existence. Neighbours would whisper, extended family would exchange knowing glances, even well-meaning friends would offer useless advice or suggest that perhaps she had offended God in some way, that her barrenness was divine punishment for some unknown sin. Elkanah loved Hannah. The text makes this clear. He would give her double portions at feasts, trying to compensate with material generosity for what biology had denied her. He would ask her with genuine confusion, "Am I not better to you than 10 sons?" It was a question born of love but blind to understanding. He could not fathom that the issue went deeper than his affection, that Hannah's grief was not about him at all, but about her own sense of purpose, of completion, of being seen as fully human by the society around her. Peninnah, with the cruelty that can only come from insecurity dressed as triumph, would taunt Hannah relentlessly. Every time the family made their annual pilgrimage to the sanctuary at Shiloh to worship and offer sacrifices, Peninnah would remind Hannah of her barrenness. The taunts were not subtle. They were designed to cut deep, to remind Hannah that in the eyes of the world she was incomplete, cursed, forgotten by the very God she came to worship. Peninnah would parade her children before Hannah, would make comments about how blessed she was, would turn every moment of worship into a reminder of Hannah's failure. And Hannah would weep. She would refuse to eat. The pain went beyond physical longing for a child. It touched something deeper, the existential question that haunts anyone who feels overlooked by the divine. Does God see me? Does he hear my prayers? Am I worthy of his attention? Or am I simply background noise in a universe too vast to care about one woman's grief? The pilgrimage to Shiloh was supposed to be a time of joy, of celebration, of renewal. But for Hannah, it became an annual reminder of everything she lacked. Year after year she would go through the motions of worship, while her heart broke quietly in places no one could see. One year, during their pilgrimage to Shiloh, Hannah could bear it no longer. The weight of accumulated grief, the years of disappointment, the constant humiliation, all of it reached a breaking point. While the rest of the family feasted after the sacrifice, celebrating with wine and roasted meat, Hannah slipped away to the entrance of the sanctuary. She stood there, in the place where earth met heaven, in the threshold between the mundane and the sacred, and she prayed with an intensity that went beyond words. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Her whole body shook with the force of her grief and desperation. Tears streamed down her face. Her hands trembled. This was not the polite ritualized prayer of public worship. This was raw, unfiltered communion with the divine. This was a woman pouring out her soul, holding nothing back, demanding to be heard by a God who had seemed deaf to her pleas for years. She made a vow that day, one that would echo through generations. If God would grant her a son, she would give him back to God. Not for a season, not for a few years, but for his entire life. The child would be dedicated to divine service from the moment he was weaned. It was the prayer of a woman who understood that sometimes the greatest gift we can receive is not something to hold on to, but something to offer back to its source. She was not bargaining with God so much as she was declaring her willingness to participate in something larger than her own desires. Eli, the high priest, sat by the doorpost of the sanctuary and watched this strange woman swaying and muttering. In his aging, perhaps cynical view of human nature shaped by years of dealing with corrupt worshippers, and his own corrupt sons, he assumed she was drunk. The accusation was harsh, almost cruel. "What are you doing here, intoxicated in the house of the Lord? How dare you bring your drunkenness into this sacred space?" Hannah lifted her eyes, and in them Eli saw not the glaze of wine, but the clarity of absolute desperation, the look of someone who has nothing left to lose, who has stripped away all pretense and pride, who stands naked before God with only their need. She explained that she was not drunk but deeply troubled, pouring out her soul before God. She had been praying out of her great anguish and grief. Something in her words, or perhaps in her eyes, or perhaps in the raw authenticity of her pain, convinced Eli. His response was both blessing and prophecy. "Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant what you have asked of him." It is unclear whether Eli knew what he was saying, whether he was simply offering the standard priestly blessing, or whether something moved through him in that moment, some whisper of the divine speaking through a man who had grown complacent in his religious duties. But the words landed on Hannah like rain on parched earth. Hannah left the sanctuary that day transformed. Her face was no longer downcast. She ate. The grief lifted from her countenance like a fog dispersing under the morning sun. She had been heard, if not by man, then by something infinitely greater. She did not yet have the child she longed for, but she had something perhaps more precious. The certainty that her prayers had reached their destination, that her voice had penetrated the silence, that she mattered to the God she served. Within the year, Hannah conceived. When she gave birth to a son, she named him Samuel, which in Hebrew carries the meaning heard by God, or asked of God, or some translations suggest name of God. The name itself was a testimony, a permanent reminder that this child was an answer to prayer, a gift that came from somewhere beyond the ordinary workings of the world. Every time someone spoke his name, they were acknowledging that this boy represented the moment when heaven responded to earth, when silence gave way to acknowledgement. For the first few years of his life, Samuel remained with Hannah. She nursed him, taught him his first words, held him close during thunderstorms, watched him take his first steps, knowing that each day brought them closer to the moment of separation. She must have memorized the sound of his laugh, the feel of his small hand in hers, the weight of him sleeping against her chest. She was not raising a son to keep, but a son to give away, and that knowledge must have coloured every moment with a bittersweet intensity. When he was old enough to be weaned, somewhere around 3 years old by the customs of that time, Hannah kept her vow. She could have rationalised her way out of it. She could have argued that God understood, that the vow was made in a moment of emotional extremity, that surely keeping her son would be acceptable. But Hannah was a woman who understood that integrity means keeping promises even when they cost you everything. She took Samuel to Shiloh. She brought him before Eli, the same priest who had blessed her years earlier, and she said words that must have torn her heart even as she spoke them. "I am the woman who stood here praying. I prayed for this child, and the Lord has granted me what I asked. So now I give him to the Lord. For his whole life he will be given over to the Lord." Then Hannah sang, not a lament, but a song of triumph and praise. She sang of God overturning the proud and lifting up the humble. She sang of barren women bearing children and the powerful being brought low. She sang of the Lord bringing death and giving life, bringing down to the grave and raising up. She sang of God judging the ends of the earth, giving strength to his king and exalting his anointed. Her song was radical, revolutionary, a declaration that the God she served delighted in reversing the expectations of the world, in using the weak to shame the strong, in lifting up those the world had written off as irrelevant. And then she left her son in that sanctuary and went home. Imagine being that child, too young to fully understand why your mother brought you to this vast, echoing building filled with strange smells and unfamiliar faces and then walked away. Too young to grasp that you had become the physical embodiment of a promise, a living prayer offered back to its source. You watch her figure receding, growing smaller, disappearing down the road back to the only home you have ever known, and you are left in the care of an old man whose eyes can barely see you, whose own sons are corrupt, in a place that will become your entire world. Samuel's childhood was unlike any other in Israel. While other boys played in fields and learned their father's trades, running through olive groves and swimming in streams, Samuel grew up in the sacred space of the tabernacle. His world was one of ritual and reverence, of ancient objects and whispered prayers, of shadows and lamplight, and the constant awareness that this place was different from all other places. He opened the doors of the sanctuary each morning, flooding the holy space with light. It was his job to unlock the heavy wooden doors that seal the sacred from the profane, to let in the dawn and with it the worshippers who would come seeking connection with the divine. He assisted Eli in the daily tasks of worship, learning the intricate patterns of sacrifice and ceremony, memorizing which offerings required which procedures, understanding the difference between sin offerings and burnt offerings and peace offerings, learning to read the subtleties of ritual purity. He tended the lamps that burned through the night, ensuring their wicks were trimmed and their oil replenished. This was not glamorous work. It required attention to detail, a willingness to wake in the darkness to check that the flames had not guttered out, an understanding that these small acts of maintenance were what kept the sacred space functioning. The lamps represented the presence of God, and Samuel learned that presence requires constant tending, constant attention, constant care. He cleaned the sacred vessels, swept the courts, washed the linens used in ceremonies, helped prepare the incense, carried water, ran errands. He memorized scriptures, learning to recite the stories of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, the tales of Moses and the Exodus, the laws given at Sinai. His education was entirely religious, entirely focused on service, entirely oriented towards something beyond himself. By all accounts, Samuel was a good child, humble, obedient, faithful in small things. The text tells us he grew in favor with both the Lord and with people. He was not resentful of his circumstances. He did not seem to chafe against the boundaries of his unusual childhood. Perhaps he had accepted that this was simply who he was, the boy who belonged to God, the boy who lived in the house of the Lord. But what must it have been like psychologically? To have no mother to comfort you when you woke from nightmares, to have no siblings to quarrel and play with, to grow up watching Eli's corrupt sons come and go, seeing the way they abused their position, hearing the whispers of their misconduct, to be surrounded by holiness and yet witness its corruption, to serve faithfully while those who should have been models of righteousness displayed only greed and lust and contempt for the sacred. Did Samuel wonder why he had been left here? Did he feel abandoned by the mother who had kissed him goodbye and walked away? Did he question whether the God he served even noticed his small acts of service? The text does not tell us. We see only the external facts, a boy growing up, performing his duties, learning his role. But surely there were moments of loneliness, moments of doubt, moments when the weight of it all felt too heavy for small shoulders to carry. Hannah visited when she could. Each year during the family's annual pilgrimage to Shiloh, she would bring Samuel a new robe she'd made for him, watching him grow, trying to compress a year of mothering into a few brief encounters. These visits must have been both blessing and torment. The joy of seeing his mother mingled with the pain of watching her leave again. The new robe, a reminder that somewhere he had a home, a family, a life he was not permitted to live. Yet there is no indication that Samuel rebelled or resented his circumstances. He simply continued. Day after day, year after year, faithful in the small things, present in the sacred space, available to be used however God saw fit. There was no indication in those early years that he would become anything more than a helpful assistant to an aging priest, that he would one day be the voice through which God spoke to an entire nation. But God, it seems, has a habit of preparing his instruments in obscurity before bringing them into the light. Samuel was being shaped by his circumstances, formed by his loneliness, refined by his faithfulness in tasks that no one celebrated. He was learning what it meant to serve without applause, to be obedient without immediate reward, to remain present even when presence felt like punishment. He was learning to listen in the silence. Chapter 2. The State of Israel at the Time. To appreciate what happened on that quiet night when God called Samuel's name, you need to understand the spiritual condition of Israel during this period. It was, to put it simply, a disaster. But the disaster raises uncomfortable questions that the text never fully answers. Questions about divine silence. Questions about why systems of worship become corrupt. Questions about what happens when the mediators between heaven and earth become obstacles instead of conduits. The problem started with Eli's sons, Hophni and Phinehas. These two men had inherited their father's position as priests, but they had not inherited his reverence for the sacred. They were corrupt in ways that went beyond simple moral failing. They actively perverted the worship of God, treating the sacrifices and offerings as opportunities for personal gain, turning the sacred into the profane with a systematic cruelty that suggests something darker than mere greed. When people brought animals to sacrifice at Shiloh, the priests were entitled to a specific portion of the meat according to the law of Moses. But Hophni and Phinehas were not content with their allotted share, with what had been designated as rightfully theirs. They wanted more. They wanted the best. They wanted what belonged to God. They would send their servants to threaten worshippers, demanding the choicest cuts of meat before the fat was even burned on the altar, as required by law. The fat belonged to God. That was non-negotiable in the sacrificial system. The burning of the fat was the moment when the sacrifice became truly sacred, when the offering transitioned from human gift to divine acceptance. But Hophni and Phinehas did not care about divine acceptance. They cared about their appetites. If people objected, if they tried to follow the proper procedures and insist that the fat be burned first, the servants would respond with threats of violence. We will take it by force if necessary. The priests were literally stealing from God, taking what belonged to the altar and consuming it themselves. They were turning worship into extortion, using their position of spiritual authority to exploit the vulnerable and the faithful. But their corruption went even darker, into territories that the text only hints at with uncomfortable brevity. They engaged in sexual immorality with women who served at the entrance to the sanctuary. These were women who had dedicated themselves to service at the tabernacle, who came to worship and serve with sincere devotion, and Hophni and Phinehas exploited them, used their authority and position to prey upon those who should have been under their protection. They turned the house of God into a place of exploitation and abuse, where the very people who were supposed to represent divine holiness became perpetrators of trauma. Worship became a source of fear rather than transcendence. People stopped coming, or when they came with cynicism and resentment, going through the motions but empty of faith. How could you trust a system where the gatekeepers were predators? How could you believe in the holiness of a place where the priests defiled it daily? The sanctuary at Shiloh, which was meant to be the central hub of Israel's spiritual life, became instead a monument to religious corruption. Eli knew what his sons were doing. The text makes this painfully clear. People told him. They came with reports of misconduct, of abuse, of exploitation. He heard the rumours and saw the evidence. He was not ignorant. He was not blind to their crimes. And to his credit, he confronted them. But his rebukes were weak, almost apologetic, carrying no weight and no consequence. Why do you do such things? I hear reports from the people about your wicked deeds. If someone sins against another person, God may mediate. But if someone sins against the Lord, who will intercede? The words acknowledge the problem but offer no solution. There is no threat of removal from office, no stripping of authority, no punishment that might actually deter the behaviour. Just words, just disappointment, just a father hoping his wayward sons might suddenly develop a conscience they had never demonstrated. Hophni and Phinehas ignored their father and continued their corruption. Why wouldn't they? There were no consequences. Eli's position as high priest gave him the authority to remove them, to appoint others, to enforce standards. But he did nothing, and his inaction was itself a form of action, a choice that enabled the continued degradation of worship. The impact on Israel's spiritual life was catastrophic. The text records it with devastating simplicity. The people came to despise the offerings to the Lord. Think about what that means. The sacrificial system was the heart of Israel's covenant relationship with God. It was how sins were atoned for, how gratitude was expressed, how the community maintained its connection with the divine, and people were learning to despise it, to see it as corrupt and meaningless, to associate worship with exploitation rather than with holiness. Faith withered. Cynicism spread. A generation was growing up believing that God either did not care about corruption in his own house, or that he was powerless to stop it, or worse, that he did not exist at all, and the whole system was simply a mechanism for priestly power and exploitation. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of this era, the detail that haunts the narrative with its implications, was not the corruption of the priests. It was the silence of heaven. The scripture records it with haunting simplicity. In those days, the word of the Lord was rare. There were not many visions. Think about what that means. In a culture where prophets and priests were meant to be the conduits between God and humanity, the channel had gone quiet. God was not speaking, or if he was, no one was hearing. Prophecies were scarce to the point of being legendary. Divine visions were so uncommon that when someone claimed to have received one, it was met with skepticism rather than expectation. But why? The text does not explain. It simply records the fact of divine silence as if it were weather, as if the absence of God's voice was as natural and unremarkable as a drought. But this raises uncomfortable questions. Had God withdrawn because of the corruption? Was the silence a form of judgment, a divine turning away from a people who had corrupted worship? Or had the people simply stopped listening? Had they become so cynical and so wounded by a religious hypocrisy that they could no longer hear what was being said? Or was there another possibility, one that the text does not explore but that hangs in the air like smoke? Perhaps the priests, who were supposed to be the mediators between God and people, had become such effective blockers of communication that divine messages simply could not get through. Perhaps Hophni and Phinehas were not just corrupt individuals, but symptoms of a systemic failure, a spiritual infrastructure that had collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. Israel was spiritually adrift, navigating by dead reckoning through waters where the stars had gone dark. There were no prophets to consult, no clear word from God about how to proceed, no divine guidance about which way to turn, just the daily grind of existence, the hollow rituals performed without meaning, the slow death of a people's faith in the face of institutional betrayal. This was the world into which Samuel was growing up, a world where the representatives of God were corrupt, where worship had become hollow, where heaven seemed distant and disinterested. If you were a young person in that era, what would you believe about the divine? Would you expect God to speak? Would you even know what his voice sounded like? Would you be able to distinguish a divine call from your own imagination or from the voice of a very human priest? Samuel cleaned the lamps each evening, ensuring the light would burn through the night. It was a practical task, a maintenance duty, nothing spiritual about it. He trimmed the wicks, refilled the oil reservoirs, ensured the flames were steady. But in that small act, there was a symbol that perhaps Samuel himself did not fully understand. The lamp of God had not yet gone out. Somewhere in the darkness a light still burned, and into that darkness, cutting through the silence that had lasted for generations, a voice was about to break through. Chapter 3. The night God spoke. The night began like any other. Samuel had completed his duties for the day, working through the familiar routines that structured his life. The sanctuary was clean, the floors swept, the vessels washed and arranged in their proper places. The lamps were lit, their flames steady, casting dancing shadows across the ancient stones. The sacred space was prepared for the silence of the evening hours, for the long watch through darkness toward dawn. Eli, now elderly and nearly blind, his eyes grown dim from age and perhaps from seeing too much corruption without acting, had retired to his usual place. He moved slowly now, carefully, feeling his way along walls he had walked beside for decades. His sleeping area was separate but nearby, close enough that Samuel could hear him if he called, out in the night. Samuel lay down in his customary sleeping spot somewhere near the chamber where the Ark of the Covenant rested. The exact location is not specified in the text, but the implication is clear. He slept in proximity to the most sacred object in all of Israel, closer to the physical representation of God's presence than anyone else in the nation that night. The ark was the most sacred object in Israel, a gold-covered chest containing the tablets of the law, a jar of manna, and Aaron's staff that had budded. But more than its contents, the ark represented the very presence of God among his people. It was the throne of the invisible king, the place where heaven touched earth, the point of contact between the divine and the mortal. To sleep near it was to sleep in the shadow of holiness, though Samuel likely thought nothing of it. This was simply where he slept, as ordinary to him as any bedroom, as familiar as his own breathing. The lamp of God was still burning, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. This detail matters more than it might initially seem. In the Jewish tradition, the lamp in the sanctuary, the menorah that burned with consecrated oil, was not allowed to go out until morning light made it unnecessary. It represented the presence of God, the light that persisted even in darkness, the hope that had not yet been extinguished. The phrase, "the lamp of God had not yet gone out," carries within it both promise and warning. Not yet, but it could. The light was still burning, but barely. The presence was still there, but fading. As long as the lamp burned, there was hope. As long as the light persisted against the encroaching darkness, God had not abandoned his dwelling place entirely. Samuel drifted into sleep, a boy exhausted from the honest labour of serving in the house of God. His breathing slowed, his muscles relaxed. He sank into that deep, dreamless sleep that comes from physical work and a clear conscience. The sanctuary around him settled into its nighttime sounds. The creak of cooling stone, the whisper of wind through high windows, the distant cry of a night bird, the soft flutter of the lamp flames, and then, in the darkness, cutting through the silence like a knife through cloth, he heard his name, Samuel. The voice was clear, distinct, personal. Not a shout that would echo through the halls, but not a whisper that could be mistaken for imagination either. It had the quality of someone standing nearby, speaking with intention and purpose, with the certainty that they would be heard. It was a voice that expected a response. Samuel's eyes snapped open. His heart leaped in his chest. There was no confusion, no moment of disorientation. He knew immediately that someone had called him. The voice had been too clear, too deliberate, too unmistakably directed at him. In the darkness, with the lamp casting its uncertain light, Samuel did what made perfect sense to a boy who had grown up serving under an elderly priest. Eli must need something. The old priest was nearly blind now, stumbling in the darkness. Perhaps he had dropped something. Perhaps he needed water. Perhaps he was unwell and required assistance. Samuel threw off whatever covering he used against the night chill and ran to where Eli slept. "Here I am. You called me?" The response was immediate, instinctive. "Here I am." Two words that would become the defining posture of Samuel's entire life. Not, "What do you want?" Not, "Can it wait until morning?" Just presence. Just availability. Here I am. Eli, pulled from sleep and confused, his mind foggy with the remnants of dreams, looked in the direction of Samuel's voice with eyes that could barely make out shapes in the darkness. "I did not call. Go back and lie down." Samuel returned to his place, perhaps a little puzzled, but not overly concerned. Perhaps he had been dreaming. Perhaps the transition from sleep to waking had jumbled his perceptions. Perhaps the old man had called out in his sleep and forgotten. These things happen. The mind plays tricks in the boundary spaces between consciousness and unconsciousness. He lay back down, pulled his covering around him, and closed his eyes, willing himself back towards sleep. The sanctuary settled back into silence. The lamp continued its steady burning. Outside, the wind moved through the hills with a sound like breathing. Samuel's heartbeat slowed back to its resting rhythm. Samuel? Again. The same voice, the same clarity, the same undeniable sense that someone was speaking directly to him, calling him by name with purpose and intention. This was not imagination. This was not the remnant of a dream clinging to the edge of waking. This was not the echo of Eli's voice misheard in the darkness. Someone had called his name clearly and deliberately, as real as the stone beneath him and the lamplight flickering against the walls. Once more, Samuel got up and went to Eli. His bare feet made soft sounds against the cold stone floor. His breathing was quicker now, his confusion deeper. If Eli had not called the first time, then who had? "Here I am. You called me." Eli, now more awake and perhaps slightly irritated at being disturbed a second time, sent him away again with a tone that suggested both confusion and mild frustration. "I did not call, my son. Go back and lie down." Samuel returned, but now there was a question forming in his mind that would not be silenced. If Eli was not calling him, then who was? Was someone playing a trick? Was there an intruder in the sanctuary hiding in the shadows, calling his name for some unknown purpose? But the voice had not seemed mischievous or threatening. It had been steady, certain, intimate, the kind of voice that knows you, that has the right to call your name. He lay back down, but this time sleep did not come easily. His eyes stayed open, staring into the darkness above him. His ears strained for any sound, any indication of who or what had spoken to him. The lamp flickered. A moth circled near its flame. Time stretched and compressed in that strange way it does when you are lying awake in the dark, unsure whether minutes or hours are passing. Samuel. The third time, Samuel abandoned any doubt or hesitation. Someone was calling him, and if it was not Eli, then perhaps the old priest was confused. Perhaps he was calling out without realizing it. Perhaps his dreams were speaking through him. Samuel got up once more, faster now, urgent, and went to Eli. He stood at the foot of the old priest's sleeping mat, his young face barely visible in the dim light that filtered in from the main chamber. "Here I am. You called me." And finally, after decades of serving in the sanctuary, after years of watching the word of the Lord become rare and vision scarce, after witnessing the corruption of his sons and the slow death of Israel's faith, Eli understood. The realization must have hit him like a physical blow. God was calling the boy, not the high priest, not the experienced religious leader, not the man who had served in this place for decades. The boy who cleaned the floors and tended the lamps and slept near the ark without fully comprehending what that meant. Eli's response is one of the most beautiful moments in the entire narrative. He could have been jealous, wounded by the divine bypassing, bitter that his years of service were being overlooked in favor of a child. He could have been defensive, questioning whether this was really happening, whether Samuel was perhaps confused or making things up. He could have claimed the voice for himself, insisted that any divine communication should come through proper channels, through the established hierarchy of priesthood. But instead, Eli became a teacher in the truest sense. He gave Samuel the gift of understanding and the words that would change everything. He put aside whatever personal feelings he might have had, and focused entirely on helping Samuel navigate what was about to happen. "Go and lie down," Eli said, and you can hear in those words both resignation and hope, both the sadness of being passed over and the wonder that God was speaking again at all. And if he calls you, say, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." Those words, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," not "Who are you?" Not "What do you want?" Not "Prove yourself to me." Just openness, just availability, just the humble acknowledgement that if God is speaking, the only appropriate response is to listen. Samuel returned to his place one more time. He lay down in the darkness, the lamp of God still burning nearby, casting its uncertain light across ancient stones, and he waited. His heart must have been pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. His mind must have been racing with questions and fears and wonder. What does the voice of God sound like? What will he say? Am I worthy to hear it? What if I do not understand? What if I get it wrong? The silence stretched. The lamp flickered. Outside, the night continued its slow progression toward dawn. And then, For the 4th time, the voice came, but this time there was a difference. This time the name was repeated, spoken twice, with an intimacy and urgency that had not been there before. Samuel! Samuel! The repetition is significant. In Hebrew, when a name is called twice, it indicates intimacy, urgency, importance. Abraham, Abraham, Moses, Moses. Now Samuel, Samuel. This was not a casual summons. This was personal, direct, unmistakable. This time, the boy was ready. Following Eli's instructions exactly, word for word, he responded with the words that have echoed through millennia as the perfect posture of faith, the ideal response to divine initiative. Speak, for your servant is listening. And God spoke. What happened next was not what a child would want to hear. God did not give Samuel a message of encouragement or blessing. He did not reveal some beautiful mystery or share some cosmic secret about the nature of reality or the structure of heaven. He did not offer comfort or promise Samuel a glorious future. Instead, God gave Samuel a prophecy of judgment, and the judgment was against Eli's household, against the man who had been like a father to him, against the only family he had truly known. God told Samuel that he was about to do something in Israel that would make the ears of everyone who heard it tingle. That phrase, ears tingling, suggests something shocking, something that would reverberate through the nation like a physical sensation. This was not going to be a quiet judgment, a private correction. This was going to be public, unmistakable, impossible to ignore. He was going to carry out against Eli everything he had spoken concerning his family, from beginning to end. There had been warnings before. A prophet had come to Eli years earlier with a similar message, speaking of judgment to come, of the priesthood being taken from his lineage, of his sons dying on the same day. That prophecy had been spoken and then seemingly forgotten, filed away as one of those uncomfortable truths that people acknowledge but never really expect to see fulfilled. But God was saying now that the time of fulfillment had come. The warnings were over. The judgment was at hand. The reason was clear and devastating. Eli knew about the sins of his sons. He knew they were blaspheming God, treating the sacred as profane, exploiting women, stealing from the altar, corrupting worship itself. He had heard the reports. He had seen the evidence. He had confronted them, yes, but his rebukes were empty, carrying no weight, leading to no consequences. He had failed to restrain them, failed to use his authority to stop them, failed to choose God's honour over his son's comfort, and that failure, that complicity through inaction, meant that the guilt of Eli's house would never be atoned for by sacrifice or offering. Think about what that means. In a religious system built entirely around sacrifice and atonement, where every sin could theoretically be covered by the blood of animals and the proper rituals, God was declaring that some corruption runs too deep for ritual to reach. Some betrayals are so fundamental that the system itself cannot address them. Eli's family would carry their guilt to the grave and beyond, marked forever by their choice to prioritize family loyalty over divine justice. Imagine being Samuel in that moment. You are a child, perhaps 11 or 12 years old, lying in the darkness of a sanctuary, having just heard the voice of God for the first time in your life. And the message you have been given is not one of blessing or calling or future glory. It is a message of doom for the man who has raised you, who has taught you everything you know about worship and service, who has been your only father figure in a life marked by abandonment and loneliness. The weight of it must have been crushing. How do you speak words of judgment to someone you love? How do you become the bearer of bad news that will break someone's heart? How do you look into the eyes of a man who has shown you kindness and tell him that his family line is cursed, that his sons will die, that everything he has built will crumble? This was the cost of prophecy that no one talks about. This was the burden of truth that cannot be softened or avoided or delayed. Samuel had been given a message, and whether he wanted to deliver it or not was irrelevant. The truth had been spoken to him, and now he was responsible for speaking it to others. This is what it means to be a prophet. Not visions and mystical experiences and spiritual heights, but the grinding, awful responsibility of speaking truths that wound you as deeply as they wound those who hear them. The rest of the night must have been agony for Samuel. The text tells us he lay there until dawn, too afraid to tell Eli what he'd heard. He did not sleep. How could he? His mind must have raced through possibilities. Maybe he had misunderstood. Maybe there was a way to soften the message to make it less harsh. Maybe if he just kept quiet, the whole thing would fade like a dream, and he could go back to his simple life of tending lamps and sweeping floors. But deep down, he knew. The voice had been too clear. The message had been too specific. And God had not asked his opinion about whether this was a good idea or whether Samuel felt ready for such responsibility. The divine does not consult us about our readiness. It simply calls, and we must answer. Chapter 4. The Weight of the Message. As morning light began to filter into the sanctuary, pale and hesitant through the high windows, Samuel rose and went about his duties as usual. Muscle memory guided him through the familiar routines. He opened the doors of the house of the Lord, pushing aside the heavy wooden barriers that sealed the sacred from the profane, letting in the day, with all its ordinary demands. But everything felt different now. The air was heavier, pressing down on his shoulders like a physical weight. The silence was louder, filled with the words he carried but could not speak. He carried within him words that would change everything, and he was terrified to voice them. His hands shook as he performed his tasks. He fumbled with the lamp wicks, nearly spilling oil on the floor. He could not meet anyone's eyes. Every sound made him jump, expecting Eli to call for him, to demand the message, to force him to speak the unspeakable. Eli, however, knew something had happened. Years of serving in the sanctuary had given him an intuition about spiritual matters that his failing eyesight could not diminish. He could sense the change in Samuel, could feel the weight the boy was carrying. He called Samuel to him, his voice gentle but insistent, and when the boy came, reluctant and pale, the old priest asked him directly, "Samuel, my son, what was it he said to you? Please do not hide it from me." Then he added words that carried the weight of both authority and desperation. "May God deal with you, be it ever so severely if you hide from me anything he told you." It was an oath, a binding formula that made concealment impossible. Eli was not giving Samuel an easy out. He was demanding truth, however painful, however devastating. And in doing so, he was teaching Samuel one of the most important lessons of prophetic ministry: that truth matters more than comfort, that integrity requires speaking even when silence would be kinder. There is something deeply moving about this moment. Eli was giving Samuel permission to speak truth, even painful truth. He was not demanding a comfortable answer. He was not pressuring the boy to lie or soften the message. He was not using his position as high priest to intimidate or manipulate. He was simply asking for honesty, for the faithful delivery of whatever word had been given, regardless of personal cost. Samuel, to his credit, did not hold back. He told Eli everything, every word of the judgment, every detail of the coming consequences, every aspect of the doom pronounced against his house. He did not sugarcoat it. He did not try to make it easier to hear. He did not add comforting caveats or suggest ways the judgment might be avoided. He simply delivered the message as it had been given to him, faithful to both God and to Eli in his refusal to distort the truth. The words must have felt like stones in his mouth, each one heavy and sharp. He would have watched Eli's face as he spoke, looking for signs of anger or rejection or denial. But what he saw instead was something he had not expected. Eli's response is remarkable in its humility and resignation. He did not rage against the pronouncement. He did not question Samuel's experience or suggest the boy had misunderstood or imagined things. He did not blame Samuel for being the messenger or accuse him of disloyalty or ingratitude. He simply said, with a weariness that spoke of years of knowing this moment would come, "He is the Lord. Let him do what is good in his eyes." There is defeat in those words, yes, but there is also acceptance, a kind of peace that comes from finally having the truth spoken aloud, from no longer living in the shadow of unacknowledged reality. Eli had known for years that his sons were corrupt. He had known that his failure to stop them was a kind of complicity, a betrayal of his calling and his God. The judgment was not a surprise. It was an inevitability finally spoken aloud, a truth that had been hovering unspoken in the air for years finally given voice and substance. And perhaps in some way, Eli was relieved that the silence had been broken, even if the words spoken were words of judgment. Perhaps there is a relief that comes from knowing, from having certainty, even when that certainty is terrible. Perhaps after years of wondering when the hammer would fall, there was a strange comfort in finally hearing it fall, in knowing the shape of the future even when that future was dark. What Samuel learned that night and that morning was something most of us spend a lifetime avoiding. That truth is not always comfortable, that faithfulness sometimes means delivering hard words, and that love does not require us to hide reality from those we care about. Samuel could have lied to Eli. He could have softened the message or claimed he did not remember the details, or suggested that perhaps he had misunderstood what God was saying, but he chose honesty, and in doing so he established the pattern that would define his entire ministry. He would be a prophet who spoke the word of the Lord without compromise, without concern for how it would be received, without fear of the consequences. Not because he was harsh or unfeeling, but because he understood that truth, however painful, is ultimately an act of respect. To lie to someone, even to spare their feelings, is to treat them as less than fully human, as incapable of bearing reality. Samuel gave Eli the dignity of truth, and Eli received it with the dignity of acceptance. Chapter 5. Samuel becomes a prophet. After that night, everything changed for Samuel. The text tells us that he grew, and the Lord was with him, letting none of his words fall to the ground. That phrase, letting none of his words fall to the ground, is the ancient way of saying that everything Samuel prophesied came true. He was not speaking his own opinions or making educated guesses or offering the kind of vague predictions that could be interpreted multiple ways, depending on how events unfolded. He was speaking with divine authority, and reality itself confirmed his words with uncomfortable precision. The prophecy about Eli's house came true exactly as Samuel had spoken it. The details are grim and worth recounting because they establish Samuel's credibility as a true prophet in a time when false prophets were common and people had grown cynical about divine communication. Israel went to war against the Philistines, their perennial enemy. In the first battle, the Israelites were defeated and thousands of soldiers died. In desperation, the elders decided to bring the Ark of the Covenant from Shiloh to the battlefield, believing that God's physical presence would guarantee victory. Hophni and Phinehas accompanied the Ark, treating it like a magical talisman rather than the throne of the living God. The Israelites shouted when the Ark arrived, a roar so loud that the ground shook. The Philistines were terrified at first, knowing the stories of what the God of Israel had done to Egypt. But they fought anyway, and in the battle that followed, Israel was utterly defeated. 30,000 soldiers died, and on that same day, exactly as prophesied, both Hophni and Phinehas were killed. The Ark of God was captured by the Philistines, carried off as a trophy of war. When a messenger brought the news to Shiloh, Eli was sitting by the road, his heart trembling for the Ark of God. When he heard that the Ark had been captured and his sons were dead, the 98-year-old priest fell backward off his chair, broke his neck, and died. The priesthood of his line ended in that moment, cut off exactly as God had declared. It was a devastating fulfillment, but it established beyond doubt that Samuel spoke with divine authority. He had predicted these events when he was just a child, and they had come to pass exactly as he said. The word of the Lord through Samuel was reliable, trustworthy, deserving of attention. As Samuel matured from boy to young man, his reputation spread throughout Israel like wildfire. From Dan in the far north to Beersheba in the deep south, spanning the entire geographical extent of Israel's territory, everyone knew that Samuel had been established as a prophet of the Lord. The word that had been rare, the visions that had been scarce, now flowed through this young man who had learned to listen in the darkness. But Samuel was more than just a prophet delivering occasional messages. God continued to appear at Shiloh, revealing himself to Samuel through his word on a regular basis. Samuel became the primary channel of divine communication for the entire nation. The silence had been broken. The channel between heaven and earth, clogged by corruption and complacency for generations, had been cleared. And the instrument God chose was not a powerful warrior or a cunning politician or even an experienced priest with decades of religious training. It was a boy who had learned to say 5 simple words: "Speak, for your servant is listening." Samuel's influence on Israel cannot be overstated. He became the bridge between the chaotic era of the judges and the establishment of the monarchy, standing at one of the most critical transitions in the nation's history. He was the last judge, travelling on a circuit through Bethel, Gilgal and Mizpah, settling disputes and administering justice with a wisdom that people recognised as coming from God. He was also the first of the great prophets, the founder of a prophetic tradition that would produce Elijah, Elisha, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and all the voices that would call Israel back to God throughout its history. When the people demanded a king like the surrounding nations, it was Samuel who anointed Saul, a tall and handsome man from the tribe of Benjamin, as Israel's first king. And when Saul proved disobedient and unfaithful to God, it was Samuel who had to deliver yet another hard message of judgment, who had to watch another man he had elevated fall under divine displeasure. Later, it was Samuel who anointed David, the youngest son of Jesse, a shepherd boy with no apparent qualifications except that God had chosen him. That shepherd boy would become Israel's greatest king, the man whose lineage would eventually produce the Messiah. But beyond the political role, beyond the anointing of kings and the settling of disputes, Samuel represented something Israel desperately needed: spiritual integrity in a world corroded by compromise. In a time when the priesthood had become corrupt, when worship had become hollow, when the word of the Lord was rare, Samuel embodied what it meant to hear from God and speak his truth faithfully regardless of personal cost. He reformed religious life throughout Israel, establishing schools of prophets where young men could learn to listen for God's voice and speak his word. He called the people back to authentic worship, challenging them to put away their foreign gods and serve the Lord only. He led the nation in repentance at Mizpah, where they fasted and confessed their sins, acknowledging that they had abandoned God. And when the Philistines attacked during that gathering, Samuel interceded for the people, and God threw the enemy into confusion with thunder and lightning, giving Israel a decisive victory. Samuel demonstrated that God had not abandoned his people, that the silence had been circumstantial rather than permanent, that divine presence and power were still available to those who would seek them with integrity. The boy who once cleaned floors and trimmed lamp wicks became the conscience of a nation. The child who slept near the ark became the voice through which God spoke to kings and commoners alike. His authority came not from position, or political power, or military might, but from the simple fact that he had learned to listen and had the courage to speak what he heard, even when speaking cost him dearly. Chapter 6. The Legacy of the Story. So what do we take from this ancient narrative? What does it mean for us, centuries removed from oil lamps and tabernacles and sleeping near the Ark of the Covenant? And perhaps more intriguingly, what questions does this story raise that it never fully answers? First, there is the theme of listening. God can speak in quiet places, in ordinary moments, when we least expect it. Samuel was not performing some elaborate spiritual ritual when God called his name. He was not fasting on a mountain. He was not in a trance or a vision quest. He was sleeping, exhausted from a day of mundane labour. He was simply present in a sacred space, available to be awakened. How often do we miss the voice of the divine because we are too busy, too distracted, too convinced that revelation only comes in spectacular packages? We wait for burning bushes and angelic visitations, for dramatic signs and unmistakable interventions, while the still small voice speaks in the darkness and we mistake it for our imagination, or for human conversation, or for nothing at all. Samuel teaches us that sometimes the most profound moments arrive softly, in the space between waking and sleeping, in the darkness when our defences are down and our minds are quiet enough to hear what has always been speaking. But this raises uncomfortable questions. How many times has that voice spoken and we have ignored it? How many times have we attributed divine communication to coincidence or psychology or wish fulfillment because we have lost the ability to recognise it for what it is? Second, there is the theme of obedience. Samuel's first response when he heard his name was immediate and complete. Here I am. No hesitation, no calculation, no weighing of options or considering whether this was a good time, just presence and availability. Not, what do you want, but here I am. Not, let me think about it, but immediate response. Later, when Eli gave him the words to use, Samuel followed the instruction exactly. He did not improvise or try to improve on the formula or insert his own personality into the exchange. He simply said what he had been taught to say, "Speak, for your servant is listening." Obedience in this story is not about blind submission to authority. It is about being teachable, about recognizing when someone knows more than you do, about trusting guidance even when you do not fully understand where it is leading. But there is something deeper here, something that troubles the waters of easy interpretation. Samuel was obedient to a voice he had never heard before, to a presence he could not see, based entirely on the instruction of a priest whose own family was corrupt, and whose judgment had been compromised by his failure to discipline his sons. What made Samuel so certain that this was God speaking and not some other voice? What internal compass guided him toward trust when skepticism would have been equally reasonable? Third, there is the theme of humility. Samuel's greatness began in small acts of service. He was faithful in opening doors, in cleaning, in tending lamps, in all the unglamorous work that keeps a sacred space functioning. He did not despise the small things, or consider himself above menial tasks. He swept floors with the same attention he later brought to anointing kings. He trimmed lamp wicks with the same care he would later exercise in delivering prophetic words, and it was in that posture of humble service, in the daily repetition of small faithful acts, that God found him. How different this is from our modern obsession with platform and visibility, with making a name for ourselves and ensuring everyone knows our accomplishments, with treating service as a stepping stone to something better rather than as its own reward. Samuel reminds us that true influence is built in obscurity, that character is formed in the small decisions no one sees, that greatness is the fruit of faithfulness in little things rather than the result of ambitious self-promotion. But again, there is a mystery here. Why Samuel? What was it about this particular boy that made him suitable for this calling? The text gives no indication that he was exceptional in any way. He was simply there, simply faithful, simply available. Which raises the question, are there others who are equally faithful, equally available, who never heard their name called? Is divine calling arbitrary, or is there some hidden criteria that determines who hears the voice and who does not? Fourth, there is the theme of responsibility. Sometimes truth is hard but necessary. Samuel's first message from God was a message of judgment, and he had to deliver it to someone he loved. This is the cost of being a conduit for truth. You do not get to choose which messages are convenient and which are difficult. You do not get to edit reality to make it more palatable. You do not get to withhold hard truths, because speaking them might damage relationships or cost you social capital. If you are going to be a voice for something beyond yourself, whether you call that voice God or conscience or truth, or simply what is, you have to be willing to speak even when the words cut you as deeply as they cut those who hear them. Samuel could have spared Eli. He could have lied or softened the message or claimed he did not remember the details. But he chose the harder path of honesty, and in doing so he honoured both Eli and himself. Yet this raises ethical questions that the narrative does not resolve. What is the balance between truth and compassion? When does speaking hard truths become cruelty disguised as honesty? Samuel was a child delivering a message he did not create and could not change. But what about us? when the truths we must speak are filtered through our own perceptions and biases and limited understanding? How do we know when to speak and when to remain silent? Fifth, there is the theme of hope. The lamp of God had not yet gone out. Even in the darkest period of Israel's spiritual life, when the priesthood was corrupt and the word of the Lord was rare and the nation was spiritually adrift, there was still a light burning somewhere in the darkness. God had not abandoned his people. He was simply waiting for someone who would listen, someone who would respond, someone who would be faithful with what was given to them. Samuel represents the truth that it is never too late for renewal, that no matter how far things have fallen, no matter how corrupt the systems or how cynical the people, there is always the possibility of a voice in the darkness calling us back to what matters. The light may be flickering, the wick may be nearly consumed, the oil may be running low. But as long as there is any light at all, there is hope for rekindling, for replenishment, for the dawn that follows even the longest night. But this optimistic reading sits uncomfortably with the historical reality. The lamp did eventually go out. The sanctuary at Shiloh was destroyed. The ark was captured and never returned to that place. The line of Eli ended in blood and disgrace. Samuel's calling did not prevent disaster. It only narrated it before it happened. So what kind of hope is this? Is it simply the hope that truth will be spoken, even if it changes nothing? Is it the hope that someone will bear witness, even in the midst of collapse? Finally, there is something unspoken in this narrative that deserves attention. God bypassed the entire religious hierarchy to speak to a child. He did not go through official channels. He did not honour the established order. He did not consult with the high priest or seek permission from religious authorities. He simply called out in the darkness to a boy who had no status, no authority, no credentials beyond faithfulness in small things. This is either deeply encouraging or deeply unsettling, depending on your perspective. It suggests that divine communication is not controlled by institutions, that truth can emerge from the margins, that the voice of God might speak to those we least expect, rather than to those we have designated as official intermediaries. But it also raises anarchistic questions about authority and order, about how we distinguish genuine divine calling from delusion or manipulation, about what happens when everyone claims to hear the voice of God speaking contradictory messages. Samuel's story is ultimately about availability. He was not the most powerful person in Israel. He was not the most educated or the most connected. He was simply present, attentive, and willing to respond when he heard his name called. And that was enough. That has always been enough. But it invites us to ask, what are we available for? What sacred spaces do we inhabit, whether physical or spiritual or psychological, where we might be found by whatever calls to us in the darkness? And when that call comes, will we recognize it, or will we mistake it for something ordinary, something explainable, something that requires no response? Epilogue: The Voice in the Night. Close your eyes and imagine that sanctuary again. The vast stone building in Shiloh, the oil lamps casting their gentle light, the shadows dancing on walls that have witnessed generations of worship and neglect. Imagine the boy lying near the ark, exhausted from a day of simple service, drifting into sleep with no expectation that this night will be different from any other. And then the voice, clear, personal, undeniable, a voice that breaks through the silence of heaven and calls a child by name. Samuel's story is a reminder that the divine does not always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it comes as a whisper in the darkness. Sometimes it arrives in the form of a question repeated until we finally understand that we are being addressed. Sometimes the most significant moments of our lives happen when we are alone, unguarded, simply present in a space where we have made ourselves available to something greater than ourselves. The lamp of God is still burning. That is the promise embedded in this ancient narrative. No matter how dark the times, no matter how corrupt the systems, no matter how silent heaven seems, there is always a light somewhere refusing to go out, and there is always the possibility that in the quiet, in the stillness, in the spaces between our busy thoughts and desperate prayers, we might hear our name spoken by a voice we do not yet recognize. The question is not whether the voice is calling. The question is whether we are listening. Samuel lay in that sanctuary as a boy and became a prophet because he learned to say 5 words that changed everything. Speak, for your servant is listening. He did not demand proof. He did not negotiate terms. He did not insist on understanding everything before committing to anything. He simply made himself available, and availability was enough. Perhaps that is the real legacy of Samuel's calling. Not that he became powerful or influential or historically significant, though he became all those things. The real legacy is that he teaches us what it looks like to be genuinely open to transformation, to be willing to hear hard truths, to be faithful in small things while waiting for larger purposes to reveal themselves. In our age of constant noise and perpetual distraction, where silence is something to be feared rather than cherished, Samuel's story feels almost subversive. It suggests that the most important communications might not come through our devices or our carefully curated information streams. They might come in the quiet, in the dark, in the moments when we stop performing and simply exist in the presence of something that knows our name. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider the possibility that you, too, might be lying in a sacred space, even if you do not recognize it as such. Consider the possibility that there might be a voice, gentle and persistent, calling your name in the darkness. Consider the possibility that the most profound transformation of your life might not begin with a grand revelation or a spectacular sign, but with the simple decision to respond to that voice with 5 words. Speak, for your servant is listening. The lamp is still burning. The voice is still calling. The only question is whether we have ears to hear.
Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whatever time it is where you are in the world, whether you're settling in for the evening or finding a quiet moment during your day, you're exactly where you need to be. We have listeners joining us from every corner of the globe, and it's beautiful to think that we're all connected through these ancient stories that continue to speak to our hearts today. If this story brings you peace and you'd like to hear more like it, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. Now let us journey back over 3,000 years to a time when the hills of ancient Israel echoed with the cries of an oppressed people, and discover how God chose the most unlikely hero to deliver them. The sun blazed mercilessly over the barren hills of ancient Israel, its heat seeming to mock the suffering people below. For 7 long years, the shadow of oppression had fallen across the promised land, like a plague that would not lift. The Midianites, fierce nomadic warriors from the desert, had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. In caves carved into limestone cliffs, families huddled in darkness, their faces gaunt with hunger and hollow with despair. Children, who should have been playing in village squares instead, learned to recognize the distant thunder of approaching hoofbeats, the signal to flee deeper into their rocky refuges. The once fertile valleys that had flowed with milk and honey now lay trampled and barren, stripped clean by the endless raids of their oppressors. The Israelites had forgotten what it meant to harvest their own crops. Each year they would plant in hope, tending their fields with trembling hands, always listening for the sound that would send them running. And each year, just as the grain began to ripen, the Midianites would come. They arrived like a sandstorm, their camels innumerable as the sand by the sea, their warriors dark silhouettes against the burning sky. They took everything, left nothing, and vanished back into the wilderness, leaving behind only dust and desperation. In this time of darkness, when hope seemed as distant as the stars, there lived a young man named Gideon. He was not what anyone would call a mighty warrior. His hands, though calloused from labour, had never gripped a sword in battle. His shoulders, though broad from years of farm work, had never carried the weight of armour. His eyes, though keen from watching the horizon for danger, had never gazed unflinchingly into the face of an enemy. On this particular day, Gideon found himself doing what had become all too common among his people. Hiding. He was in his father's wine press, a stone basin carved deep into the earth, meant for treading grapes. But instead of the purple stain of harvest, this hollow held only wheat stalks and the sound of desperate threshing. Gideon worked quickly, quietly, glancing nervously toward the rim of the pit above him. This was no place to thresh grain, but it was hidden from watching eyes, concealed from raiders who might snatch away even this meagre portion of food. The irony was not lost on him. Here he was, a descendant of Abraham, to whom God had promised this very land, reduced to working in secret, like a thief in his own inheritance. The wheat he threshed was barely enough to keep his family alive, and even this small amount had to be hidden from those who would steal it away. As Gideon worked, sweat dripping from his brow to mingle with the grain dust, he wondered where the God of his fathers had gone. The elders still told stories around carefully concealed fires, stories of a time when the Lord had parted the sea, when he had brought down the walls of Jericho, when his presence had dwelt among them in power and glory. But those seemed like tales from another world, stories of a God who had perhaps grown tired of his people and turned his face away. The rhythmic sound of the flail striking grain filled the small space, a lonely percussion that seemed to echo the beating of his own discouraged heart. Each strike felt like a prayer he didn't know how to voice, a desperate plea to heaven from a pit in the earth, and then without warning, the monotonous rhythm was broken by a voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's flail froze mid-swing. His heart hammered against his ribs as he spun around, expecting to see a Midianite soldier who had discovered his hiding place. Instead he saw a figure sitting beneath the oak tree above the wine press, a man whose presence seemed to make the very air shimmer with an otherworldly light. The stranger's words echoed in Gideon's mind. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who threshed wheat in secret, who started at shadows, who had never held anything more dangerous than farming tools? Surely this visitor was either mocking him or mistaken about who he was addressing. Gideon climbed slowly from the wine press, his legs unsteady, not from exertion, but from the strange presence of this visitor. The man beneath the oak appeared ordinary enough, yet something in his bearing, something in the way the light seemed to gather around him, spoke of anything but ordinary humanity. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon said, his voice betraying his confusion and fear. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt? But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian.'" The words tumbled out of him like water breaking through a dam. 7 years of bottled frustration, 7 years of unanswered prayers, 7 years of watching his people suffer, while heaven remained silent. If this stranger claimed the Lord was with them, then where was the evidence? Where was the God who had once fought for Israel with fire and earthquake, with angel armies and miraculous interventions? The figure beneath the oak tree regarded him with eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding far beyond human measure. When he spoke, his voice carried an authority that made the ground beneath Gideon's feet feel somehow more solid, as if reality itself paid attention to his words. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" Gideon felt his knees nearly buckle. Save Israel? Him? The man who hid in wine presses, who jumped at the sound of the wind through the barley? This had to be some terrible mistake, some cosmic error in judgment. "Pardon me, my lord," he said again, his voice barely above a whisper, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." It was true. His family held no position of honour among the tribe. They owned no great flocks, commanded no respect in the councils of the elders. Gideon himself was the youngest son, the one who tended to mundane tasks while others made important decisions. He was nobody special, nobody who mattered, nobody whom anyone would follow into battle, but the mysterious visitor seemed unmoved by these protests. "I will be with you," he said simply, "and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise hung in the air between them, impossible and overwhelming. Gideon's mind reeled as he tried to comprehend what was being asked of him. But if this was truly a messenger from the Lord, if this was indeed the God of his fathers speaking to him, then surely he could ask for some sign, some proof that this wasn't merely the product of too much sun and too little food. "If now I have found favour in your eyes," Gideon said carefully, "give me a sign that it is really you who speaks with me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you." The figure nodded gravely. "I will wait until you return." Gideon hurried to his house, his heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. He prepared what he could offer: a young goat, unleavened bread made from precious flour, broth to complete the meal. It was a significant sacrifice for a family that had so little, but if there was even the slightest chance that the God of Israel was truly speaking to him, no cost was too great. When he returned to the oak tree, the stranger was still there, patient as stone, eternal as the hills. Gideon set the meat on a rock, poured out the broth, and waited to see what would happen. The visitor extended the staff in his hand and touched the meat and bread. Instantly, fire flared up from the rock, consuming the offering completely. In the same moment, the figure vanished from sight, leaving Gideon alone with the blackened stone and the certain terrifying knowledge that he had been speaking with an angel of the Lord. "Alas, sovereign Lord," Gideon cried out, falling to his knees, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But even as fear overwhelmed him, a voice spoke from heaven itself. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." Gideon built an altar there and called it "The Lord is Peace," but peace was far from what he felt in his heart. That very night, the Lord spoke to him again, commanding him to tear down his father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. It was to be his first act of obedience, his first step toward the impossible task that lay ahead. Under cover of darkness, accompanied by 10 servants, Gideon did as he was commanded. They worked quietly, dismantling the stone altar and chopping down the wooden symbol of false worship. In their place, Gideon built an altar to the Lord and offered a bull as a sacrifice, using the wood from the Asherah pole as fuel for the fire. When morning came, the men of the town discovered what had been done. Their rage was immediate and fierce. They demanded that Joash, Gideon's father, bring out his son to be killed for destroying the altar of Baal, but Joash surprised everyone, including his son, with his response. "Are you going to plead Baal's cause?" he asked the angry crowd. "If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar." From that day on, Gideon was called Jerub-Baal, meaning "let Baal contend with him." But even after this first victory, even after seeing fire consume his sacrifice and hearing the voice of the Lord, doubt still gnawed at Gideon's heart like a persistent wound. When the Midianites assembled once again for their annual raid, gathering in the valley like a dark sea of destruction, Gideon knew the time had come. Yet still he hesitated, still he needed more assurance. That night he took a wool fleece and placed it on the threshing floor. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," he prayed, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." In the morning the fleece was soaked with dew, while the ground around it was completely dry. Gideon wrung out the fleece and filled a bowl with water. But still he doubted. Still, he feared he was deceiving himself. "Do not be angry with me," he prayed again. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece. But this time, make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." And God, patient with his fearful servant, did exactly as Gideon asked. The next morning, the fleece was dry while dew covered all the ground around it. Finally, Gideon could doubt no longer. The signs were clear, the calling was certain. The God of Israel had indeed chosen him, the least and the weakest, to deliver his people from their oppressors. But as Gideon would soon discover, God's ways of winning battles were as unexpected as his choice of champions. Word spread quickly through the hill country of Israel. Gideon, son of Joash, had called for warriors to gather at the spring of Harod. The response was overwhelming. Men came from every tribe, every village, every cave where families had been hiding. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find. Old swords passed down from fathers, farming implements that could serve as spears, slings and stones gathered from riverbeds. 32,000 men answered the call. It was a significant force, larger than any army Israel had mustered in years. As Gideon looked out over the sea of faces, weathered by years of oppression, but now bright with hope, he felt a stirring of confidence. Perhaps this task wouldn't be as impossible as it had seemed. But even as he counted his forces, Gideon knew they were still vastly outnumbered. In the valley below, the Midianites and their allies spread across the landscape like a plague of locusts. Their camels were indeed as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Their warriors a dark tide that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Conservative estimates put their numbers at over 100,000 fighting men, but some said there were twice that many. Gideon was contemplating these daunting odds when the Lord spoke to him once again, and the words he heard made his blood run cold. "You have too many men," the Lord said. "I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. My own strength has saved me. Now announce to the army, anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead." Too many men. Gideon stared out at his army, then down at the vast enemy host in the valley. How could 32,000 be too many when facing such overwhelming odds? But the Lord's reasoning became clear. If Israel won this battle with such numbers, they would attribute the victory to their own military might, rather than to God's power. With a heavy heart, Gideon stood before his assembled forces. These men had left their families, their hiding places, their small measures of safety to answer his call. Now he had to tell some of them to go home. "Men of Israel," he called out, his voice carrying across the gathered warriors. "The Lord has spoken to me. Anyone among you who is afraid, anyone who trembles with fear, may return to his home. There is no shame in this. Go in peace." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some men looked relieved, others confused, still others ashamed. But slowly, surely, men began to step forward, to gather their belongings, to turn away from the camp. What started as a trickle became a stream, then a flood. By evening, 22,000 men had departed for their homes, leaving only 10,000 behind. Gideon watched them go with a mixture of understanding and dread. He couldn't blame them for their fear, not after 7 years of running and hiding, but now his army was less than a third of its original size, facing an enemy that seemed to grow larger with every passing hour. Surely now the Lord would be satisfied with the numbers. Surely now they could plan their attack, develop their strategy, prepare for battle. But as the sun set over the camp, painting the sky the colour of blood, the voice of the Lord came to Gideon once more. "There are still too many men," the Lord said. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there." Gideon felt as if the ground was shifting beneath his feet. Still too many? 10,000 men were still too many to face 100,000? What kind of battle was the Lord planning? The next morning Gideon led his remaining men down to the spring of Harod. The water was clear and cold, bubbling up from underground sources that had never failed, even in the driest years. The men were thirsty from the march and eager to drink. Separate those who lapped the water with their tongues, as a dog laps from those who kneel down to drink, the Lord instructed. Gideon watched carefully as his men approached the water. Most of them, weary and relieved to finally rest, knelt down and put their faces directly to the stream, drinking deeply. But a few, perhaps more cautious or alert, cupped water in their hands and lapped it quickly while keeping their eyes up, watching for danger. When the test was complete, Gideon counted with growing amazement and terror. Only 300 men had lapped the water like dogs. 300 out of 10,000. 300 to face the multitudes of Midian. With the 300 men that lapped I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands, the Lord said. Let all the others return home. The dismissal of the remaining 9,700 men was even more painful than the first reduction. These were the men who had stayed when others fled, who had shown courage and commitment. Yet now they too had to be sent away, carrying with them the supplies and provisions that would have sustained a larger force. As evening fell over the camp, Gideon found himself staring at his tiny army. 300 men sat around small fires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Some sharpened weapons, others mended gear, still others simply stared into the darkness where their enemies waited. They were farmers and shepherds, craftsmen and traders. None of them were professional soldiers. None of them had trained for this kind of warfare. Gideon walked among them, listening to their quiet conversations. Some spoke of their families, wondering if they would ever see their wives and children again. Others talked about the enemy, speculating about Midianite tactics and weapons. A few prayed quietly, their voices barely audible above the crackling of the fires. "Do you think we can win?" one young man asked his companion, his voice carrying the weight of doubt that Gideon felt in his own heart. "With God's help," came the reply, but even that voice held uncertainty. As Gideon continued his circuit of the camp, he felt the familiar weight of fear settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. 300 men. It was impossible. It was madness. It was a recipe for massacre, not victory. But even as doubt assailed him, Gideon remembered the fire that had consumed his sacrifice, the signs with the fleece, the voice that had called him mighty warrior when he was anything but mighty. The God who had chosen him, who had reduced his army to an impossibly small number, was the same God who had parted the Red Sea, who had brought down the walls of Jericho with trumpets and shouts. Still, as he looked out toward the valley, where enemy campfires twinkled like stars fallen to earth, Gideon found himself struggling with the same fears that had driven him to test God with fleeces. The odds were beyond daunting. They were simply impossible. But perhaps, he thought with growing understanding, that was exactly the point. Sleep eluded Gideon that night. He tossed on his simple bedroll, listening to the sounds of his small army around him. Some of the men snored peacefully, displaying a faith or fatalism that he envied. Others, like himself, shifted restlessly, no doubt contemplating the impossibility of what lay ahead. As the night deepened, the Lord spoke to him once more. "Get up, go down against the camp, because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The Lord knew him well, Gideon realized. He was indeed afraid, terrified beyond measure. The offer to scout the enemy camp was exactly what his anxious heart needed. Taking his servant Purah, a young man who had served his family faithfully for years, Gideon crept away from the Israeli camp under cover of darkness. The descent into the valley was treacherous in the darkness. They picked their way carefully between rocks and thorny bushes, each step taking them closer to the vast enemy encampment. As they drew near, the sheer scale of the Midianite army became even more overwhelming. Their campfires stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction, creating a galaxy of light in the darkness of the valley floor. The smell hit them first, thousands of camels, horses and men, creating a pungent mixture that hung heavy in the still night air. Then came the sounds, snoring, quiet conversations, the shuffling of animals, the occasional clank of weapons or armour. It was like approaching a vast, slumbering beast that could wake at any moment and devour them. Gideon and Purah crept to the edge of the camp, staying low among the rocks and scrub brush that dotted the valley floor. The nearest tents were only a few dozen yards away, their dark silhouettes outlined against the glow of dying fires. Guards moved slowly through the camp, but their attention was focused inward, watching for disturbances among their own people rather than looking outward for threats. As they settled into their hiding place, Gideon heard voices from a nearby tent. Two men were talking in low tones, their conversation carrying clearly in the still night air. "I had the most disturbing dream," one man was saying. "I dreamed that a round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." His companion was quiet for a moment before responding, and when he did, his voice was heavy with foreboding. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." Gideon felt as if lightning had struck him. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, these soldiers were talking about him, about his victory, about their own defeat. The dream was clearly a sign from God. A simple barley loaf representing humble Israel would overturn the mighty tent of Midian. He grasped Purah's arm, and together they crept back through the darkness toward their own camp. But now the impossible seemed possible. Now the 300 seemed not like a pitifully small force, but like the perfect instrument of God's power. The enemy was already defeated in their hearts. All that remained was to make that defeat a reality. Back in the camp, Gideon woke his sleeping warriors. "Get up," he whispered urgently. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." The men rose quickly, gathering around their commander in the darkness. Gideon's voice was transformed, no longer tentative and fearful, but filled with supernatural confidence. "Listen carefully," he said. "We will divide into 3 companies of 100 men each. I will give each of you a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside it. Watch me and do exactly what I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then you blow your trumpets all around the camp and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan was unlike anything any of them had ever heard of. No swords, no spears, no conventional weapons at all. Just trumpets, empty pottery jars and torches. It seemed almost like madness, but there was something in Gideon's voice, something in his bearing, that convinced them this was indeed the Lord's strategy. The men moved quickly and quietly to gather the supplies they would need. Clay jars were found and emptied. Torches were prepared and placed carefully inside, so that their light was completely hidden. Each man took a trumpet, though few of them had any experience with such instruments. The plan didn't require musical skill, however, only the ability to make noise. As the first company prepared to move out, Gideon looked at his men one final time. These farmers and shepherds, these ordinary men who had answered an extraordinary call, were about to attempt something that would be remembered for generations to come. They were terrified. He could see it in their faces, but they were also determined. They had come too far to turn back now. "Remember," Gideon said quietly, "we are not fighting this battle alone. The Lord goes before us. Trust in him, follow my lead, and we will see the salvation of Israel this very night." The 3 companies spread out in the darkness, moving carefully around the perimeter of the enormous enemy camp. It took time to get into position, with each group having to navigate difficult terrain while carrying their unusual equipment. But finally, just as the middle watch began, just as the guards were changing and the camp was at its most vulnerable, Gideon's company reached their position on one side of the valley. He looked across the vast sea of tents and fires, knowing that his other 2 companies were in position on the other sides. Somewhere out there in the darkness, 200 other men were waiting for his signal, trusting him to lead them in this impossible venture. Gideon raised his trumpet to his lips, lifted his jar with its hidden torch, and prepared to find out whether the God of Israel would indeed fight for his people. The moment had come. 300 men were about to challenge an army of over 100,000, armed with nothing but faith and the most unusual weapons in the history of warfare. The fate of Israel hung in the balance, suspended in the darkness between doubt and faith, between human impossibility and divine power. The signal came like thunder splitting the night sky. Gideon's trumpet blast echoed off the hills surrounding the valley, a piercing note that seemed to come from heaven itself. In the same instant, he smashed his clay jar against a rock, releasing the torch inside to blaze forth like a star suddenly born in the darkness. "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The response was immediate and devastating. All around the perimeter of the vast Midianite camp, 299 other men followed their commander's example. The sound was indescribable. 300 trumpets blowing at once, creating a wall of noise that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. 300 clay jars smashed simultaneously, the sound like thunder crashing over and over again. 300 torches suddenly blazed to life, creating a ring of fire around the sleeping army. And 300 voices roared out the battle cry, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The effect on the Midianite camp was catastrophic. Men who had been sleeping peacefully moments before were jolted awake by the tremendous noise, their minds struggling to comprehend what was happening. In the darkness, disoriented and terrified, they saw only the ring of torches surrounding them, and heard only the overwhelming sound of trumpets and shouting. To their sleep-clouded minds, it seemed as if they were surrounded by a vast army. The torches suggested thousands of soldiers, each one marking a warrior ready to attack. The trumpets spoke of organised military might, of disciplined forces moving in coordinated assault. The unified battle cry indicated an enemy confident of victory, sure of their superior strength. Panic spread through the camp like wildfire. Men stumbled from their tents, grabbing weapons, looking desperately for officers to tell them what to do. But in the chaos and darkness, with the deafening noise continuing all around them, communication was impossible. No one could hear orders over the sound of 300 trumpets. No one could see clearly through the confusion of flickering torches and deep shadows. "We're surrounded," someone screamed. "The whole Israeli army is here," shouted another. "We're all going to die," cried a third. The panic was contagious, spreading from tent to tent, from company to company, until the entire vast army was in the grip of terror. Men began running in all directions, some trying to escape what they perceived as encirclement, others attempting to mount some kind of defence against an enemy they couldn't see or understand. In their confusion and fear, the unthinkable began to happen. Midianite soldiers, unable to distinguish friend from foe in the chaos, began attacking each other. A man running through the darkness looked like an enemy soldier. A voice shouting commands in the confusion sounded like the voice of an Israeli warrior. Every shadow could be hiding an attacker. Swords were drawn not against the 300 Israelites on the perimeter, but against fellow Midianites. Spears were thrust not at the enemy, but at allies who had become indistinguishable from foes in the panic and darkness. The great army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years was turning on itself, destroying itself in its fear and confusion. Gideon and his men maintained their positions around the camp, continuing to blow their trumpets and brandish their torches, watching in amazement as their enemies did the work of destruction for them. It was the most extraordinary battle any of them had ever witnessed, a battle won without striking a single blow, a victory achieved through terror rather than traditional warfare. As the chaos in the camp intensified, the Midianites began a massive retreat. Those who could find their camels or horses fled toward the Jordan River and beyond. Others ran on foot, abandoning their weapons, their supplies, their wounded comrades, in their desperate attempt to escape what they believed was certain annihilation. But Gideon was not content to simply watch his enemies flee. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the eastern hills, he sent messengers throughout the hill country of Israel, calling on his countrymen to join the pursuit. "Come down against the Midianites," the messengers proclaimed, "and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Men who had been hiding in caves for 7 years suddenly found themselves called to active pursuit of their oppressors. They came streaming down from the hills, like water released from a dam, energized by the news that the mighty Midianite army was in full retreat. The men of Ephraim were particularly effective, seizing the fords of the Jordan River and trapping many of the fleeing enemy forces. They captured and killed Oreb and Zeb, 2 of the Midianite leaders, bringing their heads to Gideon as proof of their victory. Meanwhile, Gideon and his original 300 men continued the pursuit of the main enemy force. They crossed the Jordan River, following the fleeing armies eastward into the deserts. Despite their exhaustion, despite having had no sleep and little food, they pressed on relentlessly. The psychological impact of the night's events had completely broken the spirit of the Midianite alliance. Armies that had seemed invincible just hours before were now scattered bands of demoralized fugitives. The camels that had been as numerous as sand by the seashore were now obstacles to rapid flight rather than instruments of swift attack. Gideon's small force continued to grow as more Israelites joined the pursuit. Men from Naphtali, Asher, and all of Manasseh took up arms and chased the fleeing enemy. What had begun as an impossible battle for 300 men had become a nationwide uprising, a complete reversal of 7 years of oppression. The fleeing Midianites tried to regroup at Succoth and Penuel, but the local officials, perhaps fearing retaliation, refused to provide them with food or assistance. Gideon's pursuit was relentless, driving them ever deeper into the wilderness, further from their base of operations, further from any hope of mounting a counterattack. Finally, in the desert east of the Jordan, Gideon caught up with the remnants of the great army. Zebah and Zalmunna, the 2 kings of Midian, were there with about 15,000 men, all that was left of an army that had once numbered over 100,000. Even this reduced force vastly outnumbered Gideon's 300, but their spirit was completely broken. The final battle was swift and decisive. The Midianite army, already demoralized and exhausted, offered little resistance. Zebah and Zalmunna were captured alive, bringing to an end the 7-year reign of terror that had plagued Israel. As the sun set on that remarkable day, Gideon found himself looking out over a battlefield strewn with the evidence of complete victory. The mighty army that had seemed invincible just 24 hours earlier was destroyed. The kings who had terrorized his people were prisoners. The oppression that had driven Israel into caves and hiding places was broken forever. It had all begun with 300 men, 300 trumpets, 300 torches, and faith in a God who specializes in impossible victories. The journey back to Israel was unlike anything the land had seen in generations. What had begun as a desperate flight by 300 terrified farmers had become a triumphant procession that seemed to grow with every mile. Men emerged from caves and hidden places, women came out of their refuges, children ran alongside the returning heroes. The roads that had been empty for 7 years, too dangerous for normal travel, were now filled with celebration. Gideon rode at the head of the procession, the captured kings Zeba and Zalmunna walking in chains behind him. The sight of these once mighty rulers, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for so long, now humbled and defeated, was almost too wonderful to believe. People lined the roads just to see them, to confirm with their own eyes that the nightmare was truly over. As they passed through villages and towns that had been ghost settlements just days before, people poured out of their houses with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Children, who had never known anything but hiding and fear, looked with wonder at the defeated enemy kings. Elderly men and women who remembered the time before the oppression began whispered prayers of thanksgiving to the God who had delivered them. The celebration that erupted across Israel was spontaneous and overwhelming. In every settlement, people brought out whatever food they had hidden away and shared it freely. Wine that had been buried for safekeeping was uncorked and passed around. Songs that had been silenced for 7 years rang out again from hilltops and valleys. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the victory was how complete it had been. The Midianite power was not just temporarily broken, but utterly destroyed. Their military organisation was shattered, their leadership eliminated, their will to fight completely crushed. Never again would they be able to mount the kind of massive raids that had devastated Israel year after year. The psychological impact was equally profound. For 7 years, the Israelites had seen themselves as victims, as weak and helpless prey for stronger predators. Now they had witnessed their God fighting for them in the most dramatic way imaginable. The story of the 300 and their trumpets would be told and retold around campfires for generations to come. A permanent reminder that no enemy is too strong when the Lord chooses to fight for his people. When Gideon finally reached his homeland, representatives from all the tribes of Israel came to meet him. They came with a proposal that on the surface seemed like the natural conclusion to his remarkable victory. "Rule over us," they said, their voices filled with genuine admiration and gratitude. "You, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian." It was an offer of kingship, of dynastic rule, that would establish Gideon's family as the permanent rulers of Israel. After centuries of loose tribal confederation, of judges who arose in times of crisis, only to fade from prominence when the emergency passed, the people were ready for something more permanent, more stable. And who better to serve as their king than the man who had delivered them from their greatest enemy? The offer was tempting beyond measure. Gideon had gone from threshing wheat in secret to being offered the crown of all Israel. The boy who had hidden in wine presses was being invited to sit on a throne. The man who had doubted his own worth was being told that he was worthy to found a royal dynasty. But Gideon's response revealed the depth of his spiritual growth during this incredible journey. The fearful farmer, who had needed multiple signs and confirmations, had become a man who understood something fundamental about the nature of God's kingdom. "I will not rule over you," he declared firmly, "nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a profound statement of faith and wisdom. Gideon recognized that Israel's true king was the Lord himself, and that any human ruler would be merely a steward of God's authority. He had learned through his own experience that victory came not through human strength or wisdom, but through complete dependence on divine power. To accept a crown now would be to claim credit for what God alone had accomplished. The people were disappointed but not surprised. They had seen enough of Gideon's character to understand that he was not motivated by personal ambition. Still, they wanted to honour him in some way, to create some lasting memorial to his remarkable victory. Gideon did make one request of the people, though it would prove to be a fateful one. "I do ask one thing of you," he said. "Each of you give me an earring from your share of the plunder." The Midianites, like many desert peoples, wore gold earrings, and the spoils of victory included a considerable amount of such jewellery. The Israelites were happy to comply with this modest request. They spread out a garment, and each man threw a gold earring onto it. When all the contributions were gathered, the weight of the gold was 1,700 shekels, an enormous fortune by the standards of the time. In addition to the earrings, there were ornaments, pendants, and purple garments worn by the Midianite kings, as well as chains from their camels' necks. With this gold, Gideon made an ephod, a ceremonial garment similar to what the high priest wore. His intentions may have been pure, perhaps wanting to create a memorial to God's victory, or a way for the people to seek divine guidance. But the results were tragic. All Israel prostituted themselves by worshipping it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. The very man who had torn down his father's altar to Baal, who had refused the crown because only God should rule Israel, inadvertently created an object that led his people back into idolatry. It was a sobering reminder of how easy it is for even the most faithful to stumble, how quickly victory can turn to spiritual defeat. The golden ephod, created from the spoils of a battle won by faith alone, became a false god that drew the people's hearts away from the true God who had delivered them. Yet despite this failing, the primary result of Gideon's victory endured. The land had peace for 40 years during his lifetime. The Midianites never recovered from their devastating defeat. Other potential enemies, seeing what had happened to the mighty Desert Confederation, thought twice before threatening Israel. Gideon himself lived quietly on his estate, enjoying the respect of his people, but never again taking up the sword. He married and had many children, 70 sons from his various wives. One son, born to a concubine in Shechem, was named Abed-Melek, and he would later bring great trouble to Israel in his quest for the power his father had refused. When Gideon died at a good old age, he was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. His death marked the end of an era, the passing of a man who had embodied both the highest faith and the deepest human frailty. As we reach the end of this ancient story, told now across thousands of years and countless retellings, the lessons of Gideon's life continue to resonate with profound relevance. His journey, from fearful farmer to victorious leader, speaks to truths that transcend time and culture, offering wisdom for anyone who has ever felt inadequate for the tasks before them. The first and most striking lesson is how God chooses his instruments. When the angel called Gideon a mighty warrior while he hid in a wine press, it seemed like either a mistake or a cruel joke. Gideon was none of the things we typically associate with great leaders. He wasn't brave, wasn't confident, wasn't from an important family, wasn't trained in warfare or politics. By every human measure, he was spectacularly unqualified for the task ahead. Yet this was precisely why God chose him. The Lord deliberately selects the weak to confound the strong, the foolish to shame the wise, the lowly to humble the proud. Gideon's weakness became the perfect vessel for divine strength because there could be no question about who deserved the credit for the victory. This principle was reinforced by the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300. With overwhelming numbers, Israel might have attributed their victory to superior military strategy or exceptional courage. With just 300 men, there could be no doubt that the victory belonged to God alone. The method of the victory itself drove this point home with unmistakable clarity. No swords were swung, no arrows were shot, no conventional battle was fought. Instead, the enemy was defeated by trumpets, torches, and shouting. It was a victory that made no sense according to human wisdom, but perfect sense according to divine strategy. Gideon's story also illustrates the patient grace of God toward human weakness. When Gideon asked for signs, when he tested God with fleeces, when he needed encouragement through overhearing the enemy's dream, the Lord did not respond with anger or impatience. Instead, he provided exactly what his frightened servant needed to move forward in faith. This divine patience extends to our failures as well as our fears. Even when Gideon created the golden ephod that led Israel into idolatry, even when his victory was tainted by this spiritual stumble, God's larger purposes were not thwarted. The peace that came to Israel lasted for 40 years, and the story of Gideon's faith continued to inspire future generations. Yet Gideon's failure with the ephod serves as a sobering warning about the subtle nature of spiritual pride. The man who had refused a crown could still fall into the trap of creating an object that drew worship away from God. Victory can be more spiritually dangerous than defeat, success more corrupting than failure. Even those who have experienced God's power in extraordinary ways must remain vigilant against the pride that can grow from their very victories. The story also reveals the importance of recognizing God's sovereignty in our circumstances. When Gideon questioned why God had allowed the Midianite oppression, he was struggling with one of humanity's oldest questions: why does a good God permit suffering? The answer that emerges from his story is not a theological explanation, but a practical demonstration. God had not abandoned his people. He was preparing to deliver them in a way that would reveal his power and restore their faith. Sometimes what looks like divine absence is actually divine preparation. The 7 years of oppression created the conditions that made Israel ready to trust completely in God rather than in their own strength. Without that desperation, they might never have been willing to follow 300 men with trumpets against an army of over 100,000. Gideon's reluctance to accept the crown offers another crucial lesson about the nature of true leadership. The people wanted to make him king because he had saved them, but Gideon understood that salvation belongs to God alone. Human leaders are at their best when they serve as instruments of divine will rather than as objects of human worship. This principle applies far beyond political leadership. In families, in businesses, in communities, in churches, the most effective leaders are those who understand that their authority is delegated, that their successes come from sources beyond themselves, that their role is to point others toward truth rather than toward their own personalities or achievements. The transformation in Gideon's character throughout the story demonstrates the power of stepping out in faith despite fear. The man who ended the story was dramatically different from the one who began it, not because his circumstances had changed, but because he had learned to trust in something greater than his circumstances. He discovered what countless others have learned: that God's strength is made perfect in human weakness, that his power is most clearly displayed when human power is obviously inadequate, that the greatest victories often come in ways that make no earthly sense. For modern listeners, Gideon's story speaks to anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the challenges they face, whether dealing with personal struggles, family crises, professional obstacles, or community problems. The principles that guided Gideon remain relevant. True solutions often come not through human wisdom or strength, but through surrender to divine wisdom and dependence on divine strength. The story encourages us to look beyond the odds, beyond our qualifications, beyond conventional approaches, to find the unexpected ways that God might work. It reminds us that He specialises in impossible situations, that He delights in using unlikely people, that He often works in ways that confound human expectations. At the same time, Gideon's story warns us about the ongoing nature of spiritual vigilance. Victory is not a destination, but a stepping stone. Success is not an end, but a beginning. Even those who have experienced God's power in remarkable ways must continue to guard their hearts against pride, idolatry, and spiritual complacency. The golden ephod that became a snare to Gideon serves as a perpetual reminder that our greatest spiritual dangers often arise not from our failures, but from our successes, not from our weaknesses, but from our strengths, not from what we lack, but from what we have achieved. As we close this ancient tale, we're reminded that Gideon's story is ultimately not about Gideon at all. It's about a God who sees potential where others see only weakness, who creates strength from surrender, who wins victories through the most unlikely means. It's about divine love that persists through human doubt, divine patience that endures human testing, divine power that works through human frailty. The trumpets that shattered the midnight silence in that valley so long ago continue to echo through the centuries, calling each generation to trust in something greater than themselves, to step forward in faith despite their fears, to discover that the God who delivered Israel through 300 men with torches is still in the business of impossible victories. In our own valleys of challenge and oppression, surrounded by enemies that seem too numerous to count, facing odds that appear insurmountable, Gideon's story whispers the same truth that changed a fearful farmer into a mighty warrior. The Lord is with you, and in Him even the weakest can become strong. Even the smallest can achieve great things. Even the most unlikely can be used for extraordinary purposes. The battle belongs to the Lord, and in Him, victory is always possible. And so we end where we began, with a simple truth that transcends time and circumstance. When God chooses to fight for His people, no enemy can stand, no odds are too great, and no victory is impossible. The story of Gideon continues to unfold in every generation, in every heart that learns to trust, not in human strength, but in divine power, not in earthly wisdom, but in heavenly guidance, not in what we can see, but in what God can do. May this ancient story find new life in modern hearts. May its lessons take root in contemporary soil, and may its timeless truths continue to inspire faith, courage, and hope in all who hear it. For the God who called Gideon from his hiding place continues to call ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, continues to choose the weak to confound the strong, and continues to win impossible victories through the most unlikely means. The story of Gideon is, in the end, the story of all who learn to trust in something greater than themselves. It is the story of divine love that never gives up, divine power that never fails, and divine grace that transforms fearful hiding into mighty victory. This has been the story of Gideon and the battle against Midian, shared with you tonight through sacred slumber. May it bring you peace, may it strengthen your faith, and may it remind you that no challenge is too great when faced with divine help. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the trumpets of victory and the light of hope that never dies.
Before we begin, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know, and it means the world to us. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review also helps out tremendously, and if you want, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. Finally, if you enjoy the content, please consider subscribing. It helps us continue bringing you these stories. Now let's begin. There are moments in life when the ground beneath your faith begins to crack, when the miracles you've witnessed feel like distant memories, when the voice that once thundered with certainty becomes nothing more than an echo in an empty canyon. This is a story about one of those moments, a story about a man who spoke with God, who called down fire from heaven, who stood before kings without trembling, and then found himself alone in a cave waiting to die. His name was Elijah, and what happened to him on a mountain in the wilderness would change everything we think we know about how God speaks to broken people. This is the story of the whisper on the mountain. Chapter 1. A prophet at his peak. The kingdom of Israel had never been more divided. King Ahab sat on the throne, a man who had married power and called it love. His wife Jezebel came from Sidon, bringing with her the worship of Baal, a god of storms and fertility, a god whose priests promised rain and harvest in exchange for blood and devotion. Under their rule, the worship of Yahweh, the God of Abraham and Moses, had been pushed to the margins. Altars were torn down, prophets were hunted. The people who once knew their God now bowed before golden statues and carved poles, hoping the gods of other nations might hear them. But there was one man who refused to bend. Elijah the Tishbite came from Gilead, from the rough country beyond the Jordan River. He was not a man of palaces or priestly robes. He wore animal skins and spoke in absolutes. When he appeared before King Ahab, his message was simple and terrifying. As the Lord God of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, except by my word. It was a declaration of war, not between armies, but between gods. If Baal truly controlled the weather, let him prove it. If Yahweh alone was God, the skies would remain shut until he chose to open them, and the skies stayed shut. For 3 years the land withered. Rivers became dust, crops failed, livestock died. The people cried out to Baal, but no rain came. The prophets of Baal performed their rituals, cutting themselves, dancing, shouting until their voices broke, but the heavens remained silent. Then Elijah appeared again. He sent word to Ahab, "Gather all of Israel at Mount Carmel. Bring the 450 prophets of Baal." It was time to settle the question once and for all. When the people assembled, Elijah stood before them and posed a challenge that cut through years of compromise and confusion. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. The crowd said nothing. They had learned to hedge their bets, to worship whichever god seemed most convenient. But Elijah was done with convenience. He proposed a test. 2 altars would be built. 2 bulls would be prepared as offerings. The prophets of Baal would call on their god. Elijah would call on his. Whichever god answered with fire would be proven true. The prophets of Baal went first. From morning until afternoon they called out, they danced, they cut themselves with swords and spears until their blood ran down their bodies. Elijah watched and mocked them. Shout louder. Maybe your God is deep in thought, or busy, or travelling. Maybe he's sleeping and needs to be awakened. But there was no response, no voice, no fire, nothing. As evening approached, Elijah stepped forward. He rebuilt the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. He arranged the wood. He prepared the sacrifice. Then he did something that seemed like madness. He ordered that the altar be drenched with water. 4 large jars were poured over the offering, then 4 more, then 4 more again. The water ran down and filled the trench around the altar. Then Elijah prayed, not with frenzy or showmanship, but with quiet confidence. Lord, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God and that you are turning their hearts back again. The fire fell, not a spark, not a gradual flame. Fire from heaven that consumed the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, the soil, and even the water in the trench. The people fell on their faces, crying out in terror and awe, "The Lord, he is God! The Lord, he is God!" The prophets of Baal were seized and executed in the valley below. Elijah climbed back to the top of Carmel, bent low to the ground and prayed for rain. He sent his servant to look toward the sea. Nothing. He prayed again. Nothing. 7 times he prayed, and on the 7th the servant returned with news. A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea. Within minutes the sky turned black with clouds. The wind rose, and the rain came. After 3 years of drought, the rain came in torrents. Elijah ran ahead of Ahab's chariot all the way to Jezreel, empowered by the hand of the Lord, his faith riding the crest of an undeniable miracle. He was at the peak of his prophetic power. He had stood before a nation and proven God's supremacy. He had called down fire and rain. He had witnessed the people return to worship the true God. In that moment Elijah must have felt invincible. But that feeling would not last. Chapter 2. The threat that changes everything. When King Ahab returned to Jezreel, he told Queen Jezebel everything that had happened. He described the challenge on Mount Carmel, the failure of Baal's prophets, the fire from heaven, the slaughter in the valley, and the rain that ended the drought. For Ahab, these were simply facts, events to be reported. But for Jezebel, they were a declaration of war against everything she had built. She sent a messenger to Elijah with a simple, chilling promise. May the gods deal with me, be it ever so severely, if by this time tomorrow I do not make your life like that of one of them. She meant the dead prophets. She meant blood and execution. She meant that his victory would be meaningless if he did not live to see the next sunset. And something inside Elijah broke. This was the same man who had stood before King Ahab without fear, the same man who had challenged hundreds of false prophets alone, the same man who had just witnessed the most spectacular demonstration of God's power in a generation. But now, faced with the threat of one woman, he ran. He did not stand his ground. He did not call down fire. He did not wait for God to protect him. He simply ran. He fled south, out of Israel, into the territory of Judah. He travelled to Beersheba, the edge of the settled world, and left his servant there. Then he went another day's journey into the wilderness, alone. This moment is where the story becomes uncomfortably human. Elijah was not weak because he ran. He was human. Fear is not the absence of faith. It is the collision of faith with exhaustion, isolation, and the weight of carrying too much for too long. On Mount Carmel, Elijah had been surrounded by thousands. He had been vindicated publicly. He had seen God move in undeniable ways. But now, in the wilderness, he was alone. And in the silence, the questions that he had kept buried rose to the surface. Why was he the only one left? Why did serving God feel like constant danger? Why, after everything he had done, did it still feel like nothing had changed? The drought had ended, but Jezebel still reigned. The people had cried out in worship, but how long before they forgot? The prophets of Baal were dead, but their altars could be rebuilt. Elijah had won the battle, but the war felt endless. And so, he walked deeper into the wilderness, away from people, away from purpose, away from hope. Chapter 3. Collapse in the wilderness. Elijah found a solitary broom tree and sat down beneath its sparse shade. The desert stretched in every direction, vast and indifferent. The heat pressed down. The silence was absolute. And in that silence Elijah prayed the most honest prayer of his life. I have had enough, Lord. Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors. This was not a prayer of faith. It was a prayer of surrender, not to God's will, but to despair. Elijah did not ask for deliverance. He did not ask for strength or clarity or a new mission. He asked for death. It is a jarring prayer, especially from a prophet who had just seen God move with such power. But it is also one of the most honest prayers in all of Scripture. Elijah did not hide behind religious language. He did not pretend to be stronger than he was. He simply said what he felt. I am done. I cannot do this anymore. I want it to end. This is the part of faith that people do not often talk about. The part where serving God does not feel glorious or meaningful. The part where the cost feels too high and the burden too heavy. The part where you wonder if you have given everything and received nothing in return. Elijah lay down beneath the tree and fell asleep, hoping he would not wake up. But then something happened, something gentle and unexpected. He felt a touch on his shoulder. A voice spoke, "Get up and eat." Elijah opened his eyes. Beside him was a freshly baked cake of bread on hot stones and a jar of water. There was no explanation, no sermon, no rebuke for his despair, just provision, just kindness. He ate, he drank, then he lay down again and slept. The angel returned, touched him again, spoke again. "Get up and eat, for the journey is too much for you." Elijah rose. He ate the bread and drank the water, and something shifted. Not in his emotions necessarily, but in his body. The food sustained him in a way that felt beyond natural. Strengthened by that meal, Elijah travelled for 40 days and 40 nights, walking deeper into the wilderness toward a destination he may not have fully understood yet. He was heading toward Horeb, the mountain of God, the same mountain where Moses had encountered the burning bush, the same mountain where the law had been given, the same mountain where the covenant between God and Israel had been forged. Elijah was returning to the source, to the place where it all began. And when he arrived, exhausted and empty, he found a cave and went inside. He crawled into the darkness and waited. Chapter 4. God provides before he speaks. There is something profound in the way God responded to Elijah's despair. He did not immediately correct him. He did not offer a theological explanation for suffering. He did not tell Elijah to have more faith or to stop feeling sorry for himself. Instead, God gave him bread and water. This is a pattern that runs throughout Scripture. God meets people in their physical needs before addressing their spiritual state. He provides rest before revelation. He gives strength before sending. When Elijah collapsed beneath the broom tree, he was not just spiritually depleted. He was physically and emotionally exhausted. He had been running on adrenaline and conviction for years. The confrontation on Mount Carmel was the culmination of a long and dangerous mission. And the moment it was over, the crash came. God understood this. The angel did not scold Elijah for his weakness. He simply fed him, twice, and then allowed him to rest. There was no rush, no immediate assignment, just the quiet provision of what was needed. This challenges the way we often think about faith. We imagine that God is most concerned with our spiritual state, our beliefs, our obedience. And while those things matter, God is also deeply concerned with our humanity. He knows that we are not merely souls housed in bodies. We are embodied beings whose physical state affects everything else. Rest is not a sign of weakness. It is a necessity. And sometimes the most faithful thing we can do is stop, eat, sleep, and let God sustain us. When Elijah finally set out again, strengthened by that miraculous provision, he travelled for 40 days and 40 nights. The number 40 appears again and again in Scripture. Moses spent 40 days on the mountain receiving the law. The Israelites wandered for 40 years in the wilderness. Jesus fasted for 40 days before beginning his ministry. It is a number associated with testing, transformation, and preparation. Elijah's journey to Horeb was not just physical. It was an internal pilgrimage. Every step took him further from the noise of his mission and deeper into the silence where God was waiting. He was not running away anymore. He was moving toward something, toward an encounter that would redefine everything he thought he knew about how God works. When he reached the mountain, he found a cave and went inside. The cave became a kind of womb, a place of darkness and waiting, and there, in the stillness, the word of the Lord came to him. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It was not an accusation. It was an invitation, an opening for honesty. And Elijah responded with raw, unfiltered truth. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." This was Elijah's perspective. This was how it felt. He had given everything, and it seemed like nothing had changed. He felt alone, abandoned, and hunted. And God listened. He did not interrupt. he did not correct, not yet. Instead, he gave Elijah an experience that would shift everything. Chapter 5. The Journey to the Mountain. Mount Horeb, also called Sinai, was not just any mountain, it was the mountain. The place where God had first revealed his name to Moses in a burning bush. The place where the ground itself was declared holy. The place where the covenant had been given amidst smoke and thunder. Where the people had trembled at the foot of the mountain while Moses ascended into the cloud of God's presence. It was a place of power, a place of fear, a place where heaven had touched earth in a way that left no room for doubt. When God spoke from Horeb, the mountain shook. Fire blazed. The voice of God was so overwhelming that the people begged Moses to be their mediator because they could not bear to hear God speak directly. This was the tradition Elijah was stepping into. This was the weight of history he carried with him as he climbed. Perhaps he expected another Mount Carmel moment, another display of undeniable power, another public vindication. After all, this was where God had appeared before. This was where miracles happened. But when Elijah arrived, there was no fire, no thunder, no voice from the clouds, just a cave, just silence, just the long, empty stretch of waiting. He went inside the cave and sat in the darkness. The stone was cool against his skin, the air was still, and he waited. Hours passed, maybe days. The solitude pressed in, thick and heavy. And then finally the word of the Lord came. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It was a question without judgment, but it demanded an answer. Not for God's sake, God already knew, but for Elijah's. Sometimes we do not fully understand what we are feeling until we say it out loud. Elijah's response poured out like water from a broken vessel. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." Every word carried the weight of isolation, the exhaustion of being the last one standing, the bitterness of feeling forgotten. Elijah was not asking for comfort. He was stating facts as he saw them. He had done everything right, and it had cost him everything. And now, even after the victory on Mount Carmel, nothing felt secure. God's response was not what Elijah expected. "Go out and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by." Elijah obeyed. He stepped out of the cave and stood on the rocky ledge, facing the vast expanse of the wilderness. The wind began to pick up. At first, it was just a breeze, then it grew stronger, and stronger, until it became a roaring gale that tore at his clothing and threatened to knock him off his feet. Then the wind became something else entirely. Chapter 6. Power without presence. The wind that struck the mountain was not a natural wind. It was a force of pure destruction. It howled through the canyons and shattered rocks, sending boulders tumbling down the cliffs. The noise was deafening, a sound like the world itself was being torn apart. Elijah braced himself, shielding his face, waiting for the voice of God to speak from the storm. But the Lord was not in the wind. As the wind subsided, the ground began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, deep beneath the surface, and then the entire mountain shook. The earth groaned and split. Fissures opened in the rock. Dust and debris filled the air. It was the kind of earthquake that topples cities, that swallows armies, that leaves nothing standing in its wake. Elijah clung to the stone, his heart pounding, expecting at any moment to hear the voice that spoke worlds into existence. Surely this was it. Surely this was how God would speak to him, just as he had spoken to Moses from the thunder and smoke. But the Lord was not in the earthquake. Then came the fire, not a small flame, but a roaring inferno that swept across the face of the mountain. It consumed everything in its path, turning stone black, burning away every living thing. The heat was unbearable. The light was blinding. Fire was the signature of God's power. Fire had fallen on Mount Carmel. Fire had led the Israelites through the wilderness as a pillar by night. fire descended on Sinai when the law was given. But the Lord was not in the fire. And then, in the aftermath of wind and earthquake and flame, there was silence. Complete, absolute silence. The kind of silence that feels heavy, that presses into your ears and your chest and makes you aware of your own breathing. And in that silence there was a sound, not loud, not dramatic, just a gentle whisper, a still, small voice, so quiet that it would have been missed if Elijah had not been listening, so soft that it required stillness and attention and the willingness to lean in. When Elijah heard it, he pulled his cloak over his face and went back to the entrance of the cave. He knew in that moment that he was standing in the presence of the living God, not because of power, but because of intimacy, not because of spectacle, but because of tenderness. God had not come in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire. He had come in the whisper. This was a moment of profound revelation. Elijah had spent his entire ministry in the mode of power. He had called down drought and fire. He had confronted kings and executed false prophets. His faith had been expressed through bold, public acts of divine intervention, and those things were real. God had been in those moments. But here, on the mountain, God was teaching Elijah something new, that power is not the only way God speaks, that sometimes the most important truths are communicated not through spectacle, but through stillness, that the same God who can shake the earth and split the sky can also speak in a whisper so quiet that only those who are truly listening will hear it. The still, small voice was not weaker than the wind or the earthquake or the fire. It was more personal, more intimate, more direct. It was the voice of a God who does not need to shout to be heard, a God who chooses to meet his people not in their strength, but in their brokenness, not in their certainty, but in their doubt. And when that voice asked the question again, it carried a different weight. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" Chapter 7. The Still Small Voice. Elijah stood at the mouth of the cave, his face covered, and answered the same way he had before. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." The words were identical, but the context had changed. The first time Elijah spoke them, he was pouring out his frustration into the void, unsure if anyone was listening. Now, he was standing in the presence of God, having witnessed power and then heard the whisper. And God's response was not rebuke, it was redirection. God began by gently correcting Elijah's perception. Elijah believed he was the only one left, but that was not true. God had reserved 7,000 in Israel who had not bowed to Baal, 7,000 people who still worshipped in secret, who had not compromised, who had remained faithful even when it seemed like the entire nation had fallen away. Elijah was not alone. He had never been alone. His isolation was real, but it was not total, and this is one of the great dangers of despair. It distorts our vision. It makes us believe that the struggle is ours alone, that no one else understands, that we are the last one standing. But God sees the whole picture. He knows the hidden faithful, the quiet believers, the ones who do not make headlines but who remain steadfast. Then God gave Elijah new instructions. His mission was not over. There was still work to be done. He was to anoint Hazael as king over Aram. He was to anoint Jehu as king over Israel, and he was to anoint Elisha as his successor. These were not small tasks. They were political and prophetic acts that would shape the future of nations. But they were also acts of continuity. God was telling Elijah that the work would continue beyond him, that he did not have to carry the weight of everything alone, that there were others who would take up the mantle. The instruction to anoint Elisha was particularly significant. Elijah had been operating as if he were the last prophet, the final voice of God in a godless nation. But God was preparing someone to come after him. The ministry would not end with Elijah's death or retirement. It would be passed on. The torch would be carried. This is a profound mercy. God was releasing Elijah from the burden of believing that everything depended on him. He was not indispensable. He was not the final hope. He was a servant, yes, but he was part of a larger plan that stretched far beyond his own life. And in that moment, standing on the mountain, hearing the still, small voice outline the path forward, something inside Elijah began to heal. Not immediately, not completely, but enough. Enough to take the next step. Enough to return to the world. Enough to believe that even in the midst of exhaustion and fear and doubt, God had not abandoned him. The encounter on Mount Horeb did not erase Elijah's struggles. He would still face danger. He would still question. He would still carry the weight of a difficult calling. But he would no longer carry it alone, believing he was the only one left, and he would no longer expect God to speak only in fire and thunder. He had learned that God also speaks in whispers, in stillness, in the quiet moments when the world is silent, and all that is left is the sound of his voice, gentle and sure. Chapter 8. God's answer to Elijah's fear. The conversation on the mountain was not just about mission, it was about identity. Elijah had defined himself by his role as prophet, by his victories, by his willingness to stand alone. And when that identity felt threatened, when the victory on Mount Carmel did not result in permanent change, when Jezebel's threat reminded him that the fight was far from over, he collapsed. God's response was not to bolster that old identity, but to expand it, to remind Elijah that he was not defined solely by his prophetic acts, but by his relationship with the one who called him, to show him that strength is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to keep moving even when you are afraid. The anointing of Elisha was a pivotal moment. When Elijah descended from the mountain and found Elisha ploughing a field with 12 yoke of oxen, he threw his cloak over him. It was a symbolic act, a passing of the mantle, a declaration that the work would continue. Elisha left everything, slaughtered his oxen, burned his ploughing equipment, and followed Elijah. He became not just a successor, but a companion, someone to walk alongside, someone to share the burden. This is one of the gifts God gave Elijah in his despair. Community, not crowds, not public vindication, but one person to walk with, one person to invest in, one person who would carry the mission forward when Elijah could not. The story of Elijah does not end on the mountain. He continued to prophesy. He continued to confront kings. He continued to call the nation back to God. But something had shifted. He was no longer operating from a place of isolated strength. He had learned that weakness is not the end of usefulness. That doubt does not disqualify you, that even the strongest believers experience fear, exhaustion, and the temptation to give up. And perhaps most importantly, he had learned that God does not always speak in the ways we expect, that the fire from heaven and the still, small voice are both expressions of the same God. That power and tenderness are not opposites, but two sides of the same divine nature. Years later, when Elijah's time on earth was ending, he did not die. He was taken up to heaven in a whirlwind, surrounded by chariots of fire. It was a dramatic conclusion to a dramatic life, but the lesson of Mount Horeb remained, that even in the whirlwind, even in the fire, God is most intimately known in the quiet moments, in the whisper, in the still, small voice that speaks to the deepest parts of who we are. Chapter 9. Passing the Mantle. The relationship between Elijah and Elisha was not just a professional arrangement. It was a mentorship, a friendship, a spiritual legacy being passed from one generation to the next. Elisha followed Elijah faithfully, learning not just the mechanics of prophecy, but the heart of it. He witnessed Elijah's continued struggles, his moments of courage, his flashes of doubt. He saw that being a prophet did not mean being perfect. It meant being obedient, even when obedience was costly. When the time came for Elijah to be taken, Elisha refused to leave his side. They travelled together from Gilgal to Bethel, to Jericho, to the Jordan River. At each stop, Elijah urged Elisha to stay behind, but Elisha insisted on accompanying him. He had seen what it cost to serve God. He had watched Elijah wrestle with fear and loneliness and the crushing weight of responsibility. And still, he chose to follow. At the Jordan River, Elijah struck the water with his cloak, and the river parted. They crossed on dry ground, an echo of Joshua and Moses, a reminder that God's power does not diminish with time. And on the other side, Elijah asked Elisha what he wanted before he was taken. Elisha's request was bold. "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit." It was not a request for power, but for the ability to carry on the work, to have the strength to do what needed to be done, to continue the mission without collapsing under the weight of it. Elijah's response was honest. "You have asked a difficult thing, yet if you see me when I am taken from you, it will be yours. Otherwise it will not." Then it happened. A chariot of fire appeared, drawn by horses of fire, and swept between them. A whirlwind lifted Elijah up, carrying him into the heavens. Elisha watched, crying out, tearing his own clothes in grief and awe. And when it was over, Elijah's cloak fell from the sky. Elisha picked it up. He walked back to the Jordan River, struck the water with the cloak, and cried out, "Where now is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" The water parted, and Elisha crossed over, carrying the mantle, carrying the mission, carrying the legacy. The work continued, the story did, not end. And the lesson remained that faith is not about individual heroics, but about faithful obedience passed from one generation to the next, that we are not called to do everything, but to do what is set before us and trust God with the rest. Epilogue. When God speaks softly, there is a temptation, especially in moments of crisis, to believe that God has abandoned us if we do not hear his voice in power. We wait for the burning bush, the pillar of fire, the parting of the sea. We expect miracles to be loud and undeniable, and sometimes they are. But the story of Elijah and the still, small voice reminds us that God's presence is not measured by volume, that the same God who spoke worlds into existence also whispers to broken hearts, that the most profound encounters with the divine often happen not in the middle of the storm, but in the silence after it passes. Elijah went to the mountain expecting power. He got intimacy. He expected vindication. He got companionship. He expected answers. He got a question. "What are you doing here?" And in that question was an invitation, not to explain himself, but to be known, to be seen, to be met in his exhaustion and doubt and fear, and to be reminded that he was not alone, that the work was bigger than him, that his weakness did not disqualify him, but made space for God's strength. The lesson of the still small voice is not that power is unimportant. It is that power is not the only language God speaks, that sometimes the most important thing is not to witness a miracle, but to hear a whisper, to stand in the silence and listen, to trust that even when God seems quiet, he is near. Faith is not always loud. It does not always feel triumphant. It does not always result in immediate vindication. Sometimes faith is simply the willingness to stand at the mouth of the cave, face covered, listening for the voice that speaks not in thunder, but in stillness. And when that voice comes, it does not always give us what we want, but it gives us what we need. It reminds us that we are not alone, that our story is part of a larger story, that the mission we carry will be carried by others when we cannot carry it anymore. It tells us to rest, to eat, to be strengthened, and then, when we are ready, to take the next step, because God is not only in the fire, he is also in the whisper, and sometimes the whisper is all we need. Sleep well, and may you find peace in the stillness.